You to do a goddess on the screen again.
Copy. Well, yeah.
Today is July 8th. This Town of Crestone Board of Trustees meeting is held both in person and via Zoom. The time is 9:34. To ensure timely completion of the town's business, the following procedures will be followed. All participants must keep their microphones muted and videos off, except during citizens' comments or when called on to speak by the board. Per section 7.3 of our procedures and rules of order, we allow 15 minutes total for citizens' comments. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address before speaking. If your comments exceed 3 minutes or the allotted time expires, please send your comments to town hall as correspondence for the board's response. If multiple citizens share the same comments, please be brief. Unspoken comments can be submitted to town hall for inclusion as correspondence at the next regular meeting. Okay, call to order, please, Ariel. Or, sorry, roll call. Here.
Trustee Martinez,
Here.
trustee Pazuzu,
Here.
trustee Ogletree,
Here.
trustee Kinney,
Here.
trustee Lakai,
Here.
and trustee Mendez Sanchez is absent with notice. Also in attendance is interim or town clerk Ariel Blackwell, and attorney Seth Walker will join via Zoom at 1:30 today.
And then Dana, behind you is the vision statement. Can you read that to us?
This?
Yeah.
Historic Crestone, Colorado exemplifies small town beauty within a community committed to sustainable living practices and spiritual traditions. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-reliance. Crestone's goals are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, renewable energy use, and social responsibility.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Next, we have approval of agenda. On this agenda, there was this agenda, there was something that, might be needed to get taken off. It says trustee moves that can, it was almost like minutes were written on there. Oh wait, I'm looking at I'm sorry. Looking at minutes, not agenda. You're gonna have to bear with us on this new electronic thing. It's hard to keep things in order. That's the only thing I'm struggling with. Agenda, there we go. Okay. Now we're just at approval of agenda. I was looking at minutes, sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a question. We have the attorney's report prior to new business. Since that's scheduled for the afternoon, is that the proper place for it to be on the agenda?
I think it will, if we get to new business, we'll just postpone the attorney's report till the attorney's report, but depending on where it lines up.
Okay.
We probably will get to some new business before the attorney.
So we just skip over it,
Yeah.
respond until
Yeah.
later, okay?
I was hoping to add just a conversation about the living mason project.
Want to put that under old business?
Yeah, I can put it under old business.
So one thing is how do we adjust, should we just write notes, just have notes going?
Okay, yeah, and I'll do it too.
Okay. So that we'll put that under, G,
After G.
at G, so it's, 14G. Any more adjustments or changes to the agenda?
Yeah, I think we need to, condense. Cause I don't know whether I'm coming or going. There's so much paperwork here, it's a mess. I move that we condense the agenda in a one-page form. Cause this is ridiculous. I've got a June 10th, I've got a June 18th, June 24th. And
It'll get better as we, but those are the minutes for those,
and I haven't even got to this file yet.
This is the other half of this.
do we have a, place on the agenda to talk about our next upcoming board meetings and work sessions? Maybe we add that so that we can get through some stuff during those times. I think we had scheduled,
The next meeting's the 10th.
we,
Our next meeting is July 22nd at 9:30 AM.
Well, it says there, Trustees meeting July 10th.
And
uh,
it's the June 10th minutes.
those are the, yeah, June 10th.
It says
Next.
July 10th, sorry.
I think as we get further into this process of digitalizing our stuff, we're gonna be hopefully getting it more in order. It's just, this is the first meeting that's like that, so.
Yeah.
But I would like to add a place in our agenda to schedule the next meetings, if we're gonna do work sessions or meetings. So
Wanna put that in?
please put that under new business.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Oh, a place to put, scheduling for our meeting, our next, if we're gonna do that meeting on the 22nd. At 9:30. Special meeting.
Should I add that as item L under new business? 13L, scheduled future
Yeah.
meetings?
13L. And for some reason, I'm not able to get the calendar that our calendar on here. Anyway, we'll work on calendars.
This only goes to F. H, okay.
Is there a?
HIJKL.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, can we get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Your second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next we have opposed. Next, we have approval of minutes for July 10th. It's supposed to be June 10th, so change that.
I have, on item G, where it says request for wall in the town hall office. And the treasurer Gossen requested a wall be installed.
Correct.
That didn't happen in a meeting. Because I came to that meeting and that had already been addressed outside of the meeting.
Oh, that's correct. So it was actually already done by the time that meeting happened.
Where are you at,
Item G on June 10th minutes. And then on item B, just Elaine Johnson versus Elaine John. 11B.
Yes.
Any more on June 10th? Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes, the regular meeting from June 10th as amended.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then on the 6/24, is that where we're at? Or did I skip?
It's 18.
Oh, wait. I make a motion. I make a motion, we approve the minutes for the special meeting of June 18th.
June 18th.
Second.
Second, more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wasn't here.
Right.
I don't believe I was either. Fire, I was beginning lucky, okay, I guess I was good. Okay,
Okay, next we're on to 7/8, I believe,
6/24.
6/24.
On item 3A,
I'm trying to finding everything here. 6/24.
I believe that I abstained because I wasn't present for the May 13th meeting. Does that ring a bell?
yeah, good.
And on item 11A, Ariel, I don't know if it would be appropriate to ask you to have like just a sentence describing what the resolution is, so that for people who are reading it, they could be like, oh, that was about the agenda. Because that could be something very serious. And then they kind of have to look it up to
Show me what you're referring to, sorry.
on 11A.
11A.
Where we passed the resolution amending certain sections of resolution number 04217.
Oh, okay.
It'd be nice to have a description saying relating to the organization of the agenda or something.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
That's all I got.
I move that we approve the minutes from June 24th, 2024 in amended.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye. And I'll go back to,
July 1st.
now we're at July 1st special meeting, this one, under D, we had a talk with the attorney that has to have more detail regarding how we, reasons for the executive session. You have the details to add in there? Okay.
Could we table this one until the next meeting?
Sure. Okay, this one's tabled. You'll see it because, we need to make sure that we have more detail, as much detail as possible on executive sessions, and that one still has more work to go on it. Lastly, is it 7? No, is that it? New agenda. That's it for minutes right now. Now we're on to citizens' comments. 15 minutes.
So, were we gonna go to the meeting from Monday, July 1st?
We're gonna table that one because it needed more detail.
It wasn't what?
It needs more detail. So she's gonna rewrite it and put it back in our packet.
Okay, and if you put, who attended on that?
Was it a roll call?
Citizens comments. Present, no citizens present, on Zoom, no. Citizens present, so I'm moving on. Might be the first time. In a year, 2 years, I
Is Warren okay?
don't know.
Maybe we should check on him.
Sometimes I think no news is good news.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but okay, number 6 is financial reports, so this is big, we have, bank summaries, June register with checks, we have June PL, profit and loss, year-to-date profit and loss. So how do you guys wanna go through wanna have our treasurer go through this with us?
I think.
Okay, so I guess we'll start with bank summary first. Hi,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Are you?
Good, thanks for coming.
Have a file of documents all organized while you guys. Could you?
There's a little switch on the top there. Keep going up, up, there. How's that?
So we're new on our tablets here again.
Right.
So I'm gonna go to financial reports. And then we have 8 different tabs that we'll have to like click on, download, and kind of figure out how to navigate back and forth. So if you could direct us.
Sure.
That would be helpful.
One thing on your tablets that I figured out was that when you download, everything goes into files, and if you create a little file tab on your main screen. Like that, then you can quickly go.
Okay.
To them, it's still a little awkward, but, something to keep in mind that they're already downloaded, they're already in your file, so if. But, and luckily, these are in order based on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8.
Can, their tabs are split up, maybe send them to me.
Okay, that's good, I think.
So where do you wanna start, Kim?
Well, I do have my verbal report, but
Do you wanna do that first?
not necessarily. I guess I did start talking about, from the beginning, so, it's identified as 1, it's, the account summary.
Mhm.
Right there, bank summary page and statements first page. So this is simply a summary, from the bank interface. And you've seen something like this before, in that payroll account, it just sits there with $100 in it. I'm not sure when it was set up or if it is necessary. And then moving down, that's the capital projects fund. That's the.
Now it's up
Yeah.
to date now.
Correct, yeah, that's the balance of the capital projects fund,
The 101,000,
Mhm.
that's right,
that's the like sales tax portion that goes into the capital.
correct,
Up to date.
yes, up to, I think, June.
Great.
And the following page, so when I'm on the bank interface, it does not offer a statement for either of those 2 accounts. So I've printed out a transaction history, so that's the next page. the
Number 2.
Following page, yeah,
Oh wait, number 3, I think.
yeah, you're looking at the accounts summary and then the next page of that. I know there's a lot of pages here.
The register? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's actually this, so in that PDF that is a separate PDF.
number one, bank summary page and statements first page, that has several pages in it.
Oh, I see, it's 10 pages.
You're just talking about the handwritten capital projects fund.
At the
This
top,
one.
yeah, that's the transaction history for that account that goes all the way back to 2023. So that's in lieu of a statement, is what I'm saying, because the bank does not provide a statement for some reason for that account. And then the next page in that same group is the primary account. And so balance, et cetera, and then again, the summary, lists them. So that's the primary account, which that is general fund account, the checking account, and then, just, I'm not sure what the label of that one is, I didn't. And that's something actually to take up with the bank to maybe create some more clear identification of some of these accounts.
Yeah, sometimes you can go in there and actually type it in yourself. I mean, on Aventa, you can type in the description that you want in there.
Okay,
I don't know if that's possible, but.
yeah, maybe. So yeah, the two business savings accounts are there. And then, of course, CDs, the balances of the CD.
So as long as we're here, there was a couple things. One was, did the finance committee give you some advice on which accounts we either want to take what we already have open and then make them a new account for like deposits for rental deposits, and it was like 4 accounts that the finance committee,
Yeah,
and
we didn't get to the specifics of that, and yes, I would welcome a conversation where we kind of figure that out.
okay, so that's something that needs to happen at some point. We need to have at least the reasoning. Doesn't mean that all of them have to be open, but at least some reasoning as to why each account was requested to be open. Am I right, Dennis, about that?
Yes.
Okay. And then secondly, I looked up for CDs, I was looking up, interest rates, and the best interest rates you can get on new CDs are on online accounts. So like if you have an online bank, they offer 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, and those are the best rates, and they're at like 4 point some, up to almost 5%. So I would like to consider looking into new CDs for a few of these, ones that are not getting any interest, and how that process of transferring that over and getting new CDs, and if it's even, I think these online banks are now sophisticated enough, they're designed as banks, they're under federal regulations, and they're not like a risky place to put money, so.
I think it's a good move. You want finance committee to research that or?
Yeah, and what it would take to switch our CDs into a better interest bearing.
I would suggest that like the savings account, because if we're making 4%, or if we're lucky on a CD, the cost of living is 8.2. So we're losing money with CDs.
Well, your savings account,
It's nice because we can't touch it. However, a savings account, you might make more interest on that.
I've never seen one yet.
yeah, you're getting like 0.5%
CD.
on
That's
interest.
something they can have.
Well, CDs are not the way to go, is what I'm saying.
Well,
Our dollar's losing value every day.
So I'm gonna start a
finance committee.
finance committee agenda. And I'll put that on there, and anybody who has ideas could email me or Dennis
Okay.
in the next couple of days.
There's reviews on where you can get the best interest rates for a certain amount of time.
And I'll reach out to Warren too, because he seemed to have some ideas.
Great. Okay, any more on the accounts? Page 1, questions, comments? Move on to number 2, June.
Just wondered, like, with, like, are we doing good? Does this look good to people as far as how much money we've got in our accounts and? Is this normal for what you guys have seen in the past or?
Personally, I couldn't comment on it until we get the 24 balance and we see what we might have called.
Right.
On particular line items, but I think generally speaking, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're doing pretty good.
I noticed that we increased our revenue by $6,000 this month, which was, so we're putting more in.
Looks a lot better than my checking account.
Mine too.
I think it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking for perspective since you guys have been looking at it way longer than I have. So that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks pretty good.
Okay, so it's not necessary, I mean, like, there's a lot of separate accounts that are just part of our reserves.
Right.
So even though there's CDs that aren't interest bearing right now, they are set there specifically as a reserve account so that we have, the proper amount put aside for,
Specific.
well, I think we're supposed to have 3 months of reserves always in there, if it's not 4 months even, so 4 months is ideal, 3 months is minimal.
That's where we're at now, it's 3 months,
It would be
Everything
cool
shuts down.
if
We
the
can still survive.
accounts weren't like random numbers. Cause,
Sure. That's,
Yeah.
cause it's
named.
neat, yeah.
Yeah.
So if I may. So I'm also on the Northern Saguache Library District Board, and this year, the library, hooked up with, the Colorado Trust. And so we roughly put about half of our money in with the Colorado Trust. And I can send the finance committee information, and the Colorado Trust, as a banking institution, gave some really favorable rates for the library district.
cool.
I could send that your way
Send it
to
to,
see. And they also had a person who came and did a whole presentation after we got all of the packet materials. So that could be something if you wanted to explore for anything.
That'd be great. Be nice to be able to invest in money in that kind of thing. Opposed to-
Sure.
So. Is the next document the register with checks?
June register
Signed,
checks.
pending?
Right, and I also just wanted to mention, that I'm holding, and you also have in your packet, the budget versus actual. So that also will, we'll review it, you'll review it, I'll maybe give you copies, paper copies, I didn't have time to print them out, but I.
Those are the newest ones.
Yeah, this is January through June.
We don't have it on here.
It is,
Oh, yeah.
it is in there.
Okay.
I just wanted to mention as,
Do you
in
know-
terms of how we're doing, the question,
Oh, okay,
yeah.
On the checking or the attachment to the state, what do we call that?
Yeah,
Check register.
Check register.
June check read.
So for something like where it says Collier Water Consultation for 1,050,
You know that, who that is?
Yes,
why would it say split and not,
because it's split between different accounts in the chart of accounts. So we went through this, the finance committee and I last week, and we have, for example, professional services, water sewer professional services, maintenance.
Okay.
And versus public works training.
totally, that makes sense. And you guys still have Allison coming in to help here and there? Ransom?
Yeah.
Is that helpful? And for something like Ariel and Kimberly both having mileage, that kind of looks like to Alamosa and back or something.
The watch,
So what?
I've been to Swatch to the bank.
Alamosa.
Okay, so it's totally different errands.
Yeah.
Thunder Mountain one is, getting a tree cut.
Who's Thunder Mountain?
Ben A and Kevin B.
Where's that?
They cut down the tree that we've been having controversy over, the cottonwood that was up on, right up here on the road.
I didn't think there was a controversy and McDowell and Johnson said they were gonna pay for that.
They did, but then they backed out.
Well, they backed out. I think we just didn't,
Because we didn't handle it.
Well, we gave them approval twice. Got it. They said there was something in the email that said, somebody from Public Works said they couldn't do it. I don't know who that person would be.
But Elaine came in a number of times and I think she didn't wanna do it until the minutes were approved and. And then
that's
we,
the delay.
and the minutes were delayed and now we're caught up, but she was, I think, over it.
So now we have to remove the root. I'm waiting on it.
But
I'll
it-
quote for that.
Some, they cut it?
Cut it.
I didn't even notice.
I mean,
It was so dead that it was invisible.
Okay, well, cool.
Okay, so any more comments, questions, concerns regarding the check registers that are,
I have one comment.
yes.
And, and wrote to the board, we had our first, I was a member of the finance committee there, with the exception of this, Kim is also a member now, doing the check approval, process. And as far as that part of the meeting, I thought it went really well. I just wanted to let everybody know,
And
we'll schedule that again the week before the next, first week of
Tuesday or Monday? Do you have a
the,
preference
Tuesday,
of the week preceding the regular meeting?
yes.
It worked too big, was that what we're doing that worked well?
Was there any checks in here that are questionable that we use? Yes, so which ones?
Okay, so we had, the ones that are listed that I wrote out on that, third
Show me
sheet.
till I open pending,
Yeah.
okay.
And there's nothing problematic, it's just they, one moment, as I sift through the papers here. They just, we had them in this form and we also get them as a bill, you know, as a regular piece of paper kind of invoice, and that should be probably in the mail. And then, you wanna pass this around or not, it's from, Colorado Department of Revenue. It says December 31, 2020 wage withholding, and they want more money. For some reason, they've, you know, undoubtedly done some sort of
2020.
audit process. Done some sort of audit process and decided that we owe them $804.
Well, I guess the question was, do we, and correct me if I'm wrong, we couldn't find anything that backed up what their claim was. So the question is to the board, do we trust what the state of Colorado is saying, go ahead and just pay that? There is no late fee attached to
Don't
it.
forget it's 2020.
Right, and where's the proof?
Yeah.
Where did they find it?
And 2020 is not in the current QuickBooks.
Right.
The company
And
file that
which
we
wage
have.
garnishment
Pardon?
No, not a garnishment,
wasn't?
no.
Withholding.
Additional tax due. We have not received your annual reconciliation. From DR 1093-72. Okay, so presumably that means from that year, those were not received. So,
Well, if we
So,
don't want to, who do we need to get in touch with? The Department of.
there's not much you can do.
Ask like some documentation to show how we messed up or who this. Why are they waiting 4 years to collect? I want some documentation to show that we owe that money.
So
It's only $800, but that's.
what do you think of that?
The government moves slowly and
I missed it.
2020, they're saying that we have a wage we didn't pay enough in wage withholdings
Well,
up to the amount of 800.
yeah, I'm not gonna play the state of Colorado.
Yeah, I would
Pay
pay
it.
it.
Huh?
I remember it.
Pay it and get it clear and then make sure that we do it right
Yeah.
this year
And last year
and last year.
and the year before.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah.
question,
Thank you,
if
I'm
we
sorry.
pay that and we find through whatever process
Yeah.
that it's overpaid, any chance that it could get reimbursed or push it forward to the next year?
That, I don't know the answer.
Are they gonna come back with 2021 and say like, am I?
Oh, it's possible, sure. Yeah, they have their own processes. I mean, I can, we could ask the auditor, you know, some of these questions like, what's the deal? Why is it so long? And I presume that the state has just done an audit, you know, in their own fashion, their own discretion. And see what they came up with. Well, the IRS can go back 7 years, to anybody's,
Yeah.
business taxes.
So, okay, so we have that one. We have, Jones Oil. How much do you think that's gonna be?
Uh,
Do we need to make a motion to pay?
Hang on, we still have 4 pending, with 3 more pending.
Right, it's gonna be about 500 bucks.
And that's for propane?
550.
Yeah, and the thing is, we really shouldn't be paying off of receipts when they deliver. They should send us a bill.
And we do generally, yeah, I've been paying an invoice, not this.
Right.
This is what we get and then they invoice.
So
us.
do it, just wait for the invoice and we'll do it on the next round?
Yeah,
Or pay it when the invoice comes?
But that's the question is, do we wait for the invoice, then we have to approve it on the next round, and then we have to pay it?
I don't think that's an issue with them, especially if they know that it was their fault for not billing us.
we could do it in the finance committee. We were given that
Usually-
discretion to pay.
Usually Jones Oil is not a monthly payment, it's every few months, because you're using a certain amount of propane. And they're probably just, like, we just had ours filled and it's probably like 6 months before winter, they'll fill it again. So it's not like a monthly thing, so we could wait for the invoice and just put it on the next round, because they're not.
Yeah, let's just do that.
What about UNCC?
Right, so I don't think that we've made any progress in terms of information on this. But we got, looking at this invoice, what this is a
811.
811 call before you excavate system. And we have various of these, this one,
I'll bet you any amount of money that was for when, Irina wanted to do that sign. And she called twice to have, because they kept moving it, and I'll bet it's for the dark sky sign.
yeah.
How much?
Well, there's been various of them over time and we just would like to know what they are for specifically. There's some concern that it's possible that people in the Baca are calling or townspeople are calling and that we are getting the bill.
So I would say that we got this one bill. I know that we've called them for that specific purpose. I'm wondering if we get more bills, then, there would be a question, but with this one, I'm pretty sure that we called them.
Right now in the books, I have the one for 389 from these guys
Already,
on the dark sky. And I don't know.
Oh, that's a new one.
And the kind of the point is, there's no identifying information. It's like, there's just a number.
Is this one?
How much are they then?
Well, that one was like, it was $389 or
For the
something. Then
sign.
this one, this says 42.57.
Okay.
And then there's another one here that says 15.48. And again, they're just like, there's an invoice number. There's no description for where. Where did this
Okay,
happen?
so that's understandable. I thought that was the dark sky bill.
Yeah.
So, and you called them and they were like, well, I don't know.
Dennis, did you call them with a number or you just?
I never connected with them, and I'll give it another try.
Okay.
With one of those,
But if individuals call for an 811, that's up to them to pay for, not the town.
that's correct, and that's why we're concerned about it, because no one could pinpoint who and where those locations, who ordered them and where those locations were done. And so the question come up, just like Kim had said, It could have been anybody, and it's a mistake in the billing process.
Well,
Maybe we should try to get in contact with them and just hold off on those until the
yeah,
next
I would
meeting.
definitely. I'm not.
The last one was, Andrew Martinez reimbursement for use of personal credit cards for fuel purchases. Obviously, we want to reimburse for that.
Right, it just came in the same day, I think we were meeting, or otherwise we would just approved it, so.
Well, besides the Jones Oil and the UNCC,
I had more.
oh, there's more
Since
now?
then, yes, yeah.
I'd like to add something, Andrew, if you could just refrain from using your own card and make sure you just get the card from Mariella and when you got it. And give them the receipts in the moment. And we won't be delayed, because you came in like an hour after we were finished or something like that. Appreciate it, thank you.
Whatever works. That should work. I mean, was there a problem with? What was the problem in there? Was it just that you didn't have access to the card?
Yes.
Okay. So now you do?
Yes.
Okay. Great.
So yeah, we have a bunch that came in since Zollers, from Swatch, this county sheriff's office, Gobins.
You guys wanna look at those real quick
Yeah.
or wait?
We'll wait for the next round.
The sheriff department, they're pretty honest with their billing.
Mhm.
Govins, that's a standard. That's for the printer. What else is there?
They're all pretty standard
Standard
stuff,
bills?
it's- yeah, some of them are actually, they're
There's
not.
anyone that jumps out at you.
Well,
Yeah,
the
no.
sheriff's department is a lot less this month, which is great. I
Oh, yeah,
copied
they're
them.
pretty straight with this. They're not charging us for Baca runs any longer, cause we hit them on that. It's only like the welfare checks and domestic violence or things that are happening here
Mhm.
that we have to pay for. And it's like $50 a call
That one's 250, right?
The sheriff?
for the month, that's pretty good.
What's the date that we received the invoice?
The sheriff one,
For May.
Yeah,
7-1, so it was like just, right, just right during the time or right after we had our meeting.
but we had the meeting on the second.
Okay, yeah.
They probably
When they
invoiced,
got
it's
in my
for May,
box.
so, right?
Pardon?
It's for May,
The sheriff?
yeah.
No. There it is. Yeah, oh yeah, it is for me. Yeah, this.
I can't, because you showed me and I wanted to see it.
Oh, okay, I don't remember. Okay, so these we will review in our next meeting, correct? The ones that came in
But I'd
since.
like to get it in a cycle where, and if we need to change the day of that meeting, to get in the cycle of when we see that stuff in the mail, that's fine as well, provided you both have enough time to do this and get it on the agenda.
Right, the staff, we need to coordinate, make sure that we've gone to the bank, gone to the post office. Open the envelopes, put them in the right folder, right?
So the other thing is that, we could have them we could do some billing on the second meeting that we're having now. Because then we're not running behind on those,
We're not meeting on the second.
Yeah.
No, we're meeting on the
Or
oh,
do a couple
Or
of
not
check
the
runs,
second.
is basically
Finance.
what I'm saying, which I think is sensible. We don't have to just do one in a month. We could do 2 bill check runs.
I'm kind of curious if this is very efficient or not. I mean, do we have to have a board meeting to pay the light bill? Some of these bills are standard. The mayor should be able to just sign those checks and the account or treasurer. I mean, a lot of this is redundant and I don't think it has to go to the finance committee. I don't think it has to go to a board meeting. Some of these bills, they're just standard, paying the propane bill, paying the light bill, paying the trash bill. I mean, why do we have to make this so governmental red tape crap?
That's who we are. We governmental and we're right there, check the balances.
Well, I think it's a waste of time.
Oversight. I don't mind doing it.
So,
I mean, the finance committee did offer, and I think Kim was happy to work with them on it, and if, as. I don't know, I think if everybody in that group is happy to
Okay,
do it.
but I would say so they did that, and then there's new bills that came in. I would say that, and then there's bills that are still being reviewed, so we have these ones from the Department of DOR and the UNCC bills that we know what we're supposed to do. But the new bills that just came in, it seems like we could quickly go through them as a board and just approve them, so that they don't just sit there.
Right now,
Yeah, I mean, just quickly, we have the sheriff's bill, we have, what was the other one?
Okay, I'll go through them.
Let's just go through
So-
them, because in that, if there's one that stands out, then we can pass it off to the finance committee.
That's agreeable to me.
Have you read all
The other
those?
stuff is.
You read through those?
Yeah, I don't think there's that many, there's like, these look like bills, but they actually are on auto pay, the. Internet. So, you know, I put them in here, abundance of, you know, information sharing, but like, this is on the credit card. So
Okay.
like, a lot of us have our things set up in that way.
Okay.
So, you know, we don't have stress, we don't have to check, print a check.
So
We just
what are
put it
they,
on the credit
there's
card.
yellow, okay?
Yeah,
Keep
But
going.
it's always good to review, you know.
Yeah, so
Okay, so we got Zoller, we got Swatch County
what's
Sheriff.
Zalo,
Zoller, the
Zollers?
judge,
judge,
Municipal-
$850
yeah,
for 2 months.
it says municipal judge monthly retainer.
Every other month. Every odd month is when the court is.
I don't remember one coming in from June.
I'd have to look at that.
This month, and this.
It's every other
the
month,
one That
okay.
she was supposed to.
Okay,
have.
good enough. Make it.
So what else? Judge,
And I just wanted to say, you know, I have all the checks ready to go that we approved, and then I printed the
Good.
bills we
Yeah.
approved, and I printed the check, so at the break or whatever, everybody can sign. So dollars, Swatch County Sheriff's Office, $250, CLO, yeah, it's, there's two different ones. You know, I've been curious about this, maybe we could get a better rate or something. One of them is $64, the other one's, 398.
is that for electricity?
CLO, that's the internet. And we use a lot of internet, but
Is it,
that's.
are they charging us for like the town internet? I thought that was free.
Kind of like, the electric, that's like a whole project unto itself to figure out, because there's a lot of different, charges for a lot of different systems. And, in the accounting system, it's not sorted out at all. So like, we should know how much town hall pays, right, per month. We don't, because it's all like,
Come
we
on,
don't know where, what is what. So I'm just saying, you know, we
And the
pay
park
the
is
bills.
from 9 to 9. Internet is from 9 o'clock until 9 o'clock.
I thought that was given to us, I thought they did that for free.
No, it's not free.
Maybe it was free like the first year or something,
That is supposed to be free, from installation on
that's what I thought.
for the town Wi-Fi,
for the town park.
Oh, for the
We've got,
park.
two, one here and one over there by Pearl.
And that's a good example as to why reviewing these
But the
things.
thing is, it's already auto paid, so it doesn't matter if we review it unless we
Yeah.
pull it back, take it out of auto pay.
But going forward, I mean, we can just. Yeah, so. Worth looking at.
yeah, we should get in touch with them and just, you know, the $398 internet bill, just like. Is that from the town park Wi-Fi or the town Wi-Fi? Are we under the impression that it's supposed to remain free, like?
Yeah, cause I can't see the town administration using that much Wi-Fi in a month.
Yeah, it seems high to me.
Yeah,
I think they should pay the bill and check in to see about the
Okay.
next one.
agreed.
What else?
So, and same thing with the electric, but, you know.
So there's only approval on 2 bills because the other 2 are
Auto pay.
auto pay, is that right?
Oh,
Sheriff-
yeah, yeah,
Sheriff and
correct,
dollars,
correct.
do you need approval on any others?
Gobins, have a Gobin's invoice for $142.50. Here's another one that is on auto pay, Pinnacle Insurance. Pinnacle Assurance.
That should be payroll insurance, right?
Yeah,
And I think that's all that I have right here.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve, pay the bills besides the DOR and the UNCC.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second,
Any more discussion?
And not the DOR?
Not the DOR.
Your, or the,
But I thought we decided,
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
What was the other?
just not UNCC.
Not-
Oh, and I'm waiting for the Jones Oil.
Yeah. There's your voice.
One last comment. No, I won't probably more, but including the ones that are the automatic pay. I think my personal feeling is it's essential to be able, if there's a split necessary. Then those bills can't just be put under one line, item. They have to be put under that split. The problems that we ran in since we started this process is everything had been clumped together in one line item. You review some bills, everything seems okay here, but then when you match it, when it's spent, it didn't add up. And I believe a lot of those cases was because they weren't identified and probably could have been put in.
Can she take, even though those bills are paid, can she take those and still bring them to the finance committee to, and maybe even do the research on what these charges are for, so that it's like now she's doing some research, she's bringing to the finance committee on the next round, and you guys go through it and figure out what the split is.
Jim, what do you think?
Sure, yes.
Good. So we have a motion on the table, all in favor? Aye.
aye, it was to pay everything except for the UNCC.
UNCC,
And Jones Oil.
And a suggestion,
yes.
something to consider if you add up what the year's total is for providing Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi, including the parks in town. I am wondering if this might be something that we could look at for a tourism grant. Whatever amount that is, and just apply for it, because that's primarily how it's being used, as a tourism grant. And we certainly under apply for tourism grants.
That's good. Good
And
call.
that's our lodging tax that comes in, that supports the tourism business, and Crestone Baca, it pays way more than into the tourism lodging taxes than any other part in Saguache County. And so I think if there's ways that we can get some of that money back, this might be a way to the internet, we offer to the public.
good idea.
So we can pay all those bills. Send down.
Did we go?
Yay.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did.
Next is general fund.
Some to be signed, you want to put that with that?
To be signed.
Right in there.
Okay, and also, we didn't talk about, I forgot, you reminded me just now about that. The classified ad thing, did you want to talk about that, or do you want me to say, yeah, we got it?
Let's talk about it right now.
Okay. So there were a few items that we had, that is the finance committee, they approved to pay, but we wanted more information, and one of those is Valley Courier, the bill. And it was 1388, and so.
Advertising for jobs and posting.
That was a job dropper.
This is why the budget needs to be supplemented.
Valley
It was
Courier,
for Valley Courier.
advertising jobs.
It was for
Elections.
4 postings, and I talked to them. They published it, I mean, everything about this is right, they published it a number of times in their paper. They run their bills and ad blocks in 6, 12, or 20-day issues. And then the cost is based on the number of days it's run and the number of words as well. included in that is I'm putting it online. So I have that for you, plus the price breakdown for the issue. I won't read it to you or, but if you wanna look at it.
So what was this an advertisement for?
It was for the apartment upstairs, it was for the legal notice of the election. It was for the job posting for the public works assistant. And then, it was it's on there, I can't remember the fourth one.
Okay, so, for our legal policy is we have three places that are legal publication. One, of course, is the Crestone Eagle. The second is the Valley Courier. And then also, the Saguache, second is the Saguache Crescent, and then third is Valley Courier. So, depending on what we're advertising for, sometimes it is just a legal notice. The deadlines and time limits and requirements are sufficient for a one-time use in the Crestone Eagle. There again, other things that might need to be published sooner can be used with the Saguache Crescent. And so I think it's really important to look to see what are the requirements of what we're advertising for, and if a weekly notice in the Saguache Crescent is sufficient, it might be a lot less expensive than that daily notice that goes out in the Valley Courier. There again, it depends on what you're trying to advertise and what our legal requirements are for advertising. But I think a one-time or a two-time advertising in the Saguache Crescent, if we have that weekly requirements, could be a lot cheaper.
For sure, in this case in particular, oh, I'm sorry, Dennis, I didn't.
No, I'll finish.
In this case in particular, I was asked to put all of those things in all of the papers, and so that's what I did.
Okay.
I would ask if we have notices to go out in the future, that we have like,
And all of them.
that they don't necessarily go in all of them, but that we make a plan for which ones they should go in and what time and why, so that we do, condense the cost.
So this brings up.
I just put it in there, because that's what I was asked to do, but I see now that was extremely expensive. I would not like to do that again.
And our policy, as you probably already know, is that we publish by title only. So for example, if we passed a resolution, we only say resolution such and such, such and such, a resolution to law. But we don't publish the entire resolution or the entire ordinance, it's only by title only.
That was the only one that was cheap. It was $30 for the legal notice because it was by title only and for the election.
Terry, do we have anything else running out there?
There's gonna be some stuff for the not dark sky. Fire mitigation grant, and there's something that has to go out and this is gonna be an expense that's partially paid for by the grant, and we might have to put in a little bit as well, but it has to go out to minorities, with women, people, all this stuff. It's for the feds, huh?
Meet all the federal requirements.
What's currently out is
Fire mitigation, right?
it's the project manager request for proposal for the brick grant, and then a request for proposals for a LiDAR survey for the cemetery.
None of that has to go out in the courier, is that what we're saying?
From my understanding, talking to Allison, we just have to put it in one paper, it doesn't have to go into all.
Except
to decide which, between the three of them.
one local paper, but it also has to go out on that federal. That in this weird place that kind of hits all of the publications.
Do we have to pay for that?
And I'll bring that up when it comes up, when we get the actual invoice.
Oh, for the, your, particular specific
Right
grant.
after, yeah.
But most of them, aside from what he's talking about, they just one of the approved three.
The problem being is Saguache Crescent is our county seat. However, they only publish once a month.
Well, that's just, because it's much better than once a week.
But the Eagle,
The Eagle
Eagle.
once a month.
or once a month.
Well, I thought the Crescent was once a month.
Yeah, it's once a week.
Oh,
And the Saguache Crescent is the official legal publication of
Right.
Saguache County.
So we're stuck we're stuck with that. And that's the most expensive one, isn't
Which one?
it? This, the one in Swatch County.
The Crescent.
I don't think they're that expensive.
This
Courier.
The courier.
The courier, that's what it is.
That's the expensive, yeah.
Cool, all right.
Did you want me to talk about this one as well?
Yes, so I did, I wrote the check, I printed the check for Valley Courier based on our communication. It was kind of just, I guess we approved it, we wanted more information. And then also this one, same thing.
This one's for GovPro Consulting for Judy Edwards Election Services. You had requested that she send an election report, and so I included that in your packet as well. So just wanted to review paying this invoice as well.
Did you guys read the election report? Was it sufficient?
I didn't.
It's in the packet, I thought it was, you know. Fairly good, and we can read it when, is it gonna
Do you
come up?
want me to read it aloud? Question mark?
What do you think?
Did you read it?
I read it.
You wanna pay the bill?
Yeah, I mean, I think that she did a thorough job.
I make a motion, we pay Judy Edwards.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay.
So I'm not sure if we wanna just come back, like I said, I have this, budget versus actual thing, you see, it's 5 pages, and I could just make copies, and I'm not really sure what,
We
I
have,
do have more to say about it, I just want you guys to see it, and.
We have it.
Okay, so, okay,
I would say something about it.
well, there's still, we go back to like, there was something I wanted to say about something before we do that, which is balance sheet. Which is number 5. I wanna make sure that we get fixed assets 15001 land.
But we're on number 4.
Oh, we were, okay.
We skipped
Oh.
the profit and loss.
Oh.
but I think.
Okay, we skipped profit and loss. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'll keep it in order.
Does anybody wanna say anything about the profit and loss?
Well, the only thing I would say is that it would be nice to eventually, and Dana, I kind of asked for this to be able to transfer it onto actually like an actual spreadsheet. And then we can actually write in things, places that we wanna, it would be the best way, I think, to do our supplemental budget.
yeah, okay, so that is something that you had
Yeah.
mentioned that I acted upon, and again, wasn't sure where to put this in the whole discussion, but, so there's the budget versus actual, and then I made a little spreadsheet from taking the data that's in QuickBooks that can be very easily downloaded, put in an Excel spreadsheet. So that would be the ideal way of using this, and then it's easy to put back in. So.
Right.
You know, it not necessarily automated, but at least,
Yeah.
you know, it's in the same format.
So one thing to keep in mind too is that this is the budget, when it says budget on this column, it's actually only half of the year's budget.
Example.
Well, the profit and loss we have is, are you looking, you're looking at the year to date.
January
P&L
through June,
general.
yeah,
So
Jan-
before that was just the P and L
for the month.
for the month. Okay, right, so we're talking about item attachment 4,
Yeah,
alright, yeah. Totally, it's 6 months, and that sounds awesome, being able to like work with it like that.
I'm thinking also that it might be nice to do the budget for the, I mean, I guess you could just double it pretty easily, it's not a big deal. Cause this is nicely half of the year. But it'd be nice to have an idea of what we have budgeted for the year, so that when we supplement, we can just supplement to the year rather than the 6 months, but.
I mean, in the creation of a supplemental budget, you like. I guess, in my mind, we kind of need to decide, what's important, what we want to supplement, like what do we think is important,
Right.
what are we gonna, I don't know if that's something that we wanna do as a board in a meeting, as a discussion, or like, does the finance committee want to make suggestions and then
I think
talk about?
finance committee would look at kind of the year-to-date structure and see if we budgeted, you know, $1,000 for the sheriff and by July, we've spent $1,700 on the sheriff. We'll go line by line and mark the ones that have to be supplemented
Right,
based on what we've spent compared to what we budgeted. And so to do that for only 7 months, I think we could probably figure out. And cause some things won't just double and some things will.
Right, like insurance is one thing that we're.
So, I would love it if the finance committee, indeed does a summary, as you were saying. So what I'm reading here is looking at the, the category of the 4,100 category. It looks like we have brought in more money than we had.
So I'd like to talk about that, yeah.
Yeah, so to me, I was glad to see these figures that, under our tax revenues, 25,600 more than what we had budgeted for. So I'm saying that it looks like, we haven't taken as hard as a hit as we were afraid we were going to. I mean, we've still taken a hit. But
Yeah, and there's more details to that. And our 2024 budget. That we all approved, if you look at. Tax revenue. And you don't have that in front of you, but sales tax general fund in 22. We pulled $576,000. And in 23, we pulled 570,000. And in 24, we projected 430,000, which was $140,000 decrease.
Right,
Already.
And we were supposed to put that, we didn't necessarily expect that we would get $140,000 less, but we were planning for the possibility. And then we had kind of agreed that if we were to receive that $140,000, it would go into a savings account, which may not have been set up yet.
But that was one of them. Yeah.
And
Excess,
then,
we call it excess funds.
right, so the excess funds account is that $30,000. And it's definitely gonna be less than 140,000, so that's where the hit is. But that 30,000 is probably almost spent in our supplemental,
That's,
yeah,
so we won't.
but we can still supplement it with that
With
third.
that, yeah, and I still think we should set up that savings account and be able to access it for our supplement. Does that make sense to everybody?
yeah,
So we did take a hit and it's pretty significant. So even if that 30,000 doubled, which it probably won't because our sales tax is going down a little bit. But say it was 60,000, then it would be 60,000 instead of 140,000.
And then, when you did the 140,000, did you actually, just take the 23 and do the 140, or did you actually say it should be increasing, yearly, if we still had the Amazon sales, it would,
No, we didn't.
so you just took 23. Okay, so that's even more of a loss, because normally we would have an increase every year. So
Yeah, and maybe that's why
it's still up.
it's still up. Is because of an
Right.
inflation increase. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
so overall, since we're now at the 6-month point. What does the financial committee feel like? Where we're at? Is it better than we hoped, worse than we hoped, right on schedule? What's the opinion of the finance committee?
to where we're at.
I don't know, we might all have different opinions.
Yeah, I think we're probably very close to what our estimates were. But I think our spending had gone over, because it was necessary.
Yeah,
You know, I think. But overall, as I said earlier, I think we're doing pretty good. You know, we still need to keep ourselves tight on the spending belt, you know?
So I was hoping that we would do an executive session to help with the supplemental budget as a board, but also maybe have the finance committee meet and start the process, and then you guys lead it with the board so that we can really just like, you know, have
I don't know why it would need to be executive.
it wouldn't need to be executive,
Oh, you said,
work session.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
sure, totally. That
Not
sounds awesome.
executive, work session.
I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
I was just gonna say that when Elaine and Warren have been coming in for the last 2 or 3 years, pointing out our flaws in our budget. What was happening is that we were spending our beginning cash balance, so spending more than we were bringing
Right.
in. And it was typically by up to $300,000 a year, so we were depleting our beginning cash balance by a couple of $100,000. And I was telling Elaine that whole time that even if we could deplete by 30,000 instead of 250,000, that would be a great success on their parts.
Yeah.
So even if, as far as your question of how we see it, even if the $30,000 excess sales tax we have doesn't cover our supplement, we might be depleting our beginning cash balance by, $5,000 to $30,000 instead of 250,000, and I think that's fantastic.
Well, also, if you look at the last,
Because it's gonna take us a couple of years to get.
the number 3 general fund, the P and L for the month. You know, I doubt that all months were like this, where we were actually had an income, so. You know, we're actually, if we were in the next, 6 months to keep seeing an income, then we might actually.
We might work, yeah.
But I don't know, I mean, there's still increases in some things, but, I doubt. We're not gonna get P and Ls for each month, going back,
You could,
you could.
sure, yeah. Yeah, that would be helpful. And back, some of that I have printed out because of the, that matrix, that schedule thing that I got from Elaine.
I wanna say thank you.
Yeah.
For
Fantastic.
you getting to this point. This is all what we were all hoping for, and you finally done it. I'm sure there's still little things that need to be worked out, and we talked about that, but in general, we're way better off now. Knowing this stuff than we've been the rest of the year, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
Better handle.
You're welcome and thank you.
Really overcame a big challenge.
Yeah, this is like, I think this is exactly what I wanna have, the information I wanna have
Yeah.
every month, that's awesome.
Okay.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, and now we can actually like feel confident and like, oh, like you can relax in it a little bit,
Yeah, right,
so.
okay. Good,
Very
good to
good.
hear.
Yeah.
And I wanted to point out real quick, once you do get to this, profit and loss budget versus actual, I don't know if anybody's looked at
We're
that.
looking at it now.
Okay, so the first column is January through June, this is
What
actual
we spent.
numbers, and then the budget, all those numbers are halved. Yeah,
Right,
just to make
I know
that
that, yeah.
clear, okay, and then, so the revenue, the grants, that's kind of where the difference is in income. If you look down, so on line 4,600,
Okay,
we don't have any.
grants,
Then that's kind of the difference there in the next page, the total income, we have about 300,000, 297,500. Whereas the budget has 580. 900. So
Because of that 300
that we
and
don't-
3,000.
yeah, so that was projected grant income that we haven't seen.
I have a silly question. On 4202. Severance tax and mineral lease. What is that?
Yeah, I don't know, and I think it comes in, from what I remember from previous year, it comes in towards the middle or the, yeah, and.
What
and
mineral
year.
lease?
I have no idea. It's not a huge amount of money, it's like $1,200 or something like
$950.
that,
Well, yeah, that's what's in the budget, but.
yeah,
So we get it somewhere.
yeah, it just comes in, it's from Colorado. Saguache County provides a very nice breakdown of tax income that I've never seen from the state, but there's not quite as many, and I haven't seen that. I think it tends to come in that severance tax, mineral lease comes in later in the year.
Yeah, I was just confused.
Yeah, I don't know either, or how they figure that. And I do have a few more items on my list, if I should just proceed, just, or,
I think so. I mean, I think we've got a good plan here to get the supplemental budget together. We've got on the agenda to schedule some meetings, so we can get.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay. Then, so I participated in a budget PowerPoint presentation, Zoom, presentation that Colorado Municipal League puts together, and it was really good. I don't think I have access to the actual presentation, but I have the PowerPoint presentation. So it would be worthwhile if anybody wants to see it. I was gonna just email it out. It's not huge.
yeah,
If people have PowerPoint and wanna look at it.
cool.
Yes.
Okay, I'll send that around, and the audit. So I'm in communication with. Lenny?
Farmer.
No,
Ronnie Farmer.
Ronnie. Ronnie, I'm in communication with Ronnie. I was hoping it was going to be like in a tax situation, okay, here's the QuickBooks file. Bye, and like he would come back and ask questions or whatever, and no, he wants like all the slicing and dicing of spreadsheets, and so it's a little bit more than what I was hoping, but anyway, he seems very reasonable and we're working, making progress.
Did you ever get a letter of? Was it engagement with him? Yeah.
No, he's still evaluating, and in fact, he also asked for all the minutes.
So he's still evaluating before he's gonna write the letter.
I guess, yeah, I don't know, I've never spoken to him, I've just exchanged some emails, and yeah, he'd asked for, minutes from 2023, all of the minutes from 2023.
So you are being asked to do a lot of work for him and he might not even be our auditor?
He's gonna do it. I think he's trying to come up with a estimate on how much it's gonna cost. He said somewhere between 11 and 15,000. And I think he's trying to do an estimate for us so that we have exact total, but I don't know.
Right,
He said he would have it by the end of last month and he hasn't had it given it to us yet, so. It could be because we haven't given him the stuff, but.
yeah, it's probably more on me than him, that part, but we haven't given him, all of what he wants yet.
We are already gonna be late on our audit, which means, and because last year we never filed for an extension and we were late. We ended up getting penalized this year as that we don't get an extension. So now we're just late without an extension.
And there's.
He knows that and he's gonna.
There's some funds, like property tax funds, which we've gotten most of the property tax funds, kind of like this example, the mineral thing. It comes at different times and different rates, but, so they're holding back on that. I guess it's.
We've got,
county.
property tax, we've gotten 14,000 and 14,000.
That's part of the penalty, yeah, so until we're up to speed with the audit, they're holding back on that, which is not a, significant thing.
Yeah, and once we get the audit in, they will release those funds, so. It's kind of like their way of like penalizing us, but
Right.
either way, the guy, Ronnie says he's gonna do our budget, or our audit, he's gonna do it right, he's gonna get it worked out, it's just, I wanna make sure that we're,
So we'll need to be able to enter into contract with him as soon as he's ready. Which might,
actual contract, no, it's kind of just like we signed the letter of engagement.
I feel like that's something the board has to be present at.
Yeah.
Unless the board wants to make a motion today to approve our mayor to sign either a contract or letter of engagement, something like that, but like, we can't just be like, oh, suddenly he's
I agree,
our
I
auditor.
totally agree.
I don't know what the process for that is.
Well, I was hoping to have the letter of engagement by this meeting, but we don't have it, so, we can,
So I would consider that we need to have like a special meeting just
That's fine.
to sign that.
yeah.
Okay,
And I don't know if she needs more hours too, in this time to get the audit stuff ready and get it more dialed.
Well, and like, on top of the audit is the 2025 budget.
Oh, yeah, we have a lot. Well, hopefully the supplemental budget that we do will help with the 2025.
Do you feel like you need more? You didn't want more hours last.
yeah, I've been in the last couple of weeks, so right about 40, because the mayor said, work as much as you want, and that's as much as I can give.
See, I said that?
Yes.
No.
I think that's a board decision too,
It is,
versus a mayor decision.
it is, although in our personnel handbook, it does say that the mayor can approve emergency
Okay,
hours, but.
Yeah,
I
and I
wanna
wouldn't have been able to get
do
done.
it now, we can do it as a board and say that she can work a certain amount of hours to get this stuff. This would be the time.
Right. So, back to what Adam said, do you need more hours, Tim?
then you're allotted, is it 20 or 25 hours a week
At some point,
Up to 30 hours a week
is what we approved?
was the last motion on your out.
I would say that on an as-needed basis, that I will do what needs to be done. And it could be up to 40 hours, and that's not what I would prefer.
You would
By far.
prefer 30?
Yes, yeah, I will try and, stay within it, because I have other things that I want to be doing
We
right
have to-
now in the summertime.
Realize that, in the past, we've had an administrator, a bookkeeper, and a treasurer all working on stuff that she's working on pretty much by herself. So even though, it's taken extra time, it's something that we need to allocate for. That she has enough time to do the work that we're asking her to do.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that if Kim needs the extra hours, she'll use them, but also would like to have a life.
Right, and also the aide, what's Sarah's title?
She paid this assistant.
Office assistant, I mean, it's like she's doing some things, with UB Max customer interface, that's very helpful, it takes the pressure off, so that'll probably be also, something to lean into.
Thanks.
And on that note, and that's my last thing to say, is we are, if we choose to, we have this UB Max software that is the water sewer management billing software. It's separate from QuickBooks, so they don't really interact at all. And that's what we use, and it works. I mean, I don't think there's any impulse for anybody amongst us to completely change to a different system for that. They are offering, it's called G-Works is the company, they're offering this UB Max software update and offering to train us all. And who, I presume anyone could, like, mayor said he is interested in knowing more about it, and there's also some things that are problematic in the system that we've identified. Like the hydrants aren't integrated, anyway, not to get into that, but the last bill that went out by email was wrong. I think they were probably all wrong for some reason that we don't know, so it's also a chance to interact with the system and fix those kind of things, so I guess.
Can you send out
If I
when,
understand correctly, aren't they retiring our system as well? At some point, we will have to move to the new system, so they're offering to do it now, earlier. Or later, when we be competing with other people that they're also migrating.
What's the cost for it?
That I didn't find out, I didn't,
What I understood, it seemed to be free of cost, but.
the migration,
The
yeah,
migration itself, yeah.
and yeah, whether there'll be a cost increase, probably.
we already paid monthly for UB Max, right?
I believe
Yearly.
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 Yeah, I think it's a yearly subscription.
So they're not gonna up, you know how they do this in software companies, they basically write a new software that takes the place of the old software because they're not gonna update the old one anymore.
Right,
So that's what's happening. So UB Max will continue to go, but it's not gonna be updated anymore.
and UB Max, I'm sorry, I don't know what they do, what do they do, Chris?
So water sewer processing, or payment processing.
Yeah, so everything to do with that,
Billings.
the bill and prints the bills and yeah, then I take all the payments, apply the payments. Anything to do with customer service interface, it's all self-contained. And the meter reads and everything.
So we should probably direct to do that, right? Sounds like if the migration is free and we're already gonna be paying for it.
It had some glitches too, just so you know. I think it does. I mean, maybe we're not using it totally right, but it does glitch. The UB Max.
Well, and hopefully in this process, we can address those things.
Right, and get training for everyone who needs it instead of, essentially training ourselves in it.
Who would you think are the everyone's that need it?
That should do it.
Yeah,
I would say from staff, it should be the treasurer, myself, and the office assistant. Actually, I would say water department as well, because he's been taking the meter reads. I don't know that Mateo needs it, so pretty much everyone except for us from staff.
And then any of us.
And then anyone from the board that would like to.
Mateo has been backup from time to time.
So maybe it couldn't hurt, everyone. Get
Yeah.
everyone.
If
Or
you
we
talk-
get trained on it and then we train everyone else on it.
However you work it out, but it's good to have someone.
So let's schedule that and then, let us know when it is. I'm gonna be gone from the first week of August, so hopefully it's before that or after that.
Okay.
So you won't be at the office?
I will be, I won't be at the planning commission meeting.
Will you be at the
Or,
July 22nd meeting?
yes,
Okay, so one more thing, and I have given this no thought, but the QuickBooks Online conversion that we've spoken of. It's approved,
help. It's
The
on.
last motion was that it was
It was
postponed.
postponed.
postponed, okay.
I think we were doing that until we got all the audit stuff together. Was that why we postponed it?
It was to concentrate on
Yes.
audit prep, and it was also to make sure that the data we have in our current desktop QuickBooks is up to date enough to actually be worth transferring.
Right,
And then also, I think I made the
Oh,
mistake
yeah.
of not actually having read the details of her contract proposal, so there were things like.
Travel.
I was told there were things like lodging and travel expenses that.
Mileage, I think it's just mileage, I don't have it.
But she's not coming here to do it. You guys are doing?
Well, okay, thank you for the reminders. So the last time I talked to her, the discussion was that she would like to screen share with me and make sure before, actually coming here, because yes, I mean, coming here and working at it together is I think ideal. There's just information exchange, just like in any meeting that you can't get otherwise. But she wants to screen share with me first to make sure that it actually is going to work well, because she, like I said, she's done this for others. And sometimes when the files are really big, it hasn't worked as well as for other systems, like other clients. So she just wants to make sure that it's gonna be a good fit.
So is there, do we pay her before that, or do we pay her, or is it like you check it out and make sure, and then we go start activating the contract?
There's going to be, there's gonna be some time in it, and, she's already put some time in, I've shared some files with her for her to be able to, come up with the estimate that she generated. So I would say, yes, she does not work for free, she is a CPA, has a growing concern of her own, and so, yeah, I would say that probably need to be some at least guaranteeing a couple of hours to get that done and payment of those hours.
So maybe we should just start the process and pay her a couple hours to see if we can even do it.
I guess I wanna see the contract again, and I thought it was for $2,000, that's when I made the motion to approve it, and when I was told that there was additional travel and lodging, I thought, oh, well, I didn't mean to agree to that, so I feel like that was a mistake on my part, so. And again, the reason I made the motion to approve it was because I was under the impression that QuickBooks Online technical support would charge $1,500 to $2,000 to assist with the
Right.
transfer, so I thought, okay, great, that's reasonable. So I wanted, if I was to make the motion again, it would be up to $2,000 and not include travel and lodging. And so that's not really necessarily an hour by hour. That's not really an hourly basis, that's just $2,000, so.
But this is just to see if it's like
Doable,
doable.
right,
yeah.
so that's a different process.
And if it's not doable, we would have to go to, find another company who would do it, and I'm sure it would cost more. That's pretty much
So can
it.
we put this on the agenda for July 22nd? It's a
Um,
special meeting that we're having so that we have the contract, we have all the information we need, make a decision.
okay.
And then, would you like Dana to be getting paid for a few hours before that to assess?
Well, let's see, it's now that we're on the 8th, this is like 2 weeks away to the next meeting. Not, I don't know.
You
It
still-
could happen, I don't know, I'd have to talk to her, I don't know what her schedule is.
The other thing was that, Adam had suggested that you continue to work on this audit and stuff like that, and that's gonna take a lot of your time, so. Putting it on the 22nd might make it a little easier on you.
We do the business licenses too. and
Business
water
license.
Sewer bill
Right, yeah, we should.
as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, yeah.
Everything's gonna get easier next year. I hope everybody knows that. They're working on a lot of these kinks and they're getting systems in order, even business licenses.
And again, just as a big picture conversation. We all, as a board, approved paying our treasurer $5,200 for the entire year. And let's just say she did 30, and let's say hours a week. And let's say she gets up to 25 after employee evaluations, something like that. That would be 700 a week times 4 would be 28, so basically 3,000 a month. So kind of about $34,000 to $36,000 a year, and I think that's reasonable for like bookkeeper and treasurer. 5,000 is pretty ridiculous. But so, that eats up our entire $30,000 excess in sales tax that we had on our savings account. That we were gonna use to supplement our budget, so.
But as part of the supplement, I mean, it's.
Right,
part-
that eats up our entire
Mhm.
Available
For half
cash.
the year.
Well, no, I'm saying if we were to project that. 30 hours a week throughout the entire
But
year.
I think the 30 was for half the year, not. the whole year.
Meaning maybe she would, maybe.
No, I think we were 30,000 in excess for half.
Heard, okay, right on, okay.
Break, could we take a break when you?
Yeah, one thing, are we done? Cause there was the, one thing I really wanted to go on was the balance sheet. And make sure that we take the audit from last year and update line 15001 land and make sure that our land is, cause it's 16,847 is very,
Could you say all that again?
yes.
I could have
So on the
waited
balance sheet, we have,
For, the year.
I don't know, again, I'm just assuming that all these are right, except for 15001.
Okay.
Which says land.
Uh-huh.
I know for a fact that we have a lot more, and it's in our audit from 2023.
Uh-huh. Okay,
So if you could just take that number and put that in, or adjust it accordingly, however you.
Are you on, you're on the general fund balance?
No, balance sheet, yeah, general fund, balance sheet.
okay,
It's not really general fund, it's just general balance sheet, it's the overall balance sheet, because they have all the funds on it.
okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep, I think so. 115001. Account. Line, that line.
And so you have a pretty good amount of stuff to do. But looking at those bank accounts, that's important. And, audit, obviously, and then those are just extras on top of your already existing job. Thank you so much, though.
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah. Let's take a break. 5 minutes. Woo. Remember, we're still recording, just. Go ahead and talk. Treasurer's report. Bills. Finance committee. Report. No. I write on it. Right. Although one day maybe I'll start doing it. I actually wrote it this morning, but I like to come right up to the edge. Although I did. All right. As usual, I want to thank the board for showing up to our meetings and recognizing the importance of our collective decision-making process. I want to thank our staff for putting our actions into action and following through on the rules which keep this small government going for the benefit of our residents. Yes. I want to thank Elaine Johnson, Warren Stevens, and all of the residents that point out where we come up short and where we need to improve. Constructive criticism presented by these residents are very important for us to contemplate. They create the sharp edge that keeps us on those and used properly helps guide us into a more thorough understanding. 4th of July celebration turned out to be a wonderful event. The weather was beautiful and mosquito. Nick Tavares and his crew followed through all of the suggestions presented by the event committee, including early, making sure safety and egress were high. Received many compliments on how nice the team felt. Our new and old public works department did a spectacular job preparing and organizing each other. Thank you to everyone for coming together and pulling off an event that we can be proud of. Seems from July's packet that our staff has made a lot of progress reforming and reconstructing all of our departments. Our water is in compliance and is being monitored to the state standards. Our clerk is getting our office back in order and is caught up on many important and necessary items such as minutes, noticing, packet readiness, website migration, and so many other items that we don't see behind the scenes. Our treasurer has been working extensively to bring our finances back into balance. Besides some smaller adjustments, this month's report seems to be the most up-to-date and accurate we've seen for a long while. I admire our treasurer's diligence and perseverance to keep overcoming the challenges. Her learning process in overcoming these challenges will really benefit our town going forward. Now for our next chapter of our government reformation, I want to have a work session immediately to start a budget. I'd like the finance committee to lead it. We all should be involved in this process. I'd like our treasurer to follow up with Ronnie Farmer, our auditor, and get that letter of engagement. I'd like to continue to track all expenses and revenue properly and continue to refine and improve the system for purchase orders, receipts, and invoice management. Also, I want staff to continue to detail their timesheets. It's very helpful on payroll day and efficiency in our work. While we continue working our supplemental budget and audit, there are many other projects that require our attention in order to be able to move on in the town government. Here are some of the important ones to take note of. We have to figure out a way to finalize installation of our wastewater meter and close out that drainage. We have to finalize the agreement with Baca Water and Sanitation. We have to finalize our intergovernmental agreements regarding the 3-mile agreement and our road agreement with the county. I was told by our county commissioner that the 3-mile agreement was active. I want to make it up to date and confirmed. It's designed to make us aware of the development happening inside the radius of the town. We have to expand our cemetery. We need an up-to-date LiDAR survey, drainage report from an engineer, and a plot map from a surveyor based on drainage and our needs. With the board's help, the Public Works Committee and I are working on this plan. We need to continue to oversee the work of CPCH on finalizing tap fees because of their shift in they handle extension. We will be needing some improvements on our water infrastructure and research and grants to cover the cost of those improvements. We all need to obtain and study our drainage reports from 1995 and the reports created after, including the master plan, track 1 plan, and the street improvement plan. All of these recognize the importance of proper drainage and flooding. We need to continue to put flood risk mitigation as a priority to our protected community. Allison McClure and I have continued to work on the RFPs for the fire mitigation grant. After this process, we will be reporting to the board to take some action regarding management. Getting rid of the excess overgrowth is still of the utmost importance. In the meantime, I'd like to Works Committee to strategize how to efficiently restart or slash removal. We still need to set up a meeting with Randy Sneed, Dola, and review our town hall renovation grant, sewer extension grant, and see where we are with that. She's been extremely busy with her other towns, and hopefully we can get back in line with her and figure out our next steps. Safe Routes to School project is getting started, and we'll be cutting across both POA land and west end of town's track 1, which will put a paved trail that helps people safely merge the Baca with town by walking, bike, wheelchair, and other alternative means. The Dark Sky event is on August 10th at the charter school. It's the 4th year, and I hope you can make it. These are most of the important ones. There are more I missed. Guys, I'm going to continue to encourage and urge the board to get involved in these projects, do your research, be active in the process of getting these projects completed. As we know, there's really no end to the work. As soon as we closing on these projects, the next one. I also want to encourage us to find enjoyment and fulfillment in this process. Thank you so much for your contributions.
Go ahead, plan that work session, or you wanna wait until new business?
We definitely have this special meeting on the second. Make sure that that's set and notice at 9:30, we could actually add a work session into that. Do some of the stuff we do with the work session.
You okay with that?
If we want to break off a section of time that's just dedicated to focus on the supplemental budget.
Would that give the finance committee enough time and kind of make some contributions?
For the supplemental budget.
Yeah. You don't.
So then we could do a work session on that later.
I mean, I don't wanna do. Finance committee. So if we can, I mean, right now, I think we have 2 agenda items. Supplement and account. Investment. So if we were to get together, the 3 or 4 of us and go live by 9, I think we could do supplemental work pretty quick, but I don't know what the advantage to have 2 to 4.
When, you wanted a work session where we talk about this.
Well, what I'm hoping for is that we start this process because we are gonna start to get to the point where we need a draft of 2025. So starting the process of getting the supplementals is kind of like our next step. So it's just like kind of not rushing it, but just putting it as a priority. Because also, we're supposed to supplement our budget prior to actually exceeding our budget, which we already shown that we're already exceeding the items. So you're supposed to do that before. So it's not a rush, and I don't think it's gonna be a big issue, but it's
So we don't need to plan a work session?
Well, 20 seconds. But I would say, first meeting.
and have for August regular meeting.
Well, I think that the finance committee sent a draft either in August. On the 1st or 2nd August meeting. And at the regular meeting.
Well, the timetable is probably more realistic, but I don't think I was hoping by the time we get September, we would have a draft.
For 25.
Yeah. I don't know.
The nice thing is that, I think when you guys go through it, it is gonna be, you could kind of just tell us where you're adjusting. Just trust that you're, there's something that's off, to say it, but.
Yeah, well, we can go through that.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
But at least.
Okay, so that sounds great.
So let's not, then, let's hold off until August.
Yeah.
And see what.
But we'll meet.
Last week of June or July.
So maybe we could try to do it.
And then also I wanna have a public works meeting
you, are we at a point? Are we at a point where we want Ken to start being there?
I think so. I think so. It's maybe premature to say this now, but, it's close to the limits of time people have to get the work in. We're gonna start leaning towards just eliminating that. We wanna look at some those creating the problems. We have Kim be in a finance committee meeting and then expect her to stay and work for hours. And can't, because the hours are left. That's not a good situation.
And I don't wanna be the one to prove, how much. We'll be able to do this.
Which we didn't really do, like when Kim said that she could need up to 40 hours in her report. Didn't make,
Yeah.
as a board, any decision on that.
So let's do that.
If, yeah, if we, for sure. I mean, but, I make a motion to give Kim up to 40 hours a week for, yeah, I guess just up to 40 hours a week.
She said she didn't wanna work that much, maybe she needs to. She's got the legal, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Dennis, more discussion? Discussion?
For how long?
But, I was gonna maybe say, like until the end of the year. And then, then we can reevaluate, because she's got the audit stuff and 2025 budget.
About till October.
Yeah, okay, so I'll amend my motion to include, a time limit up to 40 hours until.
Reevaluate.
Well, right now, she's making hours. So after employee. Of course, it's only a few months. That's expensive, so. I guess even though she doesn't want to probably use them, but it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, if she ends up getting. Of course. But y'all are suggesting she.
So then you can nominate them more the time, say, well, September. So that, I just think that she needs.
Let's go on a
We
month
can do
basis.
the rest of the month.
Let's go on a month basis.
Yeah.
And look at it.
Okay, then I amend my motion again for
Month to month.
a month-to-month basis. We're reevaluating them.
So we'll need to remember, because oftentimes we say something to Kim, she takes it for us. I don't even remember hours a week, I thought it was 20 hours a week. So I would like to have on the agenda for next month to evaluate Kim's hours.
And then maybe, yeah. The clerk is gonna start, every item that goes particularly for each department will be given to them. Like their own, right? Is that what we decided? Yeah.
So the motion is to 40 hours a week on a month-to-month basis. I would second.
Oh, we got the second. You're still second. Okay.
Under discussion, do we
Yes.
need to have up to 40 hours a week, or can we lessen that out to like 36 hours a week? I mean, or, I mean, are we looking at
as needed, but not to exceed. I can tell you, there was one evening, Mayor, or myself, and we're here till 1 o'clock. Not even. I mean, that was the public works.
Well, I'd like to see that some weeks it's going to be hitting it really, really hard and you want the person to make sure they're getting paid for their time. But at the same time, you don't want an expectation that you're gonna be working 40 hours a week every week. So I like what you said, not to exceed 40.
Yeah. I don't think she wants to.
Okay, so you got that. You wanna read back the motion?
Motion to give treasurer balance up to and not to exceed 40 hours a week to be reevaluated on a monthly basis.
All in favor?
And then, what, could I make a note?
So the, attorney's gonna bring up, 3 mile union. Road agreement, about the implementation. Him, Public Works Committee will, we have on our agreement today to look at the cemetery LiDAR survey thing. Talk about it then. Dennis and I are supposed to meet with IKEA regarding CPCH and figure out where we're at with that. Yeah, I'm still talking, we're still in there. Yes.
So, we have made that 3 mile agreement and years ago. And it never had a deadline on it, it was never rescinded. Why are we?
Because it wasn't, it was a map that was supposed to go with it. That we were supposed to agree on, it never was put in there, so they couldn't ever find the map. So we made a new map. So we're basically updating it, getting it back. Plus it says that it's supposed to be reviewed yearly, annually, in the agreement.
So we're not making any substantial changes to it.
And they're still honoring. Supposed to be. But it's more just to keep it on the table and review it, like you said, annual review.
So it's not a decision whether or not we're gonna have one or not, it's just a matter of updating.
Yep. And then, yeah, you guys have all these reports. Getting them downloaded for, like, for instance, this, the master plan, if you guys don't have it, you should get it. It talks a lot about all sorts of things, including drainage. There's a plan from 1995, it's a drainage report that I got, and Ariel also maybe sent it to her, and she can hand it out to people. You have a copy. And then there's a track 1 plan, that was a really beautiful plan, that's probably not ever gonna happen, but still really interesting to look at, and kind of had a lot of, information about our community and things like that. And then there's also the street track, phase 1 and phase 2 plan. That talks a lot about drainage, and we never did phase 3, which is where the water is supposed to go. We still haven't worked out. So if we have a 100-year flood, I mean, not even close to mentioning 500-year flood, that would be probably devastate our town. But if we have a 100-year flood, we are not prepared for it in any way.
So we had a couple of studies that were done, of course, there was a Dave's engineering report, we also got like students that came and did a study. And then also phase 3 of the downtown development was looking at where it was going to send the water. And
But
as
they
you
never-
say, that just stopped, right?
Yeah, and they never actually created it as phase 3. It was supposed to be a phase 3, but no plan for phase 3.
Right, but there was a lot of discussion, indication of how that water would go and where which is one of the reasons why we still haven't done any development on Lime Street. Because of settling ponds and looking to put the water there. But yes, that should be completed. But there was some preliminary work.
There's a lot of preliminary work, it's just, you know, and that's why I was saying that maybe we as a board could start doing some research, getting familiarized with what was done.
Do you have all those documents, Benji?
I do.
And you're gonna send them to our.
She has a lot of them. Yeah, get them out to everybody. What else? Yeah, that's it for now. And now on the clerk's report. Her report was in our binder.
We did a report again, let's go over it. One of the bigger things that I think are really important is we need to, schedule the public hearing for the 1041 ordinance. I bring this up just because of the noticing requirements and like the discussion we had about publication. This particular hearing has to be published, within the 30 to 60 day time frame. It can be no less than 30 days and no more than 60 days. So I just wanted to get clarification before.
It's the, when can, this has to do with the water not being exported.
Yes.
When is the Eagles deadlines?
Their deadline's the 18th of every month and they publish on the 1st.
So if we got a notice in on the 18th of this month, then we could, what, we would need to wait 30 days?
You have to wait 30 days from when it was published, so it would be published on August 1st. Okay, so 30 days.
I think we should. Is it, is it reasonable to get it in the notice in by their deadline, Ariel?
I would think so.
Y'all wanna just go ahead and make that happen?
Yeah, what we've done in the past is like, you know, put like one notice in the Eagle. But then also use the Swatch Crescent to be able to meet those before and after deadlines and, you know, meet the legal notice. So I think doing both, like one time with the Eagle and the other times as needed with the Swatch Crescent.
Okay.
So then we set the date for the regular meeting.
It would be okay to do a public hearing if you're ready September.
That would be.
Will you make a motion for us to post this public hearing?
I don't think you need a motion. I just want to make sure that you want on the agenda for the September 9th meeting. That's option.
Everybody's.
You said you don't need a motion? Okay.
current emails, but it needs to go back and address almost 100, notifications. Responses. So I'll be working on that. That's
Good catch, Ariel.
Yeah, and then just like this is a symptom of a problem that happens a lot. Things are set up, old emails or things that we don't have access to. It takes us a long time to get access and then rectify. So just to explain, sometimes where things take longer to complete. I also had Denise Pine come in with Peter Taylor, and they were asking for clarification on whether they could put road base down in front of the Little Shepherd Church. I wanted to bring that to your attention because I'm not sure.
It's on the town highway. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah, where their parking area is private property, they can do whatever they want. If it falls off into the street, it's only to our benefit, they can do whatever they want.
Well, it's a paved road.
All there is, but their parking area is what they wanna gravel. So that's private.
Half of, that parking. Cause if you look down the side of the building, that is the property.
But it's still dirt, so.
Yeah.
Great.
And it's kind of sloping that way so that it'll stay in there.
Yeah.
Do you have any, benefit by someone there supervising it? In other words, if they're gonna do their area to get up in the shoulder and encourage asphalt there. I'll need to talk to them and see exactly what they're wanting. I don't know if it's the lower part, which is their property, or if they wanna do the whole thing from the road down. I think they just want to fill in on their property for that, drop. They get wet there and everybody spins their tires from it. And it won't disrupt the drainage pattern there and push water off in the street.
So the only thing I would say is just to make sure that however it's sloped, where the drainage goes. And, that, you know, that it kind of conforms where our road drainage swale is to keep the water moving in the right direction and not into the alley in your house. So I think that's the key thing we look at with development on properties is where's the water going to go? So other than that, yes, they have the ability to pick up more property, and if it is onto town property, then I think the town does need to give permission if it's happening on town property, which is actually to our advantage, and just to keep an eye on where the drainage goes, and then it's gonna be sufficient, just because that is directly uphill of the downtown area. So as long as the drainage is sufficient. But if they are putting gravel on town property, we do need to be able to say, yeah, you go ahead and do that.
We could, tell them it's good to go, and then, but that, we want Drew to just come and have a little conversation with them.
Make a motion.
Yeah, okay, so I make a motion that we approve, the roadways going in at Little Shepherd Church. But with this, before they start the project, they just have Drew come over and make sure everything looks good.
And I would say just to make sure that the drainage is appropriate.
Yeah. Okay.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Yeah, I think that there's no money involved. Alright, so there's no.
We received the notice boxes and we wanted to go up at town hall. They're in the hallway right now. Last week, so I'm still waiting on an answer from the post office themselves as per box. They've swamped and have within the next.
sure, obviously, that you have a stud finder, you have to find studs and paint the guys.
How big the box is?
They're pretty big.
Well, I have.
With the deposit. with the deposit fee and, you know, I remember correctly, I actually, partner, if you loan tools, don't expect them to come back in the same condition. I would suggest $100 deposit. I have experience renting a steam cleaner. I rented a steam cleaner once to some neighbors. The next month, it was in the paper, they were in business. Okay? They went into business with my steam cleaner. I'm not lying.
Entrepreneurial.
Great idea. So, no, we have to have a contract, but something the equivalent of replacement value, because if people don't know what they're doing with tools, they can really mess them up. So, I suggest $100 deposit and maybe, refundable. And, and then maybe, I don't know, $20 a day.
That sounds good.
Make a motion for that,
I make that motion.
Second.
more discussion?
Have it back in 1 week.
Yeah, maximum.
Yeah, I was wondering, I don't know what's CD.
That's way cheaper than, generally, there is a deposit and then it's like $50 a day if you do one from King's Sisters.
Those red doctors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the rub doctor, yeah. And that's why I ended up with the sleep package and renting it plus a deposit because cheaper does get.
However, it's not a commercial.
We have a less,
No.
The last point is just to say what I'll be focusing on in the next 2 weeks. It'll be the website migration, addressing all of those unemployment notices. I want to work on researching some like cybersecurity measures, especially to get the laptops that have tablets.
And then also you're on the Public Works Committee, so there's some serious stuff.
Yeah, right.
One thing was, the fact that, you know, salary and there's Colorado law, basically, we have to abide by that law. And I looked it up and that comp thing that I was talking about, which is, it's at 55,000 and go in there anyway, it doesn't really matter, point being, really for 40 hours. Shouldn't really go over 40 and you shouldn't really. So it's kind of just like 40 hours straight across the board. You know. And also, the mayor's request, I, created like contract salaries. Discussion. I build it out and propose what I think is fair based on just like general market research and what is average in Colorado. So if you all wanted to look at that, and again, maybe discuss it at the next meeting or now. It doesn't, take away at will, so it's one concern. Keeps the at will there.
Did y'all on July 1st just decide to pay salary of 50K a year? Did you do an employee budget? I didn't.
We did.
She just said these were things that y'all requested that day.
We looked at them beforehand, and then we went into, executive session.
Right,
And
so
discussed them.
you had the self-evaluation before.
Yeah, we didn't have everything. We had all this.
Change the format of forms.
On the evaluation.
And we had. Look at, tasks, she gave us all of her, tasks that she is working on, plus the administrator tasks that she's not supposed to be working on, but she does work on. There was a lot of information. It was.
Yeah, I see. I thought it said.
Swear it's. This and then bring it to this meeting, that's why it's on the agenda for this meeting, for the other employees as well.
Right. So obviously I was out of town and didn't have to in the session. I have some questions about the contract, and then in the event that I have feedback. Self-evaluation, is that something that if I ever wanted to go back to the executive session? You would. So if I put critical feedback. Yeah.
There should be, we did talk about. Section was half the section. One.
So if I wanted to make.
Yeah.
On the contract, I don't see anywhere where it requires 40 hours explicitly. See that? And on self-evaluation. this is, if I had been in that position, sure. Okay. So during this time of transition, we have this regulation, staff. Staff. So I would say. I don't like area of improvement, but it would certainly be something to be aware of. Is that we had staff members from the past coming in, and as I understand it, supporting the dysregulation through their commentary on staff on the board and the board's dysfunction and all of that. So when we're hiring somebody like you for $53,000 a year, I would expect you to be able to regulate. I would expect that position to be able to regulate that kind of. I know gossip is. Would you sort of unhappy?
Yeah, she could put in, this is the administrator, and she, highlighted those people she feels like she is, already acting on some of these as even though she's a clerk, she's still acting.
Yeah, and I would specifically say whether it's clerk. It's gonna be clerk. I'm trying not to use people's names. But I'm under the impression that previous staff and expressing how hard it was to work. And that kind of increased turnover, increased staff dissatisfaction, increased staff mistrust with the board. And those are things that are valid because at times the board was acting out of integrity. And I'm looking to our staff leader or administrative leader to contain that.
And also, I would add to that, to bring,
And just one last thing is that I don't know that she was able to do that.
but it's also like, like people having complaints is legitimate and, if, if Ariel's our staff leader, then empowering her to appropriately let us know how we can do better for the staff.
Absolutely.
I agree with all that. My only feedback to that was that I didn't know that I was staff lead because I was told over and over again that I was not staff lead. That essentially the only person I was in charge of was Sarah when she came up. And that, I wasn't Kim's or anyone else.
And I think that's still the case, and that's why I said administrator.
I was gonna ask for clarification on that.
Well, one thing she could do, it would be like, like I realize that there's something, that needs to be brought up. I'll work with the board to create an executive session so that we can actually go, deal with it in executive session, because I think that's really the only place we should be dealing with, between a staff member and the board. Unless they really want it in public. We need to create a way that we can contain it and discuss it. If there's an issue. So it's not so much that she works it out, because it's not really between her and.
Right, yeah, I agree, I don't think she needs to work it out. Just think. I guess at this point in time, because that position is not staff leader, that means when, say, the treasurer or the water operator or the public works person comes to Ariel saying what the board is acting out of integrity, is that, what responsibility does that position have?
Well, under 9 years of support to elected officials, provides administrative support to the town board or council, including scheduling meetings, preparing documents, and handling correspondence.
Right, so maybe an appropriate response for Ariel would be, okay, I understand that, would you like me to put that on the agenda? Would you like?
Right. Right.
So my concern is that before, when you were overworked, underpaid, and we had a previous staff member coming in saying the board sucks because they did this, they did that, it's been years of dysfunction. I don't know how Ariel was responding to that, but I know that I guess also now we have a fresh staff. I'm hoping that our water operator won't be complaining to you about the board. And if he does, I'm hoping you have a good understanding of what the response and responsibility to that is.
Yeah.
Not be like, yeah, they totally suck.
We still need to evaluate, self-evaluation. Everybody. Really. Kind of like a chance for them to. Do it for them.
All right, I think that's.
Please, stop interpreting this correctly, or just my version. If someone comes in and is disrupting the business of the office, either you, Kim, or anybody else, I think that's the case where you can see the phone leave or whatever, and then just report that to the board. Which you have.
I already drank this book.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
So it's getting close to lunch.
Yeah, so how are you gonna,
Address the hours.
address hours?
I think it needs to be explicitly stated.
Okay.
I was curious about insurance, that's a full-time position. Is that right?
Well, I think, I've looked it up before, we talked to Seth about it, I don't think we got a clear answer from him, and it's been some months now, but I've looked it up and 36 hours is full-time. From what I can find, Ariel's already.
I saw everything over 40 is, everything over 40 is, 14.
Right, but 36 is a full-time position.
Alright.
So her being at 40 doesn't change the full-time staff.
And does that require that we provide health insurance?
I'm not sure.
I mean, I think we should,
Right,
and I don't think we can today. But if 36 or 40 hours, we need to know that obligates us.
All I know is that the obligation is to pay over. It's not in salary. No.
Salary, you can work 10 hours a day.
But you can't go, and you don't get those. No.
On a salary, you can move some.
Right. Right, no. I know. They've changed the law, it is now. Cause I guess a lot of employers were.
Then we should cap it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
And it can't be $34.
That's what I was trying to do. That's basically say that she works 40 hours a week. And, you know, obviously you're gonna have some in there, a little bit, you know, after every. You're gonna be. Exploring that a little bit, but it's really a 40 hour. You know, it needs to be explicit. But from her point of view, like if she, I don't know, does she take off for lunch? I mean, is lunch included as 40 hours or is it not?
If she was to create the third house. That's. That's it. Whatever. If it's,
Again, our place,
you know,
our place would leave for lunch, clock out. If you stay for lunch, you're still kind of working, stay in, right? It's like.
right, so theoretically, if it's 4 days a week, then I would say she leaves for lunch on all 4 days.
Well, that's the thing, is like, maybe she is already somebody Fridays, right?
But you ought not be. For your own good. Fair.
I'm, yeah. Fire.
So, you know, big part of this job is having flexibility when you're on a salary. It's not a contracted for a salary. So it's like she doesn't have her own insurance or it's like a separate contract with this person who's on a salary. And you could look at saying, okay, if we're looking at an average of 36 hours a week, you could say 124 hours a month is what we're really looking for. Because before our board meeting right after, we're put 45 hours in a week. And then 2 weeks later, not having as much on the plate, having that flexibility, or a lunch hour might, you might need to go home for an hour and a half to do something or another, or have a, so I think to give an employee flexibility, if you're looking at 36 hours a week minimum, or per month, that allows that person to work within those hours. Because I might leave, you know, a bunch of 10-hour days in a row, and then there's 5-hour days in a row.
We would notice that there was being.
But look at it as in a month's time that X number of hours are accomplished. So I multiply 36 times 4, you know, 4 weeks, as 144 hours. You could say 145 because we're actually 4 weeks and 2 days, or, you know.
I'd say between 36 and 40 is more accurate, but not over 40. And not much.
Not at all.
Right.
Paying $53,000. We have a contract, then it needs. And Ariel works for us for 10 years, amazing, but also we're gonna have to look at raises within that. So is that a 1-year contract with no talk about a raise? And if she leaves in 3 months and we have to hire somebody else on the same, you know, idea, it needs to be explicit. And that there's no like, oh, well, maybe it's.
Okay, so that's.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, rather than looking at how many hours per week, let's look at how many hours per month. And I don't think there should be a limit on the top end. With a salaried employee, it's typical to do, this is the minimum of what you're getting for your salary. And if somebody wants to work way more hours, that's on them. That's on them too, to say a maximum of 40 a week. No, it's a salary.
The thing is, no, I'm Colorado law now. I just, I mean,
Are you saying that?
I just looked it up. You can look, it's really.
Only for salary employees are the max.
I know, and that's why they're. salaries are-
And that can be the thing of a minimum, average of 36 hours a week, not to exceed 40 hours a week on a monthly average. And that's why I want to go with the monthly, because there's gonna be some months where it could be longer, but it, I mean, the weeks, so it could be longer, but we're looking at a monthly. average,
It is
especially
some exemptions to it. I was looking for the exemption, but again, it's up to 55,000. After 55,000, then the exemption. Again, below that in exemption. It has to do with, like, the one I found was elected officials and staff as exemptions. I think it has to do with that case, is that sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. With the,
So I would use the language of saying a minimum, average of 36 hours per month, not to exceed a 40-hour average per week, per month.
36 times 4.
So no less than 144 hours and no more than 6 hours.
That's one term. Did you agree with that?
36 hours.
Oh, 144.
Yeah,
So we have 144 hours as the, at 36 per week, and then 40 times 4 equals 160. So using that language, no less than 144 hours, not to exceed 160 hours.
And the thing also that we have to keep in mind is that she likes her job and that she's happy in the job and that, she wants to work here and put in those kind of hours. So, and that she has.
I'm putting in 50 hours.
A bunch of information, $30 an hour for just a clerk is like not uncommon. Yeah.
I'm looking for this. Very clear agreement. It kind of goes back to the set. And I think I voted against it, maybe not. But I certainly raised a big argument because we were gonna pay him $5,400 a month. And there was zero description of what we expected from him per hour. I just don't think that's a good practice.
That's good practice, yeah.
So that's one term. Is there other terms you guys wanna?
We kind of touched on like, I don't know what labor laws are for Colorado employees working time on Saturday, all that kind of stuff. Like, as far as like breaks, like, are we legally required to have paid and unpaid breaks for certain amounts of hours? And what types of insurance might we be legally required to provide or not? Which I think is like a sad question, maybe. Like he could give us clarification on.
So I think
we can get that on one, with the state of Colorado.
So we had done the thing where before we had been like paying for some health insurance. And then we changed, I believe, here of looking at contributing a certain amount of monthly stipend that would go towards a person's health insurance. So they could use that money either for buying into a traditional health insurance policy, or they could then use that money to go to a naturopath, chiropractor, whatever is their health care that they choose. And so I believe that was something we looked at as a monthly health insurance stipend that they use for whatever healthcare works for them.
Have you all been pulling that health stipend? 6 months.
There's no health section. Dental is still there.
Well, we were doing the health stipend because we were trying to keep everything. We less to make the job smaller, more.
How do we? How do you guys wanna move forward? We got lunch break in 7 minutes. You wanna, well, I think keep track of these terms so that we're clear, Mario, you know.
I think we should put in the language about the expected hours, and I think that somebody should look into the state requirements. There is no- And then we should have a new.
Yeah, I would call it one. Contract maybe box.
Maybe,
Sure.
I mean, who's a bank?
Everything that we advertise, stage, careers, that if you receive any indication, nothing. Okay, and so with that, as one is closed, it's not being run anymore. Don't know.
I never had a deadline from when that to them, so I still have it posted, boxes, and it ran in the paper.
It's okay. CWA, they ever run that as well?
You know, and do you still want to run that?
I don't think so.
Well, see, we have to. Themselves, which, and I think they were gonna pay the tap fees, but before they start, they have to. We just have to figure it out. We did our, we did our. And spent money on that. They owe.
Okay, so we'll revise this contract.
Yeah, I would say, maybe have this for the next, that would be good for that new meeting on the 22nd. But let's, discuss for another 5 minutes how, if there's other terms that we can add to it. Vacation, do we want to give her like a vacation that is just set?
There, Tim.
1 year.
Entitled to 10 days off a year.
Is what?
Is vacation time party?
That's,
I
I
know
think,
that's
it's
part of
first.
it.
But even if you go 15 years, it does not increase from 2 weeks. It's never more than 2 weeks vacation. 1 year, you get 1 week. 30 years, you get 2 weeks. That's
say that it's says it starts. And then five.
Talk one more time about vacation. If you had a vacation, took one full week, like 5 business days. And some paid vacation, that would equal 10 days. Or 9 days. Is that fair? Yes.
Of paid.
No, 5 days of paid. Huh?
Four.
1 week.
Which is 40.
Right. 136 hour.
36.
40 hours. And then she has weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. All
She have 4 days.
off, 4 days off,
Hey.
whatever. She works on Fridays.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
but part of this whole agreement is gonna be a schedule slash 30 hours, so whatever, right, it's 36.
She gets 1 week. Is that fair? No, within, inside this contract. So like a year from today, a year from July 1st, when we start it, all the way to July 1st next year, May 31st next year, you have a 1 week vacation.
But she's got the day,
That's what she wrote. But
you're suggesting.
I'm suggesting that it's 5 day paid or 1 week paid vacation.
So, can we break for lunch?
Yes. Let's break, and we can, I guess, come back to this. Is that okay? Stop. Times 134, 135. And we're calling the meeting back in order after our lunch break. See Seth is online. We will continue our cut discussion about our agreement with Ariel after our attorney's report. Hi, Seth.
Hello, Mayor and Board. Thank you for having me.
We just got your stuff, so we didn't really have too much time to review it, but I kind of read the speed hump thing a little bit.
Okay, I did post those in the Google Drive. I was hoping that would be a way to get them out to the board. And that'll probably tie into one of my requests a little later down my agenda. So I will try to cover what I can, and please ask questions where needed, Mayor.
Okay.
If I may start though, I did have a question reading through the meeting minutes. The June 10th meeting minutes made a reference to the attorney's report and discussion if the town reported to 411. I actually do not have this in my notes, and I'm looking for any additional information or guidance about what was asked to do. And is this 411, reverse 911, or 811 call to dig?
I think it's 811 call to dig. We were trying to figure something out, what it was for. We just gotten some bills and we wanted to see if we had paid them, or if we're billed appropriately is what I should say, and so that might have came up, and I don't know why it was necessarily on those minutes, but for your, under your report, but it should have been under like, treasurer's report, I think.
Was that a bill I was supposed to be looking into? Or is that something I need to
Remember?
keep on my list?
You wanted him to look into what it was or what?
There might have been, an issue where, no,
It's nothing to do with the attorney.
it's nothing to do with the attorney, okay. Kim says there's nothing to do with the attorney.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a list of topics here. The first one is our ongoing Vaca Grande Water and Sanitation District meeting and contract. We met on, I believe, the evening of the 18th with the board. We made edits and comments from the board. I've had one discussion with Mr. Locke, and I do need to review after the holiday week if I need to provide him something or if he is waiting on any information from me. But we did have that meeting on the 18th. That was a little over an hour of discussion with some specific points of the board members of concern and reasons or ways to try to address some of those concerns and make that a contract that was something that the town could agree to. So once again, I hate to say that's still ongoing, but that is an ongoing project that I am actively working on.
So Seth, our next meeting, we're doing special meetings halfway through the month, so our next one is on the 22nd of July. So if there's any, if you wanted to bring that forth on the 22nd, push it to that. Or
So that would be a special meeting, in which case I may be able to make an attorney's presentation or report if I have some information from Mr. Locke.
correct.
Thank you. Let me just make that note. Okay. My next point is the 3 mile IGA. It's the IGA of joint concern area or area of joint concern. On June 14th, Mr. Crowell and I had some discussions. He thought that the format would be approved as to the exhibit containing the 3 mile buffer. That was the map I was provided with the title. He asked that I provide him with a copy of the amendment and with the attached exhibit for his presentation to the commissioners. This joint JCA IGA amendment and the 3 mile app are also in the Google Drive folder for the town's review. I don't know if that is something they would like to make a motion on today. It sounds like that folder didn't get viewed. I didn't get it to you in a timely manner. So if you would like to move that to the 22nd, at least those items are in that folder currently. That is the copy of the amendment with the change noted. It is simply the attachment of the map.
And Seth, I had a question on the agreement. I believe it says that that this agreement is supposed to be updated or not updated, but looked at yearly. Is that correct? Or I was under the assumption that we were supposed to review it every year. And it hadn't been reviewed in a long time, so now when you did review it, you realized that there wasn't an exhibit A that it was referring to, and now we are adding that to the IGA.
Correct. I do have that agreement pulled open here. I cannot say that I remember this was supposed to be reviewed annually. I do remember that the road maintenance IGA is something that is supposed to be reviewed annually. Just at a quick glance, I do not see that the JCA IGA is to be reviewed annually, but that is a quick glance, Mayor.
You notice this was put in June 7th, 2005, so it's 19 years old.
So can it be reviewed every 5 years? I don't know why reviewed annually. There's so little action that takes place.
I think it had to do with the fact that if something comes up that that it's brought forth if it's within that boundary level or boundary area. And so, just making the commissioners aware when something comes up, or even the county planning commission aware when it comes up, that we're, that they're aware that this document exists, and that if something happens within that boundary, that we should be notified within a few days.
And that is not a change. That's actually in the original contract language. I believe that is in paragraph 4 of section 3. The county shall likewise notify the town within 5 business days after receiving application of any proposed commercial use, industrial use, or other land use within the JCA, which may have an effect upon the town, such as a liquor application, industrial uses, waste disposal uses, hazardous material storage, road and highway construction, geological issues, and other similar developments which may directly impact the town. And that is reciprocal. The town, if they have any of those type of developments within the town, they are supposed to notify the county also within 5 days.
And then I guess the reason it should be brought up more is because, the planning commissioners change, the county commissioners change, and it's just something to keep bringing forth so that we're, not left out if something comes up. And what kind of consequences are there if for some reason they do something without us being notified?
From my review, I don't want to say this was a handshake or an MOU because it is an intergovernmental agreement, but I don't believe that there are any penalties or retribution from either side, either party, if the other is really not to comply with this.
Okay.
It's more of an agreement trying to get the parties to talk and have those discussions.
Okay. So it's important for the board to realize we have this agreement so that, if you guys hear something coming up within that area, that we, tell the trustees or not the trustees, the commissioners or the planning commission that we need to be notified.
Yeah, the planning commission they can have an open discussion with the county, and they probably should, especially whenever we do update our 3-mile plan, which we are supposed to do every 4 years, I believe.
I was just saying that the county planning commission, I think, is one who really needs to be aware of this.
Right.
And I do believe that will be the case when the amendment is brought before them. So that's actually a useful document with that attached map, and it'll kind of be in front of them to see in a photo format.
Okay, that's good that they're bringing it forward to them.
So the next point with Swatch County is the road maintenance IGA. I had a lot of discussion with Brad on the 14th of June. He responded with an email that he asked the road and bridge supervisor 2 questions. And the answer to both of those questions was yes. The question I had really was, has the town been paying the HUTF funds to the county as per the IGA? Mr. Krause stated that was a yes. And the second question was, has the county been maintaining roads in the area that is subject to the IGA? And his response was yes. To that, I replied, Mr. Crowell, I request the records for services be provided for the last 2 years for services provided within the town of Crestone, and if they may be provided to myself and the town clerk. He responded that he has forwarded that request to the county administrator. And once again, a holiday weekend, I will follow back up with him this week with that response. That was from the June 14th, and then the following week, June the 20th also. So it does appear that the town is paying HUTF funds to the county. And then the question I have now is, what services have been provided to the town? So
Yes.
the records request is allowed in the IGA, And that was really the language that I cited for him. And he didn't have an issue providing that. He just trying to get that to me. He does not have those in his folder or files.
Okay, my request and question, has been over a year now. We get these bills, they're 3-month. 3-month bills. I don't know what the county has done last May. You know, my request was that we got an itemized bill every 3 months that showed what they did, when they did it, and how they did it. And, you know, we're getting bills from September of last year. And I don't remember what was done. And we've requested that here, often. And we just get a bill. April, May,
Right.
June. And we don't know what they did. And, that's been my question all along is, you know, if we could get some kind of itemized statement that shows, oh, I remember that, you know? But at this juncture, you just sign a check and pay them. And I don't know what they did. And
Is that
it-
actually a bill that the town is receiving or just a request for the HUTF funds?
No, it's a bill we get every 3 months. And sometimes it's 2 bills every 6 months. And then we pay that. And I can't remember what happened a year ago, summer. It's just, it's been so up and down, hippity skippity, that I wanted itemized statements that what they did when they did it. And we've yet to receive an itemized statement. If that could be addressed at all,
So
I just signing a check.
the information I can receive, I don't know if it will be an itemized statement. However, I did speak with Mr. Crowell, and I believe that this agreement is also in the Google Drive. Under number 6, the county will maintain records of the services provided under the terms of this IGA and make them available to the town upon request. And that is exactly what I have done now. And Mr. Crowell forwarded that to the county administrator, and I will be following up on that, trustee.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, check on this. Um, as part of that IGA, there was, you know, there again, we're giving them our HUFT funds, for the roads that are paved. And as part of that agreement, they were going to do various things at various times, such as chip and seal, repaving, various things that, you know, were part of that agreement, plus the snow plowing in the paved area. I think it would be good for us to know, as Kim said, you know, what work was being done. But also the longer term planning that says, okay, every year we're going to do this section of the asphalt with a chip and seal, or every 3 years we're going to do this sort of work, or so that we know that there is a plan for having this work done. You know, next year we're gonna come in and do potholes in the asphalt. I think that would be beneficial to have an actual schedule of work that's planned for, as part of the IGA. That way, that will also show how that funding is being used, especially for the big ticket items such as repaving or chip and seal or patching. But we could use to have more information and more accountability as to what we're paying for. It's
Trustee,
always-
I did make that comment. Another question from Mr. Crowell. Actually, I have 2 of them. If the town actually paying a bill to the county, or are they simply remitting their HUTF funds, and how is the county aware of that amount? And then number 2, to your point, is there a plan, schedule, or statement of upcoming work that will be done in the town? We would like that shared, and that would be in addition to the proposed overlays or chip seal that appear to be on a 3 to 4 year schedule from the date of the original agreement on basically, if I may, the roads of Birch, Golden, and Alder in 2 directions. And there is a statement on this IGA that all other roads will be chip sealed and or overlaid within 12 to 15 years of this agreement. So trustee, I do have that question that I will send to Mr. Crowell today also. Mayor, my next point relates to the discussion of speed humps or speed bumps. Those are also in the Google Drive. There is correspondence and discussion with Sam Light of CIRSA, the Colorado Intergovernmental Risk Sharing Agency, who is the town's insurance provider. To take away for my conversation is that speed bumps or humps are not illegal. They are used in some instances throughout the state. However, I would caution the town to make sure that they are properly designed to proper heights, placed in proper areas in certain speed zones, and then very specifically that signage is posted, that those are speed bumps where they are at, and that those signs and these speed bumps have to be maintained. Your maintenance department will probably have to have a record or a log there. That specific question about a increase in a policy was passed on to the risk control department of CIRSA. And I was going to speak with the clerk to see if they've contacted her. If they have not contacted her, I will follow up with them also. That packet that I provided also contains information from Larimer County. So it is Northern Colorado. That is a government entity which may use speed humps as traffic calming devices. I also included their brochure on traffic calming in residential and suburban areas. And then to counter that, I did include some information from Mesa County. Mesa County does not implement speed bumps or speed humps and does not consider them to be effective traffic control or calming devices. So there's more information in the Google Drive if you would like to review that also.
What's your take on that, Seth, as far as, you know, it sounded like if we decided to get them, first of all, they're probably not inexpensive, so we'd have to figure out how to pay for them, but then if we, followed the guidelines and did them to criteria, then we probably would lower our liability, like if you paint them a certain color and then you have signs warning people in advance.
So I haven't got a response as to the premium change. I hope that it would be minimal, something the town could do if they were to be installed. And I think that the best way to have a minimal increase in the premium is to show that we do have the adequate and effective signing or signage, and then also a maintenance program so that someone is inspecting those, trying to make sure that they are not moved, damaged, neglected in any way. And it would probably be a year or two before. Actually, CIRSA has it about every 3 years. They have a revolving schedule on your claims, and if you don't have any claims for the 3 years, your policy is reviewed. You're actually not paying for I believe, an insurance claim until 3 years after the fact. It's just they do have an effort to keep premiums low. However, everything is rising, as everyone knows, throughout the state. So I can't answer the question about the premiums, but if the town does put them in to keep premiums at a reasonable level, signage and maintenance are going to be the 2 things they want to see.
And then, obviously Larimer is a county, which means that they have sheriffs and people actually enforcing their speed laws. I just say that we're, you know, quite a bit different in so many ways that we're, again, not able to enforce the way that we would ideally like. You know, because if you have enforcement, then it might not be an ideal way to slow people down, because people are naturally gonna slow down because they feel like they're gonna get a ticket. But we don't have that so much. I mean, once in a while, our sheriff comes, I guess I'm just, you know, I just feel like they would really help us. And there's something that we should consider. I don't know if it's something that Bilda would help with, or if it's,
I'm seeing them for like $250 online,
oh, right, for like,
rubber
Rubber
removable,
ones.
but they bolt into the asphalt.
oh,
I mean, that would be something.
rubber removable ones, then we can,
And the speed
I
humps.
believe the removable ones were, from my memory, what the board was really looking at. That way we could basically not use them in the winter months when we may have snow removal and other activities that go on where that would hinder your snow removal activities. And also you're going to use them when they're needed, your busy summer months.
500 for a speed hump.
9 feet long.
It's like 24 inches wide.
Here they're saying 12 feet wide, 3 feet high, 3 to 4 inches high is what they're using. Okay, we'll keep researching it. Thank you for doing a research on that. It's helpful. Gives us a
And
little
I'm
more.
sure we'll have some more continue on. And if our clerk hasn't heard from the risk control department, we'll follow up with that too.
Yeah.
My next point deals with Senate Bill 24-131. There is a memo in the Google Drive there. This is the firearms in sensitive areas bill. If I am to summarize it, the town board does have the ability to opt out of Senate Bill 24-131 in a few instances. That being the carrying of firearms within your town hall offices, within your meeting areas, your town board meetings, and basically the building that you're in. I guess I was reading through the minutes and I was unaware of the apartment upstairs. There are a few wrinkles that I'm going to have to work through this bill specifically for Crestone. And I guess I'm skipping around here. Let me touch on that at the end of that presentation. But their town does have the ability to opt out of the prohibition of firearms. And I'll just to summarize or to make it simple, in your town hall meetings. If that is something the board would like to do, review this memo, ask me any questions you would. And I do have some proposed ordinance language that would allow the opt-out basically as a blanket. And a very interesting discussion I had at the CML meeting was one municipality is considering opting out of the prohibition for town staff, employees, and board members, while not allowing the general public to carry also. I think that's a very interesting thought, something that could be done. I do think that this bill may carry some litigation in the future. A lawmaker can write a bill, however, the exact extent of that, where it reaches, really does have some question. The allowing your employees to have a concealed carry on the premise is not something that's discussed in the House bill, but does that give us the ability to do so? Possibly. It may be litigated in the future, though, maybe in Crestone, maybe another municipality in the state. And that gives everyone else involved in it additional guidance. There's a few options in the memo, but if I might jump down to the very bottom, talking about some of the wrinkles or discussion points. Does the town board of trustees want to permit the carry of firearms in municipal buildings? That's a question. That would be for town hall in this situation. If there are any other town buildings that I might not be aware of, please bring those up in discussion. If the town board does want to permit the carry of firearms, are there any limits? That being who or how? That being employees, elected officials, or everyone to carry? And that also being a concealed carry or a open carry. There are a few things the town cannot do. The town cannot opt out of the prohibition of firearms during municipal court. I think that there would be a notice requirement. The town should just in good faith post that municipal court is going on. Then it is up to the individual to know that you cannot carry a firearm into municipal court. A few of the other wrinkles, does the court clerk accepting payments of fines or fees that are issued through municipal court extend to the court clerk's office? So is the court clerk's office considered part of municipal court? I can see both sides of this. I would argue that that is not a court proceeding. It would just be a court function. So that would not be a prohibition that the town can not act on. The merchant next door to town board, I do believe that House Bill 130 or Senate Bill 131 prohibits the carrying of a firearm even in that room, that rented room. It is part of the same building. I was not aware of an apartment upstairs until I was reading through the minutes and heard some of that discussion earlier. I do believe that Senate Bill 131 may at this time prohibit the carrying of a firearm in the rented apartment upstairs also. So I do believe that that is a blanket prohibition to the entire building at this time. So there's a lot to this bill, and it kind of, as you ask one question, I seem to get more and more out of it. But I would try to answer the board's questions right now. If they would like to review this memo, if they'd like to take action today, please let me know. If they'd like to table it until the 22nd, also, please let me know.
What does enforcement look like?
So the enforcement would have to come from a law enforcement officer. So that would be in the town of Saguache, a sheriff's officer. A citizen, someone could make a complaint or a report to the sheriff, but the actual citation would come from the sheriff.
That's easy.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
But I'm thinking that maybe we should table this for further discussion.
Yeah, I think we need to
I
digest,
think light came on you and I at the same moment.
yeah.
I kind of like the idea that the municipality brought up where each, you know, if the board or the employees or what was it?
Municipal code.
Clerk wanted to carry. It was employees, elected officials, or that we should be allowed to carry. I mean, it's just, kind of, I mean, like I said before, if, somebody comes in here with a gun and they're not gonna care about this law,
Right.
you know, if they're coming in to use it, and then it just makes us vulnerable. You know, I'm not saying that like, you know, we're gonna wanna necessarily draw on that person, but it just creates like a imbalance where now all of a sudden, you know, criminals kind of have the right to do what they want, because, you know, it doesn't really matter to them whether we have this law in place or not. So if we make it so that, you know, they're not allowed to carry and we're allowed to carry, and then they do come in with a weapon, then at least we do have the means of defending ourselves. Or at least a chance.
If I may, I do like the part about municipal court.
Yeah,
When
that's,
we have court,
well, that's,
there's no weapons allowed, just like in Saguache County. And we implemented the fact that there's gonna be a bailiff.
right,
So the sheriff's department's already here.
yeah, well, that's
Okay,
totally understandable.
That's a given. But, I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna wait around and get shot, you know? I'm really not. Now, I'm not packing, but, I mean, I'm not gonna just lay down. And even if this is a municipal building, but if we rent the upstairs, you know, it's our Second Amendment right. You know, to protect yourself, and I don't see how we can dictate, even though this is the same building. I don't see how I can dictate somebody to say, hey, you can't have, some firearm in your office or your apartment or whatever. I'm not gonna sit there in Luby's and wait to get shot, wait for my turn. I'm not gonna sit there in McDonald's and wait for my turn. No. I'm gonna throw anything I can find, I'm gonna do whatever I can to defend myself. Now, court, I think no weapons should be allowed, and it should be posted. They're already bailiff. So we have the sheriff's department here. But during board meetings, if you feel more comfortable, if it's a real stressful, situation where the public may go nuts, I don't know. I don't think people should be packing every day, but you know, this day and age. I just don't wanna infringe on our Second Amendment right. And I think I have the right to protect myself if need be.
The other thing, if we rented to someone who was a hunter
Yeah,
and they had hunting equipment and ones to go there, they would automatically be out.
Is it specific to carrying? Seth?
or owning.
It'd be-
Carrying and possession are the same. It's not related to owning.
Well, possession in the closet is different than possession,
At a meeting.
right?
Possession on the premise.
How do you define possession?
Well, you would have to have carried it into the building. I believe that carrying it into the building is possession.
Yeah, I think we need to digest this a little bit and, think about it. Cause that's getting,
So if the town should decide to say opt out, it would have the option to develop its own restrictions. Is that correct? The town could make its own rules regarding what sort of guns or how they would be allowed. The town could then enact its own rules. Is that what this
Yes,
allows?
as the proposed language in the memo states, the town can enact a few things. However, the town cannot allow carry in any part of the building that is used by municipal court when court proceedings are taking place. So I do think that would take that apartment and the merchant next door anytime court proceedings are being held. The town is allowed to modify only, and I'll pull this specific language up, I'm sorry. The carrying in the government body's chambers, a meeting of the government body, wherever that is taking place, and in the office of an elected member of the governing body or the chief executive of the town is located. I have been working with an individual out of Wellington. I met him in person at CML. We had a lot of discussion. I actually emailed him today with some questions. There's some gray area here. What if the town is going to ask to have a meeting held off site? What if you're going to meet at a local restaurant for a work session? What if you're going to meet over at the school? What if you're going to meet in Monte Vista at Sky High? I believe that actually Senate Bill 24-131 would apply to all of those areas also, and would be preventing the carrying of any firearm in anything that's off-site. And I think that that's a wrinkle, something that will be flushed out in future litigation. So.
I also think that, I mean, the rental upstairs has no access to this building. So I don't think that would be considered this building.
I was trying to support that suggestion also. However, the very specific language of the bill states of any portion of any building used for court proceedings. So it does not give us a carve out for something that has a separate entrance, has no physical ability. It's just any portion of a building.
I'm sorry, was that a federal or a state?
state.
Senate Bill 24-131 is a state bill.
Um. Let's just put this on hold and review it on the 22nd. One more time and see if we can come up with something.
Need a
Think
motion
about it.
or?
No, we don't need a motion, we just table it. Yeah,
It wasn't an action item at this point in time. My next point is resolution 005-2024 related to the personnel policy and the amendments that the board has been working on for quite a while. Do you have access to that, Mayor?
It's in your binders under new business.
Okay. Under where?
New business and for you, it should be right after the clerk's report. Oh, you're using computer.
So, do you know what page number that is?
it's under resolution number 005. You just look up. It's downloaded, you go into files and this one, this looks like that.
Kim, it's in your new business, right after the clerk's report.
I'm all messed up here. Right?
Mayor, while you're all trying to find that, I might just read the title and ask for guidance. It's titled A Resolution of the Town Board of Trustees of the Town of Crestone, amending the personnel policy of the Crestone Municipal Code and resolution number 003-2013. I believe that at our June meeting, we did everything but adopt by resolution the personnel policy with edits that were worked on by a committee. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of that committee. And there were quite a few edits and changes made to that, dealing with holiday pay, drug testing, a little bit to do with our municipal judge, just a few things. But that all was put together and dated July 8th, 2024. And it was my understanding that the board did want to accept that personnel policy with those edits and amendments. And if that is the case, I have a resolution for the board to adopt that would adopt the updated personnel policy.
I'd entertain a motion to adopt it.
Make a motion, we adopt resolution 005-2024 personal handbook.
Is there a second?
Personal handbook updates.
Is there a second?
Second,
Discussion?
so the process for getting to this draft was that the personnel handbook committee created a series of drafts and gave them to you, Seth, and this is that.
Elaine.
So this is Elaine's or the committee's most recent draft.
Yes,
Yes.
this is the one that Elaine has updated based on all of our recommendations.
And do I have the date right? Is that dated July 8th, 2024?
Correct.
Let's just look at the section for benefits. And we have parts in here about sick leave and vacation time, which I don't know how that applies to the agreement or contract that we're working on with Ariel. I didn't see anything about benefits.
So I don't see anything in the contents about employee benefits.
Me neither.
unless it's in general rules of conduct.
Full time, it goes 32 to 40 hour work week.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not sure this is the complete.
They did, there was stuff taken out, but it was, I don't think there was anything on that that's taken out. She told us she took out stuff around. Around, was it all the drug testing stuff that we couldn't enforce.
So we, as you said, Adam, we went through, the whole policy after what Elaine had given us her version.
It wasn't,
There was a
it was-
few minor changes or whatever that happened.
There was some editing issues.
Yeah.
So,
And then
so is this document the one that Elaine took and made the
Yeah.
final changes?
And we were supposed to peruse that after the
Mm.
changes.
but to
had-
be clear, it wasn't Elaine's version, it was. The Personnel Handbook Committee's version that Elaine was. Putting together,
Right,
and yeah, that should have been the process, but this doesn't include everything that that committee discussed. Such as benefits. So given that lack of completeness, then. I guess, I think there's more to it.
Really surprised that she's not in there.
I don't think there was, I don't, what, was there?
It was when we talked about
It was one of the issues that we talked about.
it. I mean, it was all,
It wasn't,
paper.
so is this only, it was, the one that she gave us was only 17 pages?
This is the one that you. See. From her.
so would, what we're looking at here has a lot to do with, behavior issues. It almost seems like things like, wages, health insurance, those sort of things would be outside of the personnel handbook. It would be.
Yeah, even the training reimbursement is not something that we talked about as a personnel handbook committee. That's a totally new piece,
Mhm.
because we've made it clear that we're not, reimbursing everything. And this says any employee will be reimbursed on 7.3.
So
Training rangers.
where, Ariel, who sent you this document?
I received a physical copy from Benji and I received a digital copy from Elaine. And this is the digital copy and I can confirm that it was 31 pages total. So front and back.
Okay.
16-ish.
I'm only seeing 17 pages total.
If you look at the number, like, there's 17 pages. Oh, yeah, the pages are numbered up to 31.
Oh wait, there's a skip because
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
it goes from 6.3 to 7.3.
Okay, and then there, so yeah.
Did
like,
only the odd number pages get included?
I
Yeah,
think so,
that's the problem.
We're missing the other side of the paper.
Good
yeah,
call. Good catch.
So I remember this one as being what we have looked at, because it's encouraging Zoom meetings rather than in attendance, and this is for elected officials travel.
Okay, it also says that it shall be pre-approved by the board, so
Right.
that could solve my issue.
Yeah, that should be around.
So you're able to upload.
Mayor, on that note, would you like to also table that item regrettably? If I need to update the date and when those edits were made, I can make that change on the resolution.
What does the board think?
I
Table it?
I don't mind reading this final draft and
I
completion.
mean, we've kind of already went through it quite a bit. She made all the adjustments to it, I think we could actually, just approve it.
I just wanna look at the benefits part, because once we approve it, I think we should start paying health stipends. So
Can
I just wanna
we,
see that.
yeah,
So let's, yeah, she's
We have
gonna,
a meeting in 2 weeks, we just wait it to run.
and then you have it on your computers.
I don't mind.
So you can put it on your computer now, I just need like 5 minutes to do it.
All right, is there, while she's uploading the new one, can we get, is there any other, there was something else on your agenda? Seth?
Yes, I have a few items. So we'll move on from resolution 005 2024 to the proposed ordinance. I do not have the specific ordinance number. That would be ordinance X 2024. Sorry, let me open this again.
I think it's backwards, it would be XXX dash 2024. Whatever, 006 2024.
This would be a proposed ordinance amending the town code related to the water system extension, specifically section 7-1-20B and E. I was able to speak with trustee Pazlusny. Regrettably, I should have followed up with him at least twice more. We had a poor connection and I believe I had a meeting conflict. But I hope that this ordinance would take into account the concerns he and the board have brought. Would you like me to read this ordinance, Mayor?
Okay,
This would be an ordinance amending the town code related to the town water system extensions, section 7-1-20B and E. Whereas the Board of Trustees of the town of Crestone, Colorado has determined it necessary to amend the code from time to time. And whereas the Board of Trustees of the town of Crestone, Colorado has determined that with the desired amendments, it is necessary to amend its current municipal code. And whereas updates are desirable to continuing water service to existing and future residents. And whereas updates to the town code are made from time to time to facilitate business operations within the town. And whereas these updates are specifically aimed at clarifying that the cost of any extension, tap, connection, or meter will be paid for by the property owner requesting the extension. Now therefore, be it ordained by the Board of Trustees of the town of Crestone, the town of Crestone Municipal Code be amended as follows. Section 7-1-20, titled Taps, Connections, Meters, and Extensions, specifically Section B, will be amended as follows. The additional language will be added as the last sentence. All costs of the work, labor, and services performed here will be borne by the property owner requesting the extension. Section 7-1-20, titled Taps, Connections, Meters, and Extensions, specifically subsection E, will be amended as follows. The additional language will be added as the last sentence. All costs of the water service lines, work, labor, and services performed here will be borne by the property owner requesting the extension. Should any one or more of the sections or provisions of this ordinance enacted hereby be judicially determined to be unenforceable, such judgment shall not affect, impair, or invalidate the remaining provisions of this ordinance, and the intention being that the various sections and provisions are severable. This ordinance shall become effective 30 days after the publication following final passage. This would be introduced and passed on this, the 8th day of July, 2024, to the Town of Crestone Board of Trustees.
Dennis, what's your understanding of how that applies to parts?
All costs are borne by the person requesting the service or the extension or the tap. That's the way it's read, that's the way it's read.
So that would fall under work, all costs of the work,
All costs,
because labor and services are specifically different than parts.
I think you read all costs associated with the extension or the tap, and then went through a list of the tap, the meter.
No. It just says all costs of the work, labor and services performed. So that would have to fall under work.
Then
but
all we
it's
have to do is add the word materials.
So the term materials is not included. I tried to use the language that was out of the wastewater code. I do believe we can add the word materials there if the board would like that.
That ought to close that hole, I think, right?
Except that all of the labor costs, whether it's on private property or town property, are borne by the customer.
That's right.
But all of the materials, I guess, are also borne by the customer.
Right.
whether
Yes,
it's
I think the only
But the
thing
town-
we provide, and it's in our fee, is a saddle.
So that's kind of what I was getting at.
That'll stay the way it is, that's fine.
Well, so not all costs, including materials.
I do
Sorry.
believe that this section should be read to include materials if we want to jump over to 7-1-20O, which is titled Water Line Extensions. A property owner requesting extension of water lines to his property shall be required to bear the total cost of such extension to a location specified by the town. That's the first sentence. It does continue on.
Can you say that again?
Read that provision.
Yeah,
That is 7-1-20O, water line extensions, and I'll read the entire section here. A property owner requesting extension of water lines to his property shall be required to bear the total cost of such extension to a location specified by the town. The property owner shall also bear the cost of surveying, inspections, engineering, parts, excavation, geotechnical services, and any other cost incurred in connection with the work. The property owner may engage an outside contractor to perform the line extension work, provided that the contractor is approved by the town and the application process is completed and approved before commencement of the work. And that is in your code currently.
That, in the title, it says an ordinance amending the town code related to water system extensions. And I'm thinking that it should be town code related to the water system, period.
Can we say extensions and taps?
Or
it said
taps
that.
and extensions.
I mean, 7-1-20 is taps, connection
Right.
meters, and.
I'm just saying it doesn't have to, or taps and extensions, it doesn't have to be, it shouldn't be just extensions.
Yeah, I like the word, you wanna cover all those bases, yeah, let's say taps in there as well.
Water system taps and extensions. And
So that title would be an ordinance amending the town code related to the town water system, comma, taps, comma, connections, comma, meters, and extensions. Is
perfect,
that what you're saying?
yeah. Yeah,
And now those sentences say all costs of the what?
I would just say materials, even if the saddle is.
All costs of the work, comma, materials, comma, labor, comma, and services performed here will be borne by the property owner requesting the extension.
I have a question too, if we sign this into law and then we meet with CPCH, is this now what we're going off of as opposed to what was previous?
Well, what you previously had was section O that does deal with water line extensions, which was what I read about the property owner requesting the extension of a water line to his property shall be required to bear the total cost of such extension.
Well, they know that and they are paying that, but they're claiming that we're we're supposed to pay for all of the meters and the, everything but the extension, basically, that we're covering that cost, and that was one of our agreements before. However, now the agreement has changed, and I'm just curious if we can go back and say, we just wrote this ordinance in, this is what we're going off of, and sorry.
Or if they're grandfathered.
Or if we go back, if there's gonna be, a problem. So, I mean, if you want me to explain, we were supposed to buy, and we were supposed to bid and buy all of the parts associated with the extension and the taps, and then they were going to reimburse us the amount for the extensions, but they were going to pay their tap fees minus those actual parts for the taps. And we went out for bid, we spent money on the advertising, we had been posting these material lists for 30 days now, over 30 days. And now we found out that the contractor is buying all the materials and and we don't even have to, all the work that we did and all the time that we took to do this is now null. Because the contractor's doing all of that. But then, they still owe us for tap fees. They've already put in applications, but they still owe us now for the tap fees before we can actually give the permit will be signed by the clerk, but she's not gonna do that until they pay their tap fees. But they're gonna claim that they, pay only the amount that they pretty much wanna pay based on, the materials and the labor.
I thought our
Well,
agreement. I thought our agreement with them was that they were paying for that we were just paying for what was on town property.
So they're doing an extension. We've gotten deeded in a section of land, for our access.
Mhm.
And basically, they were gonna pay for all of the extension from the saddle all the way up to where you tap
Right.
each house individually.
Here, all the way up line, and then into the new road that's being built, down to the cul-de-sac at the end of their road, including the fire hydrant.
And what are they gonna pay for?
All of that.
Labor and materials?
All of it.
All the extension labor and materials.
Okay.
However, they want us to pay for this little section. This is why we're rewriting this, so we don't have to pay for it anymore. But I'm curious if it's retroactive and we can actually say, we changed our laws before you guys paid your tap fee. And now you have to pay for everything.
You're just talking parts, is the only debatable part.
No, it's labor too.
Whatever
They were gonna separate the labor for each individual tap.
Well, according to y'all, according to Dennis, our code for the last 10 years didn't include this.
It actually stated that we paid for all of it.
It's all right. And we're changing that now.
I'm saying,
And I would disagree with that. I would say that section O states that the property owner that requests the extension shall bear the total cost of such extension.
So separate two things. We have an extension from the point where our system is left off, which is the corner of Lime and Hemlock. They are gonna pay for all of the labor and all of the materials already. They have to pay for it all the way up until it hits the point where you would tap into the house, and then they'll pay for the house to that tap as well. But that tap area, which is in between, has a meter. It has, shut off. There's a number of parts and labor that goes into that. And according to our code, we pay for that. According to this new code, we're not paying for that anymore. And
I think
I'm
that
just
even our
curious.
old code says that they will pay the cost of such extension to a location specified by the town. So the town can specify that location being the meter pit. Why are we specifying the location shy of there?
That's.
Has the
that's
town done that?
Seth, that's the way the town interpreted it, that part of that code up until now. And so they separated out, it should be from the main, which is the extension, to the service, which goes to the home. And from the service to the main to the tap, the actual drilling into the main and inserting the core. All that now, that labor and material is paid for by the person requesting service. Whereas before, that labor that Adam was talking about was included with the payment of the parts.
So I would say that I don't think it would be right, however desirable, to, after an agreement was made, and plans were approved, to, now that we've changed our ordinance, to go retroactive and change.
Except they're not holding up to their agreement either,
Because they bought the parts.
because they're not, they had us go through the whole process of the bid process and the inventory process when all that work was just done by the.
Right,
Contract.
there again, I would refer back to an attorney here, because it just, I think we would have to be very careful if all the arrangements were made under one code that we have. And now we're changing the code and wanting to change the agreement retroactively. I think we just have to be very, very careful to see if we can do
Could
this.
I say something?
This change would go into effect 30 days after our publication. But once again, I do believe the town can specify where they are to pay the cost to and what cost the town is doing as per their code, even without this supplement that we are discussing adding now.
Well, what I wanna say is let's treat that as a separate issue. Let's just look at this ordinance now, get that done, and then we could talk about that other situation later. Not saying I agree or disagree with you, but I'd like to see this ordinance done. My own personal thing.
Yeah,
I would agree with
I'm
that.
in favor of the ordinance, I just,
Okay, so yeah, let's separate the two. I probably shouldn't have brought it up. I just was curious, but let's treat the ordinance as though it's.
So I make a motion that we approve ordinance. What are you calling this?
Probably gonna be 005 if the other one doesn't get approved. Because the other one was 005.
I make a motion, we approve the
Oh.
ordinance for the water line extension costs as amended.
For a second.
That,
Go right ahead.
Any
Go right ahead.
a second.
more discussion?
And the amendment being the addition of the material into the thing and then kind of the reading.
And the title.
Okay,
I will save that to the Google Drive right now for your review if you would like.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Seth, for that.
The personnel handbook is uploaded to your document.
it's in the live binders thingy, or is it just under where the same?
It's still in your new business.
If you pull it down, it reloads live, so you just kind of swipe down and it. Under attorney's report, no, it's
Under new business.
I like this live binders thing.
it's kind of cool.
Yeah, we said.
Right, there it is. Look at all that.
I can't wait to get home and start living.
What's your?
That's my concept.
I can help with that too. Happy to.
Okay.
It's,
I could do, if you have your email and password, I can set it up right now.
Okay, and correction, get that interim off your placard.
I can do that. You want me to process it?
So Ariel, that is an ordinance that will have to be published, and then it would be enacted 30 days after publication.
Was there a decision made on the handbook?
No, and I still am skipping from page 5 to page 7. Maybe I need to,
Yeah, go back to the live binders page and then reload it.
yeah,
So there was a motion and a second, is that been rescinded?
I don't know.
I mean, we never voted on it.
I don't remember the motion. Oh, yeah. I
There
don't
was a motion, there was.
Yeah, there, you made the second on the handbook, and then we went to discussion.
Oh, okay.
When we're gonna
Still-
table it.
still on the table. Can we do that? Is that okay? Or should we rescind it?
But
We had a motion on the table regarding the personnel handbook, but now we were in discussion and then we backed off and now we're back to it. Should we just leave it?
leave it,
Leave the motion on the table?
what was the motion?
Motion was to approve the,
Approve it, okay. I just wanted to
Find out about the
see.
benefits and.
we're trying to see here. Health insurance. Town offers a stipend to offset an employee's personal costs for health, dental, and health insurance. The amount of the stipend shall be determined each year in a budgetary process for the upcoming year. Town desires to facilitate each employee's ability to obtain necessary health-related insurance, but must weigh this against meeting all the necessary expenses that the town has a duty to cover.
Okay. So it's kind of at our discretion.
Yeah,
Then we should probably put that on the agenda for next month, next meeting.
The stipend
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
and pass the resolution or the ordinance.
yeah, I mean, do people want to have time to read it?
We have
you know,
30
kind of
days.
went through it
We have 30 days.
with Elaine that one day
We have 30 days
to approve it,
no, 30, once it's approved, we have 30 days before it's enacted.
okay.
Yeah, I read it about 4 times.
Sorry, we're going to. We are going to put the stipend on the agenda for next meeting, on the 22nd. And we're going to maybe pass this and then we have 30 days to, figure it out. I think, if everybody wants to keep the motion on the table to pass this.
I'm sorry to hear.
We had a motion on the table to pass this,
Yes,
still hasn't been rescinded. As long as we follow what we're saying, we have 30 days before it's enacted.
yes.
So we can get that stipend worked out in the 30 days. Or we can wait and hold it off until the next meeting and pass it then. And then it would be 30 days again after that.
Did as far as the firearm thing went, did it just get removed
I think so.
completely?
I think so.
Yeah, we gotta research this a little bit more, we gotta sleep on it. 'Cause
No,
It's too,
Well, we had something
Yeah.
in here about it, and then because of that new Senate bill. I think we decided to just pull anything involving firearms out of the personnel.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it looks like that's gone.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay,
So the
any
motion
more,
is,
any more discussion on this? All in favor to pass?
I,
Aye.
Okay, we gotta pass on that.
That was resolution 005/2024, the personnel policy.
Correct.
So if it's a good moment, I just want to ask for clarification on Brent's cell phone stipend.
It's still good.
Okay, so what happened is, I made it retroactive to when he started.
Right.
Was that appropriate or not?
We were not doing,
Okay, so when did it start?
The day the board approved it,
Yeah.
which was last month.
I'd have to
June
look.
or May.
I'd have to look into
Okay. Okay, I'll look at the minutes and we'll go from there. So basically, I didn't pay it this time, and maybe there will be another month. And
Yeah, whatever.
Then start up.
Balances it out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, so Aria, you have to post this ordinance and then we'll have it in there for 30 days. It might even be more than 30 because of when it gets out, right? When it gets into the paper. Gotta be in the paper 30 days, is that right, son?
Talking about the resolution for the personnel policy or the ordinance for the water system.
Oh, I thought, which one is it that we have to post 30 days?
That's
The ordinance.
So it doesn't have to do with this personnel handbook? Okay,
It is, Seth, the ordinance has to be posted for 30 days?
The ordinance has to be posted and then it is effective 30 days after the date of publication. And I do believe we have a resolution, or I'm sorry, an ordinance allowing for publication by title only. I may just ask you to clarify that, or I will do some research on that too. In which case we only have to publish the title of the ordinance, not the ordinance in full, saving on some printing costs.
So, I have a question about the posting, does that include putting it in the newspaper?
So that is publication. And yes, it has to be published in the newspaper one time. And then it is effective 30 days after that date of publication.
I was wrong about the personnel handbook, but it still goes into effect and we just have to work on the stipend
Yeah,
on the 22nd.
it's adopted, this stipend.
Stipend. Okay. Now. What else do you have on your agenda, Seth?
Few things. On July 26th, we had a group meeting with law enforcement officials throughout the San Luis Valley. We had representatives from Swatch County Sheriff's Office, Blanca Police Department, South Fork Police Department, Monte Vista Police Department, the Del Norte Police Department, and the La Jara Police Department. We were going over the 2024 Model Traffic Code updates. Model Traffic Code used to be updated about every 10 years, possibly even a little longer. The 2020 version came out about a year and a half ago, and CDOT is already proposing the 2024 model traffic updates. It seems like it's very quick. However, once you get into the proposed updates, they discuss topics such as autonomous vehicles, which are really fairly new, some of the changes in motorcycle law, the updates to bicycles, bike regulations, specifically bikes can treat stop signs as a yield sign and stoplights as a stop sign. Crestone does not have any stop lights, and I do not believe that they can change the bikes treating stop signs as yields. But these are all addressed in the model traffic code. Other items that are brought up are electric vehicles, and then what they call low power conveyances, be that scooters and e-bikes, and how they're treated. We really had a lot of discussion on the model traffic code, trying to have a proposed traffic code for the town of Crestone. We had the Swatch County Sheriff's Office there, so they had a lot of input on the topic. We were there for probably about 7 hours with a lot of roundtable discussion. It was very interesting to hear how they are enforcing some of these rules. I just had an open question for all the sheriff officers and police officers if they've seen any autonomous vehicles in town, if they've ever had to deal with them at all. So far, no one really has. But there will be some new regulations in the 2024 model traffic code related to autonomous vehicles. And then once again, the list: motorcycles, bicycles, electric vehicles, low power conveyances, be that scooters and e-bikes. So, and then I'm sorry, did I not come through there?
No, I got it.
So that was a long meeting on the 26th. But the Swatch County Sheriff's Office is willing to comply with whatever model traffic code the town adopts. And I'll have a proposed model traffic code, working on that in the office now. My next point would be a request of the board to make a direction to the town clerk. There was an email sent to the clerk about a municipal court evaluation of court-appointed counsel. This has to be done by an independent third-party provider. And I would ask the board to direct the clerk to contact Mr. Jourdain. She has his email contact. To my knowledge, this is a free service. They may not even do anything for the town of Crestone this year, but if it is to be used, the public defender's office may also be able to say that they have had a request from the town of Crestone to provide this service. And I do believe that's something that could be helpful in the future. So if the board could direct her to do that, that would be my recommendation.
What is
So
it?
basically-
If it is a charge or a fee for the service, then I would like to review it. But at this time, I do not believe that there's a fee or a charge for the
They
service.
have to require that a defendant has a public defender if necessary, that they can request a public defender. And
Okay,
if so, then if they do.
And
request
actually
it-
what this program is it's an evaluation of those public defenders. And at this
Oh.
time, we do not have anyone. So it's probably something that's not going to occur. But if the public defender's office has the ability to make those evaluations, it would allow for some additional funding possibly to flow to the 12th Judicial District. So
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was like a requirement that we had to have public defender.
there is a requirement for a court-appointed counsel if the individual is facing jail time. So a jailable offense.
okay.
I see.
It's also in their packet under new business, under evaluation or nonpartisan evaluation of court appointed counsel.
I see.
So I'm getting close here, board. Just two more things. They should be fairly quick. I would like to propose to the mayor and the clerk that we start setting up what I would like to call an agenda meeting. This would just be about a week prior to our regular meeting. And this meeting would be fairly short. No decisions would be made, just a discussion of any topics on the upcoming agenda, any meeting topics that may need to be added, removed, tabled, and then any specific discussion on topics that we would like to bring up in future or upcoming meetings. So just so the mayor and the clerk know that, that is something I'm going to try to propose to both of you. And I hope that we can all attend, just try to streamline these meetings a little better for me. Tied to that same vein is communication's hard. I would once again like to speak with the clerk and just offer open communication. I'd like to speak with her, have any updates that the clerk needs work on, any guidance on, any just general discussion about what's going on in town. It's hard when I'm not there in person. It's hard when I do reside 60 miles away and I don't see a lot of things that are going on in town. So I do want to have that open communication with the clerk. And a few things that I do have that I need to speak with her more about are ongoing personnel matters, how the updated web accessibility program and process is going for her, as those had to be implemented by July 1st, and I do see some of them already. Some of the cemetery expansion questions that I see floating back and forth in emails from her. I'd like to have a list of any upcoming public hearings, that being related to liquor licenses, 1041 regulations, or just any public hearings that do need to be scheduled. So those are items that I'd just like to have open communication with her about, and I do want to implement that as best as possible and improve that from my end. So, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. That is all that I have for today.
Thank you, Seth. Yeah, trustee Kenny has a question.
How's your hours going?
So I will My billing system is set up to turn in monthly the 10-hour limit. I do have an itemized statement for the month of June with specific times, be that down to the 12-minute, 5-minute, 18-minute, 36-minute, 24-minute range. A short description of what was discussed. And I did go well over the 10 hours last month, and I will just submit that in addition to the invoice for June.
Okay, so that's what I was gonna bring up is. I think of everybody that works for us, Seth is the only one who got a pay decrease, and he got a pretty significant pay decrease from 5,400 to 2,500 a month. He's overdoing his hours. He's also the only person who hasn't asked for anything more. And we allocated, I think, 28,000, so even at 2,500 a month, we'll be at 30,000, so we're already over the 28,000 plus. There's probably a few months where we were still paying 5,400, so we're definitely gonna be over what we allocated for that. But I think we ought to look at. I may be during the supplemental work, finding a way to increase that salary. It won't be a lot, but something I think would be merited.
Yeah, I'd say the finance committee can definitely make a recommendation to increase that in the supplemental budget. That's what's gonna happen.
Sounds good.
Well, I do know that it was a request to the board to have I don't want to say itemized, but a list of specific times working on specific projects. And I did keep a very good list of that in June. I am continuing that in July, and I will try to get that to the board as soon as possible for their review.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
Yes, it was requested and a little awkward asking, but I did ask you to do that.
That's very valuable.
With the holiday week, I'm sorry, I am a little behind, and billing was one thing that is kind of on the least of my mind. So
Trustee Lakai had a question for you.
Yeah, and we have gotten a letter from the Division of Water Resources. And I don't know if this is something that Seth would deal with, or we have somebody else retained as our water attorney. But it is saying that we need to do diligence for the water rights. And says, however, the division engineer's recommendation in future diligent cases may well be to deny the claim unless significant progress has been made in making these water rights absolute. So this is a letter that was sent out. What was this in January?
I think, I'm not 100%, but I think it was something that Leslie put into motion a while back when we were looking at the water rights owned by Stephen Elaine, the Burnt Gulch water rights. And they're just finally getting back to us on it, is my guess.
Okay, so this is dated as July 2nd this year. And this is from Craig Cotton, our division engineer. I'm wondering if this is this is a new letter to us.
Oh,
If
I
this
saw
is-
that. I thought it was, I mean, the rights are actually up there. It talks about which ones they are.
So I'm just wondering what we need to do. This is a letter from July 2nd of this year. So I'd like to know if we're supposed to do something about this.
You would like to forward that to me? I did not notice that in our packet. I did see something about a well request possibly. But I did not see a letter from the DWR in the packet. If I missed that, I'm sorry.
Okay, so can we direct Ariel to send this letter to him and let him
Sure.
evaluate this letter? Okay.
Great. Any more items for Seth?
I guess we also. Seth requested that we direct Ariel to contact the nonpartisan evaluation of court appointed counsel.
Okay, that's. So. Ariel, you'll contact them? Okay.
So
And
are we,
Ariel, I am sorry, I do see this letter from DWR in the packet of page approximately 92. So I will review that if that's what I'm being directed.
and another
And this is
question,
from an application dated September 29th, 2023.
but at the end, you'll see that it's dated as of January 2nd, 2024. So.
So what do you think, Seth? Should we? End the attorney's report?
I am comfortable doing that. I do want to make a note to review that letter from DWR, and then I could sign off.
Okay. Thank you so much for everything. Good report. We got through a lot.
And just one more question, in our binder, we have this resolution 004/2024. Are we taking action or have we already? This was a resolution about fingerprints, criminal history. It's in our binder, so
It was tabled from the last meeting,
that was from the last meeting. Okay,
and not the July 1st meeting, I apologize, the June 24th meeting.
And is it something we can do without the attorney?
I think we're done, I believe so,
Okay.
unless you would like to look it over.
That was a resolution I believe Ariel created. I have not been involved in that.
All right, let's move on. We gotta go back to clerk's report. Finishing our discussion regarding the terms of the agreement between us and Ariel. So it looks like, Ariel, we're gonna do a new. Either use the same outline, but just update it, or we're gonna, create a new one that is more in line with our terms.
Yeah.
Maybe we could go through and just say some of the things that are okay on it, and then she knows. Like obviously the at-will and the 2 weeks notice on each end is important. So that would be. 2 terms that I would say we should keep.
Yeah. And then is compensation, which
Compensation
we
is,
already agreed to.
date's gonna be effective July 1st to May 31st, 2025. And then we could
Mayor, I'm
say,
sorry to interrupt. Did you
yeah,
have anything else for me? Did I miss that
I think
statement?
we're good. I think we're good, Seth. Appreciate it and look forward to, meeting with you before, maybe even the 22nd. Because we have some.
Let's try to make that
attorney-
happen.
Okay, since we have attorney stuff on the 22nd.
Thank you, board. Thank you, mayor. Thank you, clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It'd be June 31st.
Sorry, June 31st, right?
Here.
June 30th. July 1st to June 30th. 2025. With, I would say, 1 to 2 month. Period beforehand where we can renegotiate. With an evaluation.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
have the evaluation.
It would be- is-
Before
This
we renew the
agreement
contract.
would be like this is made and effective as of July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025.
5.
To be reviewed on an annual basis.
Well, but
Prior
she's
one.
at will. So the at will says this agreement may be terminated at any time.
That's fine. And that's fine, it's just if we stick to the agreement without it being terminated, then we would
Okay.
have to, I'd say there would be a evaluation and a 1 month.
So it's not about Ariel's ability to quit, it's about that. As long as she decides to work with us,
Mhm.
the agreement will stand between the states.
Right.
Okay.
Is that,
Should we change it then to the specified time period instead of the at will? Because even under the specified time period, we both can retain the right to terminate the agreement with the 2 weeks time. Period.
that's good with me too.
I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
And I would still say under there, like 14 days notice or 2 weeks.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then I would just put in those dates we just talked about. July 1st this year to 30th of June next year.
And then you'd have maintain the shall. Is that,
What are you saying?
so under this section right here? Instead of that will, it would be for a specified period of time, but then have the employee shall have the right to terminate and the employer shall have the right to terminate.
Elaine's gonna be the one who has the most
Yeah.
to say about
Who
that.
wants,
I thought you had some reason everyone should be at will.
That's what we've been working towards as an entity.
Well, I can keep it under at will and I'll just put the dates that you specify.
I mean, I don't know how that works. I'm looking at like the school and when they hire a teacher, that teacher has a contract. And I assume that that teacher can also be terminated,
Right,
but it's an assumption.
I mean,
the
yeah,
main thing was that we, had a contract like with Leslie that basically went up until one year, and we basically had to pay her, no matter if she worked or not.
Well, we also had to pay her extra. We asked her to leave.
Right, so we're trying to avoid that, because that just hurt the town pretty bad.
well, I think then we could maintain the at will structure. And just with the addition of, what we just said, but keep it at will,
In 2 weeks' notice.
yeah,
I think we should do that until somebody tells us we've messed up.
yeah.
And I just, the main thing is that this contract is between us to kind of just clarify
Expectations.
expectations and clarify where we're at, and then set some timing so that she knows when she's gonna be evaluated next year. She knows that she can, we can update this contract if it works for us. It's kind of like just another layer of agreement between us as opposed to just the employment contract or the personnel handbook that we have. So it's just more like between Ariel and the town board, so we can kind of do what we need to do to make it so that she's happy and we're happy and that we're
And what have you already done?
nothing.
You've already.
Oh,
agreed
just
to
personnel
pay-
handbook, oh,
You've already agreed to pay her $53,000.
$53,000 salary,
Okay, so now we're just providing some details.
right?
All right.
And this came up because of, well, we thought that maybe that there was gonna be some kind of contract, but I wouldn't necessarily say this is a contract that has any correlation to the contract we have with Leslie. It's more of a memorandum of understanding between us.
Would you like to change the word to agreement?
Yeah, I would actually, more than
I
contract,
mean, you were.
That sounds good.
or even a memorandum of understanding, but
And so do we wanna keep employment period as at will with termination 2 weeks for both ends? And this agreement
It's good for 1 year.
is good for 1 year and then revised out, can be revised after.
I would say 1 month prior. We would do
Do the
an
evaluation.
evaluation update to the contract 1 month prior
To
to
this,
the term, to the end of this contract or something.
does that make sense, Ariane?
Mhm.
Does that sound good to you?
Yeah.
And the vacation time was set that if she works 36 hours a week or 40 hours a week, basically she gets 1 week paid
In that first year.
in the within that year. So if she gets 40 hours off is paid.
Yeah, none of us have had a real job.
Well, man,
Hey,
and
you
actually you had to work a whole year before you got that week off.
Well, she's already at 6 months, and then if she gets to, you know,
Every job Christine has gotten in the last 7 years has provided vacation on the first year.
Really, within that year.
Yeah, and I think it's probably more than 40 hours, but I don't.
I think it's a good, you know,
Well,
it's
it's
a
an
perk,
incentive.
it's an incentive.
There's also sick days,
Sick days, and we have to decide on that. Personal leave,
and paid holidays, yeah. All right,
so I don't think there should be a 10-day personal leave. How does that, I mean,
you make it 1 week just the same as the other,
what do you mean?
same as the vacation.
Personal leave, I think, is more of
Is that in addition to sick days?
personal leave, I think, is more like you get a day off.
I
Oh,
think there's
This
sick
one
days.
is
Oh.
personal and like medical issues,
oh,
and you can choose for it to be paid or unpaid, it could be 10 unpaid or 7 or whatever. Number.
what do you guys think?
It's a
And do you accumulate them?
It's, in here, it's eligible for rollover. I mean, yeah, I think,
I would say 7 days
yeah,
and 5 days of vacation. Per starter, so you have a,
Normally vacations earned by how many hours are worked,
Yeah,
fortunately.
actually, that is a question I have, because does what I have already accumulated fit into?
I would say yes. I don't think this is meant to be, it should be inclusive from when you started. Is my thought.
Well,
It's not starting from this date or the date that contract or agreement is signed. It's from when you were hired. As far, I mean, it would be unfair for you to lose 6 months of potential vacation time. Just because 6 months into the first year, we decided to go this way. Does that make sense?
yeah. So you're saying that the vacation time would actually be 1 year from the time she started,
Whereas
and then after that year, she would start another year
yes,
and have another one.
I assume right around the corner, we'll have at least one, maybe 2 or 3 other staff members coming and asking for the same thing.
you're probably right.
We can do separate contracts with separate people,
Or we cannot.
or we cannot.
Who was in the performance?
So you got that personal leave 7 days,
Is it 7,
paid days,
Yeah,
yeah.
and 5 vacation,
5 vacation?
or are you gonna do the accumulation?
I don't know.
I think 5 days is fine.
5 days. Basically 1 week.
Cause then you get the weekend anyway.
Both sides, yeah.
You understand, I mean, it's one work week.
Right.
Okay. Anything else that we wanna,
Up on the,
Non-compete.
we just did approve the personnel handbook, so. On benefits. Should it also say
according to personnel handbook?
yeah, or whatever, yeah. Cause right now it just says digital insurance, but we just approved that we're gonna start getting health stipends.
That's in there already.
In the personnel handbook.
Oh, I'm sorry, for on this contract.
Yeah, I don't know if this contract is the best one, I just found it, I mean, it was like a quick search and I found it, but. We find something that's more appropriate than.
So just for clarity, under where it says compensation for mileage. Just to be clear, this is. The mileage just between home and work is not considered.
Yes.
No, we're not considering.
No, it's mileage when you,
Mileage for town business, actually.
when
And
you get trained.
that should say pre-approved.
Well, when training. is
Approved.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah, Ariel has to go across the valley to go to the bank or whatever.
Right,
You can't-
but for lodging and training and anything, it needs to be approved,
Yeah,
But.
but it doesn't say that.
Right, but mileage between home and work is not included, and just be clear. In case she moves to Sawatch, then 70 miles a day is not. It's
Yeah,
not
'cause
considered.
Leslie was paying Miguel to drive to work.
Nor is it considered her time or the
No.
time she's working here. Okay, so is there any other outside of this employment agreement that that you guys wanna add, or you feel good about it? We got
Because
most of our bases covered.
I'd like to see another draft.
Yeah, I would agree, because I also still have questions about the vacation time. Should it just be what's in the personnel handbook, like we accrue 3 minutes per week? or whatever?
Or, yeah,
Not
something like
confusing.
that, it's like
Should just
an
have
hour
be-
per, or a half hour per day, or. It's there's some
Well,
formula.
there's a formula that they use, and I think you're right on, it's 2 minutes each day or each hour or whatever,
Yeah,
and, I would be fine if you're fine, and the board is fine with sticking what's in the, new handbook,
I'm fine with that.
I'd be okay with it too, just going by that.
Okay,
and be consistent with everyone else.
okay.
Is there anything else that stood out to anyone?
You know, the only other thing was,
Confidentiality. I've signed NDAs before, I'm comfortable with that.
the one thing was, you know, you added in the responsibilities of the clerk, and I really did like that, some of those, you know, responsibilities and making it clear that we can use that as kind of a, you know, part of our evaluation and, you know, each of those items. I'm not saying the administrator one is, you know, obviously, we'd like it if you were part of budget management and personnel management and operational oversight, public relations and all that. But when it comes to what you wrote down or what was given to us as far as the clerk, I really like all those. Legal compliant, it goes record keeping, election administration, meeting coordination, public information, licensing and permits, legal compliance, financial responsibilities, which might be budget, preparation, it does. Oaths of office, support to elected officials, archiving and historical preservation, regulatory filings and customer service. And each one goes into details on that, and then, town administrator would be more like implementation of policies, budget management and personnel management, operational oversight, strategic planning, public relations, compliance and reporting. Not highlighted, grant writing and fundraising and crisis management. I mean, what do you guys think as far as like her taking on any of those roles?
I think there are a few in there that I wouldn't encourage getting involved in,
Crisis management.
right? Probably on top of the list.
I think, sorry,
You know, I'd have to go through it again and maybe have more discussion. But, I wouldn't, are you suggesting make it part of the job description?
Kind of, or some way that it implements into, you know,
We, we created the handbook to say that the board was responsible for most of that. And we created the budget with the clerk making, you know, working 32 hours a week or less,
Mhm.
so that they could go home and not think about this and not invest so much of themselves into it.
right, but
And I think it's appropriate for the clerk to say, in most of those cases, I'll bring that to the board's attention. And then she can get back to work. She doesn't need to like
on the other stuff. So,
babysit.
but I'm saying this town clerk
The
responsibility,
clerk stuff is all perfect.
and you're saying the administrator should.
Right.
Correct. I'm saying things that have to do with managing
Okay,
personnel.
Right.
Personalities, tasks,
Sure.
duties, responsibilities, HR.
So even though
crisis,
you've kind of
emergency, like,
been kind of doing that, you know, we'll keep you more on the clerk side as opposed to on the administration side.
I mean, would you like to be able to say, I'll bring that to the board and not have to fix everybody's problems?
Sure, yeah.
Cause she can't hire, she can't fire, she can't give raises. There's only so much she can do with somebody's complaint. Really,
Operational,
the only thing she can do is bring it to
right. Operational oversight, I mean, we, you know.
us. That's Public Works Committee,
Okay,
and there's so much work to be done.
just in the clerk,
And that's kind of what Allison was just the clerk.
right, which is, I mean, I think, you know, with the intention with Leslie was to really get down to the, you know, kind of take the load off the board. That was the original intention. And especially with the, you know, grant writing and fundraising and strategic planning, but it kind of, you know, it went too far and
Yeah, it threw us out of balance.
threw us out of balance and threw the board into a place where we didn't have a lot of control, and she was basically dominating the scene, and
And it'd be great for us to hire a grant.
I agree. And
Yes.
there's options for that, I mean, we might even have one in-house. We do have one in-house, also, she's not gonna do it until we direct her,
Great,
so.
which she ought to,
There, oh,
she ought not do it.
Yeah.
until we direct.
exactly. Okay, so,
Do we wanna, can we just approve the contract as amended, or do we wanna receive the new one?
let's do it on the 22nd, even though it's retroactive, but let's do it on the 22nd.
They'll have the new draft for you on the 22nd.
Okay. And obviously, don't be stuck with the contract that's there, if you find something better that fits more appropriately, or draw one up.
This one, okay, I'll just make the changes
Okay,
with the proposed here.
all right, so next item on our agenda is,
I make a motion, we appoint Stephen Hume to the Board of Adjustment.
I'll second the motion.
any more discussion, all in favor?
I make a motion, we appoint Terry Gergen to the Board of Adjustment.
A second.
Any discussion, all in favor? I have one more that might,
Opposed,
why?
just because
I guess we don't have to ask. um, Aaron, Sarah, I don't know if this would be appropriate, but Sarah's husband stated that he would maybe want to join the Board of Adjustment as well. I don't know if I can bring it up here or if we have to put on the next time agenda.
Who's that?
Sarah,
His name's Aaron, it's Sarah's husband, Aaron Martin.
I probably as a matter of policy, I messed up and we should ask somebody like Stephen and Terry to submit a letter of intent. Would have been a better thing to do, so,
I just basically asked both of them if they were interested.
right, we should have them do that, just like on record and stuff, and if it's not too late, maybe we could just ask Aaron to do that. Rather than appoint somebody who said he might be interested.
Okay,
So I ask for retro,
no,
ask for the two of them to submit.
I think Stephen Hume has been voted in, so we could skip that one. And there's still one position available. Those two individuals could submit letters.
Terry's been voted in.
Terry.
Just did that.
Oh, we,
I
okay,
have a question. You love the Board of Adjustments.
well. Yeah, my letter's right here. I didn't leave in writing. So I need to give Ariel this
And it's
copy.
you, Dennis?
Pardon?
Are you on it?
Yes.
Well, see, because only one board member can be
I know,
on it,
yeah.
and that's why I relinquished.
So we have
place.
Dennis, Terry, Steve. That makes a quorum, but we could use two more.
Lily's on.
She's still on it?
Yes,
Yeah.
She didn't expire, really, Zohar?
I thought I wasn't sure.
I thought, well, I was going to
See you.
lost my nose.
Let's get the Board of Adjustment clear.
Could you
So
send
now
me
it's
an
on
email?
And face is still on
Yeah, she just had brain surgery, I think.
it.
She'll be back home soon, I guess.
So are we needing two more people to the Board of Adjustments, is what you're saying?
I thought it was a full house.
If we have a full house, that's great. I would still ask Aaron for a letter. though,
Yeah, totally.
Just in case.
Sounds
We
great.
can have an alternate too.
Yes,
We can have two alternates.
Isn't Terry already on? Isn't there a Terry that's on the board?
I thought everybody expired is what I remember. I mean, let me see.
no, I
There's some of the 2 more years people that couldn't do it because of health. It was Andy Pace and Roy. Gold.
Oh. But he was on the planning.
You know,
He wasn't on the
I
board.
thought it was a Terry on the.
So, otherwise, Board of Adjustment, any phase. March 20 till 25, and then
he was,
Lily Zohar, March 2023. She expired. Lily Zohar expired in 2023, so we kind of have to ask her again if she wants to be on it.
I'm sure she's on it, I think she.
Well, I think Ariel will find out and ask Aaron for a letter of intent and then.
Okay.
Would you like to talk to Lily Zohar?
Yes, please. We just want to have that board ready because it,
That's a speed statute, we have to have that for the adjustments. And Lily was really good.
she was a lawyer. Okay. Next.
Is Joy just?
Table Joy.
Yeah.
Again,
Yes. I think she likes to be involved, but doesn't necessarily wanna be involved when we're involved.
Well, this time she asked me to get information on property taxes for her before she came with the board. And I wasn't able to get that information to her in time.
property taxes or sales taxes?
She asked about property taxes.
She could go to the county and get that info.
That was gonna be part of my response to her. She could find
Did
it.
she fill out a form, a quorum request?
We don't have it.
She didn't. Have her fill out a quarter request.
Yeah, right, for any information.
Yeah,
Auditor contract proposal. Do we have that?
I was asked to put this on here, but I don't have that proposal. Is that the one that you mentioned earlier?
Right, that's right. So we're working on that and
For now, so that one's.
I kind of passed it on to Kim. And she's hopefully gonna be working with him to get something in writing.
Okay, so we already did nonpartisan evaluation.
We did this summary of consultation, right? Or no?
We did do the nonpartisan evaluation.
That's what
Nine.
Seth brought up, wanted us to direct Ariel to contact those folks.
So we already did a summary of consultation from the Division of Engineer Water Right
Yeah,
Now-
we sent it to Seth, cause
to look at.
We were 9-8, I think.
My guess is that they finally got to it. That we put it in a long time ago and we finally got the summary.
well, it's for the North Crescent, for the alluvial aquifer of North Crescent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Yeah, so it's not for the Burnt Gulch one, it's for North Crestone, and I think in it, it says that we maintain some limited water rights, but they want us to take action to be in diligence to maintain the water rights.
Interesting.
So we should definitely. Oh, we should all read that and really get Seth to read it, because it. What it seems to be.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know what it was for.
I just saw it too, but as we were talking about it, it seems like. The stuff that they want us to do, a lot of it is just like give the DNR the right email and who they need to be in contact with, but there is like a monitoring thing. About.
Was it something that do we have water rights in North Crestone, like this, like 80th or something, I don't know, I mean,
Yeah, we have water rights to Brady Clustermeyer ditch.
the ditch, and that connects to North Crestone, is that why?
No, it's well, it's can't give you the history on that, but it's been an ongoing battle with that.
Yeah, that's a spring, it has nothing really to do with North Crestone.
It's like Burnt Gulch.
The water court.
Yeah, but see, everybody wants the water when there is no water, but when there's a flood, oh, is it your water or is it your water? That's when the spillway was put in, when we got flooded out. So, but when we tried to replace it with Army Corps of Engineers, there was a debate with BLM, National Forest Service. I think,
No, I don't know.
no, it wasn't Milton, it was, Gary Boyce. He said he owned all the water. And, you know, there was just so many parties involved that it's a no man's land at this juncture. But if there's any way we can file on any affluent, let's do it.
Yeah.
But that means we're also responsible if it floods and we don't have anywhere to put it.
Yeah, alluvial aquifer tributary to North Crestone Creek, it lists three wells that. I guess this source is connected to. In use, it says fire protection, domestic and municipal.
Oh, you know what that might be from, is under, like, when we do our augmentation. That we're supposed to be putting back into North Crestone, and so they're using those three. Wells as our augmenting,
Those wells are really our distribution system right now.
yeah,
Mhm. Sounds like we have some wells that are accessing water from the North Crestone alluvial. And then we have some due diligence that we need to
Yeah,
complete.
yeah,
So we have, had contracted with a water company. And we did this whole assessment just a few years ago, and we worked out our augmentation and, our membership in the. Northern, water district.
yeah.
So, and we've also had the water attorney, I forget his name right now, but I think with Seth looking this over. And
Steve attended.
is it Peter Nichols who's our water, so they can look at this and see what we need to do to have them, make sure that. We're wanting to make these water rights absolute, and that's what we want to have. But I think this is the water language and the person that we need to have, like with Peter Nichols. And that one agency to do the work, what does it we need to do, that we need to submit, the amount of water usage that we're pumping, what are they asking for to make these water rights be absolute rights? So,
which they they have recommendations at the bottom of this,
right,
and like it says that at this time, we maintain limited water rights, however, recommendations in future diligence cases may well be denied if we don't make progress, and maybe some of, like, one of them is install and maintain measuring devices, recorders, flow meters, which I think we're working on. But yeah, I don't know, I felt like we kind of glossed over it when we first brought it up and we sent it to Seth, which is probably the right move, but as I was reading it, I just wanted to bring it up to everybody, that I think it's a little,
Okay.
it's like a big, it might be a big
Well,
deal.
they do the measuring in there right now, that's the little thing that goes across the creek and, I forget the spot.
I think they want us to measure our wells, and if we don't do it, we're gonna lose access to rights in the future.
Yeah.
So we really need to, yeah, look at it, and we should probably put it before Brent also, and look at it.
Do you,
Because he would be
anything in the
responsible.
residential wells, in private ownership?
It just said domestic and municipal, which I'm not sure exactly what domestic, yeah, fire protection, domestic and municipal.
That's wells and.
Walls and hydrants. And hydrants.
So,
Our wells right now that we report is the schoolhouse and the three, town water wells.
Okay.
Now, this one back here behind town, we don't report, they had us cap. The other well that's on, the property, just across from it,
And that was a commercial,
that's commercial. But since we weren't pumping it, they said, go ahead and cap it, and we don't need to monitor.
and so there was also the well that's in Little Pearl Park. And I know that we made some sort of, when we purchased that property, it had an existing well, it still does. And,
Is that the one that's like in the center?
yeah, that's the thing, so that was also something that we claimed as a well in the town, so. It's always important for us to make sure every I is dotted on our water. Right, so after Seth reviews this, we might want to send this to Peter Nichols. I really think it's important if they.
Okay.
To let him know what he suggests that we do. And I think we also need to make sure that, the well in Little Pearl Park, it's not listed here, and yet we did something about that when we purchased the property. And I'm trying to remember the name of the agency that we worked with, who did this whole water evaluation, looked at our wells, went through our augmentation process. You know, they met with us a number of times, and it's all in the records of the agency that we worked with. And they really worked to make sure all of our water rights were in good shape. And as part of the augmentation plan. So that's in our records of who we used. Peter Nichols would know who we used. But we should make sure the Little Pearl Park's water rights are on there. And then the one that's here in the park, you say it's not on the list. This
Right,
one.
one that, supplied.
So when the town acquired the land that Kim Melville had donated to the town park now, there was a well there that we use, and that needs to go, there, you said there's two? But
okay,
there's
which
one,
property are you talking about?
right,
The park,
Biological property.
yeah, well, there's two commercial wells there, this one over here, and that one down by the
Right.
alley, yeah.
yeah, so we just need to make sure that all of our paperwork, and so I think part of the diligence is to show that we're actually using the water. And, so that's the other part of it, but that's something that Peter Nichols or the company that we had hired, had did all the work with us, but we need to make sure that this one, that's a town park well that belonged to Melville's is also listed on that. Cause as time goes by, all of those are gonna be really important, and we don't wanna have it be that we abandoned that.
Right. Can we direct, Ariel to, reach out to Peter Nichols, just so that we're already in. So just, look up his.
Yeah, I think we should forward this, doing that.
And I think, Brent already sent a report about all the wells, cause we were reporting 7 wells here in town. So,
So for that to Brent as well.
yeah, talk to Brent, cause, he didn't know where the other wells were, so I.
And then put it back on the agenda for the 22nd so that we're updated.
The way the other agendas get, maybe,
That's how we want it.
Bring a sleeping bag.
Okay, cool.
We could just sleep here and then wake up and do our meeting. Colorado High Water Sign Initiative. Sounds like they're trying to create these awareness around floods and flooding. I don't know if we have do we have pictures of flooding in this town at all? Do you guys know? I mean, at the
What was the
museum.
question?
Not yet.
It's this, Colorado,
Sign.
So,
yeah, don't say that.
I couldn't do my camera. was-
And
Maybe a
did
hundred.
did they
150 years
finish
from now.
this because because they identify us as
No.
a flood risk?
I think
area?
every town in Colorado has a flood risk.
Sure, yeah,
But in their email, yeah, they did say that there's also flood risk.
Well, so instead of-
We're 100-year floodplain and we're up to 130 years now. So we're about due, but I don't know if a sign is gonna help, you know, when the water is waist high.
So it says you're supposed to nominate.
well, this is on historic, it's like an information plaque.
Yeah,
It's not like run to high
well, it
ground.
would be kind of interesting because we do have a historic, we have a flood history, 1901.
Yeah,
Or is it-
no, I think it's 11, there was, I
Oh,
1909, I think.
don't know, I think it
It's
was
pretty
11
bad,
or
huh?
13.
Oh.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
whatever.
people died,
Yeah, but the creek moved since then.
yeah.
but even so, we could still get a cool sign out of it.
Are they gonna? So in the application, draft content for historic information. Yeah, I mean, it sounds cool, but it also, I don't know, it sounds like more work for Ariel. That's okay.
Well, I mean, you could also take our flood report that has the information and just cut and paste
And
it.
just drop it in there, we have that,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah,
I'd be down.
more information, I don't know. See what it looks like.
I'd say if it takes you more than a couple hours, then,
Oh, I would hope.
yeah, then don't do it.
Okay, so do go ahead and,
Do go ahead and do it, just maybe spend,
okay,
see how easy you can make it.
do you want a motion for this, or you just want me to just do it?
Yeah, just, I don't think we can.
Direct you.
Okie dokie.
Next, we have,
All those energy fair fund.
especially, yeah. What do you guys think of that?
Are we looking at Ryan Graham's email?
No,
Oh, sorry,
Any information, any time frame, any days?
is there a proposal or anything?
There was no proposal, just.
Yeah, then-
I guess we request a proposal. then.
Yeah, request for proposal, RFP.
And it might require a deposit. It's like using a park. But I guess.
Do we have that in there?
Oh,
We don't have a schedule for that, but maybe a deposit and a fee.
oh, so Hefe wants to use the Alder room as earlier.
This,
Yeah, he wants to use this room to host the podcast.
Yeah, I don't think it should be free.
And I think there needs to be a proposal.
yeah, I think we need.
Yeah, you didn't give any dates or anything?
No, he just said.
Or times, or,
Okay, yeah,
Nothing. just-
let's get more.
let's get more information.
Next
Do you
we
wanna
have-
decide on a fee to tell him, because he might not want to do it.
Have the ever done, have we ever let people use this room for that?
We've let people use it for things.
The energy fair is 2 days, right?
Usually public stuff.
Is it 3?
It's 2, it'll be like the actual fair will be Saturday and Sunday. But he might be. Yeah, I guess maybe he is talking about doing it during the fair.
Well, let's find out, let's ask them for more.
Yeah, 'cause there might be people in and out that he's interviewing or one thing or
You're
another.
definitely welcome.
And,
Oh, yeah,
that's
it'll
gonna
be
be,
seen.
it's gonna be a
I
circus.
mean, I would say like if he does it with this, we set up an area that's just separate, if he uses the room, he doesn't use like all the board room, like move stuff around.
Well, they're gonna need the restroom.
Give this one. Okay, let's RFP. Jay, requests to put up a real estate magazine box, I've seen that before.
I had it here too, this is what she's requesting to put up on town hall.
That's cute. Obviously, after the big bulletin board goes up.
I I make a motion that we let them do that.
Who's requesting?
So Desi,
Yes.
Will we let other realtors do that?
there's all the realtors are in there.
They are.
It's a really comprehensive book, actually.
Oh, it's a book. I thought it was,
It's not
so it's
just
not
one.
just here.
No,
Okay, yeah, that sounds great.
Good question.
but they're really nice. They've done a really nice.
Very cool. All right,
Second, anybody?
second.
Discussion, all in favor? Aye. Okay, request for signage. Ram. Sign request.
He wants,
I didn't-
they want, they want slow, like children.
Oh, yeah, I donated one of those. I bought two of them, gave one to Drew, so it's still sitting and being in the public works office, and then I had one I put up.
Yeah, the one in front of my property is 25 years old and I paid for it.
Yeah, I'm talking about the metal one
Yeah,
that I found.
Right, I have one like that too. I'm just saying,
Oh,
he's referencing that other people have them, but they're all paid for by.
private, but we do have one more that we could have him pay the expense to put it up. We could give him the sign.
I mean, that's, you
Where,
paid
where's the at?
over
Willow.
north of Warren, west of Steve Storm.
With the funky,
Yeah, the old brothel,
Thank you.
thank God.
the old brothel.
I would say that we could just give him the one sign that cause then he puts it up and just.
Yeah.
But we,
Like a $300, $400.
we only have Andrew for 30 hours, right?
Yeah, but we're gonna probably get to that.
Okay, well, if and when we get to that, but.
But either
Yeah,
way,
he sent a letter to you,
He sent it.
so he could come here and pick it up.
Sure.
And.
I'm just saying, have it ready, it's sitting in the public works,
And then
you know where it is.
he
right?
can be told to put it up and he ought to be told that it was paid for by a private citizen.
Yeah, not the board. So then,
And I'd like to know where it's placed.
Just not in the right of way,
Oh, no, mine's in the right of way, yours is probably, right,
mine's on a stop sign.
that's the right of way. I mean, can I have one?
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see how much they cost, I remember buying it.
There's, that's the sign.
No, do you want that?
Yeah, you can get it at Walmart probably for 12.
No, this is a nice metal. It was. I mean, I liked them because they were, metal and everything.
so we'll get the sign dropped off, we'll get the sign at the office and then. Will you email that person and tell them that? A citizen bought us a sign and we're giving it to them, but they have to put it up.
And then ask for knowing.
$30.
Puts it up, do you want like a follow-up photo or?
I don't care.
I don't care.
There's also signs $22.
I mean, I would say the town ought to buy
So,
5 of those and put them up in the right of way here.
There's only, maybe next year,
Yeah, so-
we only have $500 in the sign.
Not for long, you're gonna sub shipping.
All right,
you're gonna give us something with that $500 right out of there. to help pay people.
How long does it happen?
Okay, next we have.
Item L,
L.
was schedule future meetings.
Oh, right, good call. So we have the 22nd is our meeting, so I think we could just go from there, not do any other ones, because we're gonna have committee meetings in there.
That sounds great.
So
And then-
this is the last one.
Yeah, and then we could also look at the next, next month one, which is, August, we would have one on.
Maybe the 12th and the 26th, 12th for the regular meeting,
Uh-huh.
26th for your special.
Correct. I mean, the special meetings, it seems like they're gonna last long, but they actually aren't that bad. We usually get done, well, we should be getting done before lunch.
Okay.
Okay. Next, we have, resolution amending governing fingerprint criminal history record information. So what did we decide on this one? What was, I remember we would have put it back on the agenda for this meeting, but what do we have as far as needing on?
It was put back onto the agenda because, everyone felt like they needed more time to review the documents. But
But we did-
it's just the updating policy on our fingerprinting process, where we store the material, how we retain it, and how we destroy it.
That's all it is.
I would make.
Essentially stored in the clerk's office, locked in a drawer, in the locked clerk's office. Retaining it for, I believe, a year. And then destroying it by shredding.
Is this for those requesting employment as well as something that might be criminal activity,
Mostly just for employment.
or criminal activity as well?
Is it being provided to an outside entity?
People need it.
The background checks that are gonna be provided to others.
No, like you're storing the fingerprint, is that?
No, I'm not storing the fingerprint. Honestly, we don't really do a fingerprint necessarily. We just do it based on,
You're just storing the result,
yes.
and is it also digital storing or just?
I was just gonna store it in our physical files and our personnel,
So the information isn't being provided to,
anyone else. No, it's just for us.
I make a motion, we approve resolution. Now it has to be 005.
No,
006, because 005 was the last one,
Right,
wasn't it?
Yes.
There's a resolution.
I'm gonna say I make a resolution, motion, we approve the resolution amending
Oh.
appendix 2H.
A second?
More discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have. Back to meeting binder.
Well, thanks.
All permanent requests. So I guess Dennis was researching distances. For how far you have to be away from a line in order to justify having us proving a well. And he couldn't find it, and we were looking for, I mean, you had a hard time finding that,
I
right?
couldn't find anything. I actually talked with Kim this morning and she doesn't recall we both.
Where is that?
It's 400 feet and it was. I can't remember exactly where it was, but it was it was in our policies and procedures, but.
Was it possibly a state statute requirement?
No, we made that,
It was for,
400.
we did that.
And their lot is where?
Yeah, can we look at that on that?
Yeah, let me give you guys one.
Yeah, a little.
Where's the lot?
I don't know.
I'm just gonna find it.
Probably just east of the Mercantile would be my guess.
I think it's the one that's over there, in between Tom Homer and. Some old family.
Do we know what the lot number is?
You talking about the well request? Yeah, it seems we should have an application, a map or and location of where this is. I mean, I'm not seeing it in the binder. Did we get something?
She said it was something she had asked for.
Yeah, I thought she wrote a letter with that information.
Oh, it goes up to here, there's a corner that goes up to the four places
Yeah, I
here.
think it's these two.
Well, let's,
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, no, it's not even discussed.
So she never said anything about the block?
She did.
No.
she did, it was
She
probably.
sent the email in January, that when I was hired, and asking about tree removal and a well permit request, but she did never fill out, should I have her fill out the application for the water line extension? Or no, that's not what.
No.
Well,
Yeah,
So I thought that the process for somebody wanting to drill a well in town was first they went to the Division of Water Resources and they put in an application to them to drill the well. And then the Division of Water Resources basically would refer them, if they're gonna turn them down, which they do with inside the town. They refer them to come back to the town to see if we would, if we can supply water or not. And then if we cannot supply water to them, then we say so, and they go back to the Division of Water Resources. But
That's how it works in
from my memory is that the first step is that they go to the Division of Water Resources and they fill out their application for a well permit. And then they can get rejected because they're within the town, then they come back to the town. And that, I mean, that's the process, rather than coming first to the town. And I could be wrong about that, but that's how it worked in the process.
Do we know that she didn't do that?
And so,
She wrote a letter in January and said they're planning to develop the property on Carbonate between Alder and Cedar. And that they pay the sewer tap when the sewer was put in. Unfortunately, there is no access to water.
and the water line,
That's not water, that's sewer.
our regs say that a person. I mean, that is an area of town that would have access to extending the water line.
No.
She says, since the town let the Homer family drill wells on adjoining properties. We assume this should not be a problem.
So,
And and that was actually one of the last ones, actually, we stated at that time that we gave them the exemption. Because of, for a medical reason, because we had done one with Deb Sorty. She had an exemption to having hook up to the water because of her medical history and problems with chlorination. And we allowed that as a medical exemption.
I think that was Greg.
No, and before that was actually Deb, and that's what started.
No, but Greg is the one who got the.
She did, and so
But we're
did.
talking Tom.
I think I know where it is.
And then Homer got one because of his wife's medical condition.
Block 28.
And he brought up to us,
see, there's water,
because we
I
had
found water in
given
the
this
sewer.
one to
no,
Greg.
there's water on
Oh,
Alder
and all,
that goes up to iron and then cuts back. So it comes
So,
up.
if you guys wanna know why we gave that exemption to?
I remember.
Okay, and that was based upon a medical exemption. And it was after that, that we decided that we were no longer gonna do medical exemptions, that it was up to somebody to put on a water filter for their own house. So, just because we gave Tom Homer an exemption doesn't mean any adjoining property, it was based upon a medical exemption. Which turned out not to be true, because his wife does not live in the house.
But let's back up a minute. Ariel, you found out that it was 400 feet or more. For 400 feet or less, they would have to extend the water main, 400 feet or
It's
more,
about 400 feet.
they would have
then
to,
they could
apply.
request.
If they are in fact 4 and 5, that's only the width of the public right of way and lot 6.
No.
So if that's a 66-foot right of way and that's a 50-foot lot,
That's sewer.
no, there's a water main here that comes down goes down Cottonwood
Yeah,
to.
We're in the wrong spot.
Valley,
Yeah, no, it's this.
And then
It's
on lower.
These are the lots.
It's between Alder and Cedar.
I think these are the lots.
Oh.
South Carolina. There's two lots. These are owned by Tom Homer, and these are owned by. What is it? Sally Gibson, and then you get these two in between.
Well,
so
there's,
this would be the closest water.
yeah, there's no water nearby at all. This is that's 100.
So I think we need to have an application that actually shows the exact location of the property.
I agree.
Yeah, so can you email Elaine and ask her to
Be more specific.
come and fill out the well?
Does it, so first it goes to the state, then it comes back to us, or does it go to
Well,
us?
that's how it had worked in the past, was that they would apply for a well permit with the Division of Water Resources. And get turned down because it was in the town, and then they could come to the town for an exemption.
Okay.
But we know that they're gonna get turned down, cause they're in town.
And so whether or not that is official policy, that's what we have done in the past. They could come to us, I don't know what our rules say at the moment, it's been a long time. They could come to us with an application that shows where the lot is. Have the town say, we cannot provide water to this location because it falls without thing. Then they could take that to the Division of Water Resources and say, we've already asked the town.
That's what they're requesting.
And so that's a process we can't do. I think we need to be very careful about granting exemptions if somebody's within that 400 feet. I think it's important that we support our own water system. If the reason for the exemptions, and I think got taken advantage of when we did the medical exemptions, and there was 3 of them that we did. The third one to me, with the homers, was kind of, well, you did it for Greg, so I want one too, because my wife has a health issue and we can't drink chlorinated water. We went along with that because we have those 2 others, and then we said, this is the last time we're doing that. Because a person could buy a water filter to filter their house, and as it turns out, it's like, maybe the person who's living there right now has a medical issue, but then they sell it a year later, or they rent it. And so we had said we're not going to do that anymore. But what we do have on here is the distance to the water line. And then part of all of that is whether or not it would be very difficult. Like, let's say you're 400 feet from a water line, but it's on the other side of the creek. This would be a real hardship to be able to access the water line. So it's both the distance and it's the hardship.
And that's where the Board of Adjustments comes in, if there's a hardship involved that is beyond your control.
Right.
My curiosity is this just an issue of bad neighbors? I don't like this guy and you let him do it, so now I wanna do it? I'm just a little concerned there that it's an issue of bad neighbors.
I don't think it's an issue, but I bet it's an issue of the town having a defunct water system and then not wanting to be a part of it.
And I mean, where they're at, they did have to lay, like, that would be huge, it'll be hugely expensive.
Yeah, like 40.
Yeah, it'll be way more than having to drill a well
Right.
to get all the pipe laid from the closest water line.
What are we at, $100 a foot or 200?
Oh, I don't.
It's, yeah, like case.
It could be $70,000.
Yeah. Which I mean, is that a hardship too,
I'd say so.
kind of?
Well, the hardship is supposed to be a physical hardship or whatever, but I mean, we have a policy that talks about reimbursement on water line extensions. So if you spend the money to run the water a certain distance, anybody else who comes in the future gets a reimbursed, has to pay, and the original person gets a reimbursement for the money that they outlaid. And that's something you could see happen. Somebody puts the water 2 blocks out, and then everybody's like, oh, hey, the water line's here. they have to reimburse according to the distance of the pipe that they're doing. So we laid that all out as a water line reimbursement policy, so we'll have that. But I think what we need to do is get an actual application with what the lot number is and where it's at. That's step one, then we don't have to keep talking about it till it comes back up.
Yep,
Okay.
This is a point of interest. Possibly, there's only 4 cups of water, 4 cups of chlorine bleach in 116,000 gallon tank.
And that's one of the reasons why we stopped saying we were not going to allow any medical exemptions on the water.
Just thought I'd say that.
Yeah. That's why you don't taste it or smell it,
They get us with every now and
My
then.
water spills.
yeah, every once in a while,
because it doesn't stop.
yeah, because we're so close.
Could we move on? I'd really like to leave by 5.
I'm leaving by 5.
Good.
Yes, so Judy Eckert, election services,
We already approved it.
we already did that.
Please read it.
Um,
Consider monthly schedule for meetings and packet delivery, trustee Kenny.
Yeah, I put that on last month and we postponed to this month, and I think that's all getting cleaned up and more efficient, so. I didn't know at the time if we should be like, oh, well, we need our packets by Thursday or Friday, and if we could just set that as a standard. But I feel like the process is getting better. I definitely, when did you release these packets?
It is getting better, but I didn't get the package until Sunday, because I'm still struggling with getting things in on time, because like I got the attorney's report this morning. So if I could have everything for the packet the Tuesday before the Monday meeting, then I could have it out to you guys Friday.
Okay, that would be a really great goal.
That's where I would love to be.
Okay, and then, in addition, like I did see Warren at break time. And he says, and I've heard it from Elaine too, that our posting outside makes this an illegal meeting because there's no agenda on posting. And I think that that's probably semi-accurate. So I guess our postings should probably have.
Yeah, that's a conversation I had with Elaine, and I'm confused because she asked me to notice meetings before we ever have the agenda. And to just go ahead and notice them, so I started doing that.
Okay.
And then I feel like what she wants now is for me to do a second layer on top of that, where I put the agenda in the boxes as well. And I can absolutely do that, but it's just, it was the confusion nature of being asked to do one thing one way and then.
I mean, what our posting requirement is 24 hours, is that right?
Yeah,
So. Is that business hours or weekends?
I understand it to be 24 hours, like
Okay.
not.
So if on Friday, if you didn't post anything until Friday and then just put up the agenda, even without the whole packet.
Yeah.
That I think would be clear.
When we get our new boxes, we'll have more space. It'll be nicer to post, but I would say,
But I would say don't post without an agenda.
no, I mean, I think it's good to notice meetings when we know about them. People could have them noticed, but then you have like a notice that's this big, it just says this. And then when she's ready with the agenda, she just goes and puts that underneath.
But that only needs to be at least 24 hours.
At least 24 hours. before.
Yeah, and maybe then if we're gonna just do a posting, we could say agenda. To follow
Right,
or something.
yeah,
So. that
agenda
people
will be
understand.
posted 24 hours. prior.
And I really think it's best practices to post an agenda ASAP.
and if we can all get our stuff to Ariel, like she's requesting
Yes.
on time, then we can.
You know, you can just
Still be
cut
more able
people
to
off.
do that.
Yeah.
You
Absolutely.
can just say like, I'm not putting this in this agenda.
Including
We'll go
you.
on.
and
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
But all of us,
I've been trying to get my stuff in way early.
Right, the only questionable one is gonna be the bill review, but if we do that Tuesday morning.
But that could just,
should
it could just be presentation of the bill.
Totally, yeah,
right, it
it's
could
not a
just have a
packet, it's
place
just.
on the agenda, yeah.
And it's actually better to put something on the agenda, you're not sure about it, and then remove it at the meeting. than to
Correct.
not put
Then
it
do it the
up.
opposite.
All right,
Because otherwise, it's like you're trying to hide something, and I would have come to the meeting if I knew you were gonna be discussing this. So legally, we really have to post that agenda.
So I will put the notices out as soon as I know
Yes.
the meeting, and then I will put up a follow-up notice.
As soon as you have the agenda.
Yeah, ideally the Friday when you receive your binders
Yes.
and packets.
Correct.
Or even Thursday.
Yeah, it's ready.
Yeah, because it's not the whole,
Okay, we can do that.
all right, that's all, thanks.
Okay, so then
LiDAR.
LiDAR. So according to Mr. LiDAR, Warren, no, he claimed that there was a free survey that was already done. I did, have you seen that?
Yeah,
Do you have it? Or-
well, no, well, yeah, I think on one of the maps of the cemetery, we got it, and I know where all the pins are now.
Okay, so there's one difference is the detail that they have. According to this guy, it's 200 images per square meter, which creates this whole other level. They use a drone for it. So it's even beyond like a normal survey. I saw the survey that we had, it's pretty good. But this will give us, all the drainages and where water's flowing, to a very fine level.
So you
Something
never
you can-
found it? Like what?
So, yeah, so then I ended up looking online on the USGS where he said to go. And I found one survey, there's two, one was from 2023. When you click on it, it moves it all the way over to the other side of the Continental Divide. Even though it says Crestone, so there's no, and then when you go into it, there's nothing you can do in there. And then the other one was done in 2011, I believe, or something. And that one is really difficult. It's almost like they were just testing out the equipment or something, and you can't get in there. It's really tricky.
Yeah.
So. We want a new one.
True, that survey has the actual lots for the, each parcel for the burial ground.
No, just the current. The other is open.
There's nothing in there.
Right.
Okay, what Benjamin's talking about is the survey of that area, not the entire.
No, I'm talking, they'll do the entire 42 acres. With including areas to where the drainages come.
Okay, where we walk, okay.
The way that, the whole 40 acres. But they do it with the drone and they do it in a way that is, it's so detailed that like. You can literally turn it into an engineer and they can run, detailed maps on where those.
And then that map will produce the lots, the burial plots.
Then we get it from the engineer back. So the engineer will say, okay, this is the area where where you can dig, this is an area where there's drainage. And then we hand it back to the surveyor, and then they come in and they base it on our needs, so.
Where the roads.
If we wanna have
Yes.
another
And then we
extension.
take and get it recorded.
Then we would take it and give it.
Okay, all right. I know that Kelp is having a meeting coming up.
Mhm.
They are very interested in smaller pieces that they could have. So this might be the time. either
Yeah.
Smaller
informally
pieces of wood,
Or,
For urns, for ashes.
well, I was hoping
of
that
wood,
areas,
Pardon?
pieces of wood,
no,
For the.
burials.
After a person's cremated,
smaller plots.
yeah,
Of like mausoleum style.
So I was thinking that if we get the survey and then we get the report from the engineer, it's gonna take a little time. I think it's gonna take a couple months.
that long.
I don't know, maybe he could come out here and do it this month if we approve it, but it's $5,500. But, and we've already advertised for it and we got no response. So I guess my point is. There's gonna be areas that we don't wanna dig, like where tree roots are, things like that. That would be ideal for the mausoleum style thing where you actually buy a plot that you're not gonna dig below the ground, but you might put like a structure that you can put urns in, and we can still charge for it. You know, families can buy them,
The one thing requires a record of even cremations
sure,
nowadays.
But I'm saying-
Family members can.
one of the biggest differences between the old one and the new one would be that we would add a whole nother level of, another offering where non-diggable areas can have these mausoleums.
And that makes sense.
And it would be, you know, we could even have a public mausoleum where like if somebody didn't have family or something like that, they could be put in there.
Well, it's pretty common to have
Yeah,
a mausoleum with people who are not related, you know, you buy a hole,
right,
so to speak.
sure. There could be more of like a public one or private ones and then there will be natural burials and then there will also be regular burials. But the extension that we had before doesn't really take into account the drainage. And it doesn't take into account the actual contour or, you know, trees and it kind of just created a long
It
rectangle.
was like the best ground had already been used up, and then everything beyond that is got some of the
Well,
problems.
see, the problem before was they put in the roads in this initial 40 acres, whatever, where the old cemetery is. Now we have 40 more to work with. But the problem with the old one was they built the roads and then it was just convenient to plant grandpa right next to the road, right?
Absolutely.
So it was kind of messed up because now, well, there, a couple, 25 years ago, they had to drive over grandpa to get to the middle of the cemetery, right, with the backhoe. And so we need to have some sort of a plan. Where we start from the inside, work out, maybe have, maybe the east side and the west side of the road, the service roads.
Well, if we
You know,
can
to
take a
get a
survey,
plan,
get the road engineers lay out the roads, then we won't have the problem.
right, and we don't want grandpa floating down to Casino
No.
Park either, so we need to have a plan as far as the arroyos
So,
and where people start getting.
I could be grandpa.
Yeah,
I mean, I think this is one of our greatest assets and one of our greatest potentials for revenue. And it could be, I mean,
Amazing.
yeah, it could be amazing. And talking about it, I think it's the last time we have some sort of committee focused on that plan and that layout.
yeah,
And
this
beautification.
album also, I mean, just for one person, those plots are like $1,700 a piece. Okay, just for one person, and there's rules and restrictions about fake flowers, and you know, they wanna be able to mow. And that kind of thing, we're not in that situation, I do hate those tacky flowers, so that's just beyond me.
Okay, I've already come up with a plan for this, instead of just doing open field with all the different plots here. We're gonna have a road going to a certain point, and then when the digger gets in there, he could dig on each side. And that's how we sell them, just up
No,
down the road.
I understand that, and we saw the plan for it. But it wasn't taking into account the drainage and various things, so there's already a existing road that extends out from there, and then I saw some lot more, like little posts out there that sort of represent a new road. And I'm wondering if we could use that old road. Or there might be, when we get this survey, we might find that there's a whole nother section that's a better section.
I like I feel like we're kind of getting into like the minutia when we're here talking about the LiDAR drone thing. And like I'm saying, like there should probably be a committee of folks who have been thinking about this.
Well,
but-
we kind of took it on from the public works because we brought out all the books, we looked at all the, you know.
There was a study. there was
Right,
also
but
a
we're
study.
not planning the
We're not planning
cemetery
the
right
cemetery.
now, we're just trying to figure out.
No, but there was a
figure out
study that
this.
we found that was done recently in 2023 by Kyle.
Pertaining to the survey,
Pertaining specifically to the cemetery, he did all the research, for some reason, we never really ended up with it, or if we did, we just overlooked
It
it.
was well done.
Really robust, and he also suggested like cemetery software as well to maintain the database, because we're
how does
currently.
that apply to the
So
survey?
his recommendation was the LiDAR survey.
Yeah.
I called. The company that, and they said, well, you talked about it, you know. A year ago, but now
And it's gonna be 5,500.
it was gonna be 5,000, now it's 5,500.
I think we should do it, and even if it means depleting our cash balance, I think we should do it.
Yeah, Is
So
that-
I would make,
I would, yeah, I make a motion that we approve LiDAR survey
okay,
of the cemetery. 40 acres,
42,
42 acres
it's almost 43 actually.
of the entire cemetery,
I'll second that.
and then we'll figure out how to cover it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then he'll have printouts and stuff like that. It'll be
Great,
really-
that sounds amazing.
Yeah,
What's a time sensitive issue? We only have 4 plots left. One? Oh, geez, yeah.
well, we have one with 4,
Yeah.
1 plot for,
Guys, let's call the vote.
okay, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Nice, I will contact the guy. We've already advertised, so we're in compliance with that.
Warren told me not to spend any more money
Hmm.
at lunchtime.
Warren also said that he had a LiDAR,
Oh, yeah.
Warren said he had a LiDAR system, I asked him to send me.
So employee evaluation process.
I included both forms again, the updates I made to the employee evaluation form and then the self-evaluation form that goes with it.
In your clerk report?
No,
Oh.
it's here.
Okay.
Packet. Under old business.
Oh.
And this was just the last time we looked at it, we made those adjustments, right?
I looked at it, I thought it looked fine,
Yeah.
I don't have it.
I don't have it. An old business, you sure?
yeah, it's just a blank of what we had, we were given last month.
I've also. Something the county did that I thought was really cool was also providing a form for the staff to evaluate the board.
Oh. I made that suggestion and somebody said that we get evaluated by getting voted in. But I agree, remember, I agree with that.
All right, you're all fired. So that form starts on page 136 of our,
We don't have that format.
you don't have it.
I can add it to your
I never did the format.
Yes.
The system rocks.
And I didn't read it, so I don't know if we're supposed to be scheduling right now or just reviewing the process, but I would say maybe we could.
You wanna
It
take
was
this?
more so thinking about like reviewing the process, like how you want to go about doing that and when.
So I would say we take the employees that have been here the longest. And they start the process and they've all of them have asked to do it in executive session. And,
What do we want to change anything about it?
well, that's the,
The form looked fine to me,
It does.
but it's the same form that we were given to evaluate, items.
I still not getting it, all right.
Yeah, but in Ariel's, in her clerk's report. It's that same self-evaluation paper that she used.
No, I know it is, but
2 more seconds.
And so then the process would be that we distribute that to every staff member and they fill out a self-evaluation. And then we schedule a executive session, and do we fill it out in front of them before they come in
So
together?
that was where the conversation kind of left off last time, was how do we as a board want to create, like, do we average an evaluation sheet that we all fill out for one person, and you fill out one sheet together.
Yeah,
I
I think we all fill it out, come to the executive session before the staff member comes in. And kind of average what we've
what we,
done.
like, we can have a quick conversation about it,
It is on the number deal.
yeah.
One of the things has been give them all to the mayor, let him average them out, and then meet with them.
There's also some value in all of us talking for 20 minutes about before they come in.
Yeah, it seems to work.
That's what we used to do. And it
Yes,
seemed to
that
work.
works out well, and that's a way kind of an average, and sometimes when we have our own evaluation forms. Somebody might like something one way and other board members say they have more information about whatever it was that they responded, so it's good to have that dialogue and discussion. And then, yes, we sort of average the numbers and come up with that.
Yeah, and I like the idea of just having like the one, like, united evaluation rather than having all of us, like,
Right.
you know.
So could we distribute those and then schedule them? At the next meeting, not to do it, but at the next meeting, we could schedule evaluations.
And I'm fine with any kind of thing.
There's something that I think we should have sent to us almost like right after they filled them out. We have a little time to review them on our own without them going into a packet per se. And then they get brought to a meeting or they get put in a packet, but.
So they could be due by the next week, 22nd.
And we could do
And then we
one,
can each get one,
or we could do one or two of them
and,
during it.
or just schedule an executive session.
And is it just gonna be like Brent and Kim right now? I guess Sarah's
What
only.
about Mateo?
We did talk about Mateo, but I don't know if we decided.
So you're saying you don't have that in your packet that.
I do now, or I will.
Oh, yeah, the binders up here.
So everybody could print off their own, do it online.
Right, but I'm not gonna fill mine out until I go home
Right,
with the employees' self-evaluation.
right. I found that really helpful to
In fact,
see.
I don't think I did. Oh, let me reload it.
Are you only going to the printer, the beginning one? Not a printer, but a form.
Which we don't need until the next meeting.
So, just for clarification, I'm asking the employees to fill out their self-evaluation forms by the next meeting.
Yes.
But not including it in the packet,
Correct.
just distributing it to
Yes.
you to review.
Okay.
So, we had, where here we had public work sometimes. I really liked it when, and I remember maybe this was a special reason for today. I really like it when we have, you know, like the treasurer's report, the clerk's report, public works, all of those coming in because like, you know, Andrew's been here all day and I think it's
But, I
good.
mean, you're
for-
here also because you wanted to be part of the meeting, or is it just the
Yeah.
public works?
But I
Well,
think it's,
public work is my main thing.
Yeah,
I saw you taking a snooze there a little while ago.
Also, we missed agenda item of moving Wisdom Village.
Right.
Which was,
but I think it would be helpful for our staff if we have all those different reports come up first, that way they can come in, do their
why
report.
did we switch that? There was a reason.
I don't know what the reason was, I just did that resolution based on what was requested, but we could do another resolution to change the agenda.
Well, we can, let Drew go ahead and do his thing. And my living wisdom is, yeah, let's let you do this thing first, and then I'll go.
Okay, public works report. Is today I had Eddie go out and work on the drainage out at the cemetery. Cause the perimeter ditch that goes on the north and west side, you know, sand is blowing in, it is covered up. And after these last rainstorms, all that water was going through the center of the cemetery. and washing that way, so I had him go along the perimeter and make it so it will channel that water away. The maintenance on vehicles. The F-150 still needs that, power steering line put in it. The F-450 need to order taillights for it. And the UTV needs a park brake secondary cable on it, cause it's unsafe right now. If you park it on a hill, it just runs away from you. Okay, irrigation system, we're gonna start working on that. Brush pickup,
Wait, I have a question about that. Are you gonna redo it, or are you just gonna get it going or fix?
just get it going, it's just a broken line. In the sequence, you turn things on, and then it'll be up and running. Okay, brush pickup, I wanna get started on that, the piles are getting out of control all through town.
Would that be you and by yourself,
Eddie,
you and Eddie?
yeah.
Would you keep going?
No, go ahead.
There, I saw him in the office today, there's a guy named Justin. Who, put in an I think did he put in an application for Public Works?
He did,
Ariel?
Sarah gave copies, if anyone wants to look at it.
He doesn't, what?
Justin, is he kind of a wild guy?
I don't know, I met him at the Cloud one day and he doesn't seem like a wild, I don't think he actually lives in town. I think he lives,
Is he small?
he's kind of like medium, he's like my height,
Well,
brown hair,
Kind of.
let's not even go into it. We're
anyway.
not gonna bring another employee in.
Okay, that's all, he just mentioned that he would cut grass and do stuff, but, and I said I'd bring it up.
So, right now we have Drew, who is probably gonna ask for more hours, correct?
Yeah.
And is there a way that we can, I don't know, like, use you more for like, when he needs help? I mean, how is it working exactly? Are you?
Well, Eddie's really good, he listens, he understands, he can apply what I'm talking about. I just haven't got to the upper maintenance of the town. Cause we were so busy trying to get the parks ready for the 4th of July. So we concentrated on that, but now I could just come in and tell them, here's what we need to do, here's what's coming up next. But there's some projects I do need to be there with. And he is a mechanic also, so he could be doing a lot of this mechanic work.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we don't want you to be part of
Well,
this. I think
yeah,
you
I
need to be.
understand, but I don't wanna overstay my welcome with.
But I'm trying to figure out a way that we can keep you on, but kind of keep you on for a longer period, maybe with less intensive hours, is what
Yeah.
I'm thinking. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
We would, instead of, I mean, like, they were going full force, 30 hours.
What you're saying is back the hours off the week with the longer.
Prolong it, like, if there's a way to just be, like, send him off on something. I mean, you know, if you have work that you wanna do, that's
Right.
fine.
or you could just set me at 60 hours a month.
Hmm.
And that's my cap,
And I see it, and that prolongs it as well.
and that's 15 a week, and that's so I could get in there, tell, direct, until Eddie gets programmed for this.
Does Eddie want to work for,
Oh, yeah, he loves this job.
He's loving it, he told me so.
and what are you making, 30?
25.
25? And he's 16?
Yeah, if we could bump him up a little bit, give him a little bit more incentive.
Yeah, let's just wait.
I mean, ultimately, you would. And he would,
Yeah,
Or come together more.
I'd like to hear the rest of these reports.
Could he
I don't
continue?
want to interrupt you guys, but I'd like to hear the rest of these.
Could we continue with this report? It seems like we're kind of
That's
going off in different directions.
Okay, we're also, along with doing the irrigation, we're going to start pulling weeds in the flower boxes. We've started on a few, town's looking better that way. We're gonna need about 3 loads of road base. Just to repair, roads and I don't think we could reclaim what was plowed off this winter. The flood ditch, it needs serious attention. And hopefully we'll get time to do that. Culvert clean out, still trying to get a hold of Craig, so we could get those blown out.
Are you gonna need, like heavy equipment for the flood ditch? Or,
No, the green tractor drives right in there.
how does it, okay.
And a lot of it's
So you
just
don't have to do
weedy.
scanning or anything
Yeah.
like that, okay.
All right,
Who is Craig, or what's their last name?
Fire department.
with fire department, fire chief. Yeah, culvert clean out, and that's about it, and then I was gonna approve it 10 hours for this week. And I think, with that, I could start turning, Eddie loose. He could start running. Thanks.
Drew, I got a couple of things I just wanna talk with you and the board about. The curb line by across the street from the T road, in front of the bank, not the bank, what is it? Credit union. On the shoulder side, the gravel side, going towards the bank. The gravel has been removed. And if you can find the time to fill that in. In the alleyway that we go through to the cloud, as that curve cuts around into the parking lot of the key road there.
Yes.
You can, you're not here, I think you know what I'm talking about, starting to show there. So we can kind of backfill that and maybe taper it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Stop that erosion from happening.
Yes, that's what I had planned, and that's, the loads of, road base. I could scrape and scrimp on, getting road base from somewhere, but I just rather have
Oh.
nice, pure, clean.
There are, what do you call the gravel that's over on the line? Cause there's two piles, one on the, what is that, copper right away? Cooper?
Yeah, that's road.
Okay, there's a pile there, and there's a pile right where the curb starts. And the question I have is, on the alley side, next to the museum, there are also two more piles that are now weeded over, and they're hard to identify, but I don't even know if that belongs to.
One's bedding sand for, sewer lines and water lines.
Okay,
And the other one's what's left of, road base.
all right. Well, my request is to use that stuff up before we come on buying more. I think I would like to kind of, if we can get together and find a location where if we need to stockpile anything, it'll be away from public view. And maybe have it with someone going there with a bucket or two and that, scooping some up.
Is, I know that was Matt the one that was delivering to us? Matt with the little dump truck?
No, you mean Skip?
No, there's Matt, there's Skip, and there's, Scoveland.
Yeah, we either get a road base from Stokeland or Cooley.
Okay. So, I mean, they have the big trucks.
Yeah.
We need three of those, or just one of those?
Three, not the 18-wheeler trucks, just
A little,
they're bigger than the small dump trucks that Skip
okay.
and that.
And what are those, you know, what that runs?
It's like 235. But see, we do have advantage there is the white truck's up and running, we could go get our own, that's gonna knock about probably 190 off delivery.
Oh, wow.
So we just pay the balance if we haul our own.
The delivery is almost more than the stone itself.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I have a request also, safety gear for Eddie,
Yes,
or his vest and that.
He has that. He has
We
that.
can,
well, I gave him that one, but. Well, safety gear and that comes with boots. That we get every year. But yeah, we need that because footwear is gonna save everybody a lot of money.
and we don't have a safety gear line item, but we do have equipment and tools. And, I don't know how much we've spent out of that yet, but there's $5,000 in there now, so.
I don't think anything's been out of equipment and tools.
Safety glasses.
If you can arrange that, then
Cause what we'll do is we'll have them order them online and then the bill comes right to here. And,
okay.
and not to exceed $200. Cause a good set of boots is $150.
I don't know, I agree with you putting the price tag on it, but it's important that it's got the safety.
Yeah. Okay. And along with the maintenance of the vehicle, the trucks, like I say, we have the power steering line and all it is gonna be putting it in. The tail lights for the white truck comes out to $87.48. And the parking brake cable, secondary cable, that comes out to $44.02. And that's what I need in parts right now.
I make a motion, we approve the purchase of those parts.
Hold on one second. And you check out the lights on the plow.
Yeah, pretty sad.
So maybe you wanna add that along with it.
Okay, I'll look, see what they've got. I thought I had bought a set of spotters for that. I'll have to look in our storage to see if they're there.
Would
They're
it be
housed.
easier to maybe put something on the roof of the vehicle? Pass over it.
That is, I mean, shining off the roof of the vehicle and it's snowing, you're more or less blind, all that's reflected back on you.
All right.
So I'll second that motion.
Including the other lights?
If you know ballpark how much they're gonna cost. I could say up to,
Up to, I'd say $60.
okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve the purchase of those parts. Plus the plow lights, up to an additional $100.
Okay.
My second.
Second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Then I would make a motion that we take Drew on for up to 60 hours a month
For the next 3 months.
for 3 months.
My second.
More discussion? All in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion?
I had a question for you about that. Oh, we've got you set up as employee status,
Yes.
so he's covered under our insurance for driving our vehicles.
Please do, so, you mentioned about the weeding, I just wanna emphasize again, I think. How important getting the weed whacking on the sides of the roads mowed are, because the rain we had, the weeds are all tall, they're gonna dry out. And, so I think just for fire hazard, it's really important, and I don't know, as part of within our fire mitigation grant that we just got, I believe when we went over those figures, that they included for those sort of weed abatement and the sort of dry grass hazards. But it's really getting really bad all over town, and since we have the fundings for the fire mitigation, if we need to hire additional help to be able to do that, if that's covered by that grant.
Well, right now, we're still in the process of getting a manager and also then a crew to do it. But we do have to contribute 5.2% towards this grant. And it's all gonna be like roadside thing, everything's gonna have a little contribution. So we could keep track and then turn it into Allison on anything that we do. You know, and if we hire somebody, we could also use that, and then if that contributes to that 5.2%, that's kind of the in kind.
Good. Well, I think that that's a real priority because, so often, as we've seen with fires, especially that might come into a town, is that it's carried by the grasses and the weeds, dry grasses and the weeds are what will carry it through houses and then become a ground fire. But I just think we need to keep on this. Also, I mean, I've been trying to mitigate my property before these things go to seed. and so the cheatgrass is going crazy, the tumbleweeds are going crazy. And if we can cut them down before they go to seed, we're gonna have less of a problem last year for some of those things.
I have a question. I know all of them go to seed at different times. If you cut them with a weed whacker, does that stop them from going to seed, or is there like a time period if you cut them? When they're going to seed, they still seed? I mean, I'm just curious.
You know, the cheatgrass should just be cut all the time, you know, because it will come back quickly and go to seed when it's like 6 inches tall.
Oh.
But if it goes to, 15 inches, it's a real fire hazard. So part of it is just mitigating the fire hazard, so you don't have things burning that are a 1.5 foot high. But like, and the same thing goes with tumbleweeds that are all coming up now. Keeping them whacked back to the fire hazard, but it also does at the same time, keeps them from going to seed, or at least lessens the amount of.
And then
Cheatgrasses.
if you do a big area and you're cutting it down like with a weed whacker, you still have the slash. I mean, do you have to go back and rake it? Is that?
No, I just leave it on the ground, it just becomes mulch and all that, and the danger is that it's tall and it carries the fire.
Okay.
And if it's laid flat, it's like,
And most of them haven't gone to seed yet, but the cheatgrass has gone to seed like
It's gonna
4
keep-
cycles already. And every time I weed whack my cheatgrass, I'm just throwing a million seeds all over. So the cheatgrass is,
yeah, I try to get them before they go to seed.
I did, but then they came back and.
Right, but then they go to seed when they're 3 inches high.
One thing that I also did was your iPhones now have identifiers. You can take a picture and identify what the plant is.
Mhm.
And I didn't know, I thought one was totally different and it says it's a noxious weed, so.
I'm leaving in like 10 minutes or
Yeah.
less.
Yeah.
And what I say, inside pump house compound, there's a trailer filled with a lot of things that I think it was Miguel had left behind. Mattresses and.
A lot of that stuff was, stuff we found on the side of the road also.
I'm sure. And I don't think there's a plate or a sticker on it, but if you get that stuff to the dump, instead of keeping it, it's just gonna accumulate more.
Okay. Yeah, and I heard that, there's comments from the water people about having a trash trailer up there at the water plant. Yeah.
So, okay, so is there any more stuff, Public Works, we voted, did we vote? Okay, motion on the table for 3 months, 60 hours per month,
It's been seconded.
seconded. Kids, all in favor?
Aye.
Recused. Okay,
All right, good.
Thanks, Drew.
Yeah,
thank you, Drew.
One other thing
Thanks for being
is,
flexible.
we need a rear plate for the white truck. The old one got torn off. It wasn't ripped off, it was torn off. You can still see parts of the plate under the bolts. So,
Okay.
Oh. The toilet in the men's room isn't flushing, or the urinal flushing,
and this is,
and the one in the hallway.
oh, I'll take a look at that. Could be some sand in it.
Okay, so, thank you very much,
Yeah, thank
Andrew,
you.
thanks for getting the 4th of July,
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
it's
great.
beautiful, everybody was complimenting.
Good.
Next, we have, back to Living Wisdom Project. update.
Yeah, I mean, it might be more of a discussion than we have right now at the end of the day, but. Just a lot of people, I mean, including myself as the neighbor of the project, were pretty shocked by the amount of tree removal that happened on that lot. I feel, accountable to some degree because I'm part of this board and I didn't think to ask that question, like, are you gonna take down all of those trees? But it's like, a lot of people are really upset about it, I'm upset about it. I know Daya is having a meeting with the 2 ladies who are in, like, kind of the heads of that project, and, yeah, cause he also is right across the street from it, and, so I guess I just generally wanted to have a discussion with folks, like, did you guys know that that was gonna be the way it was? And like, was it in don't we have a rule about the number of how much tree coverage you can take off of? I thought it was like, or is that, we've got a rule on how
Public.
much,
Public land.
and, you know, if there's, like, anything we can do about it. I mean, obviously, they took out like 300-year-old trees, like, they took out. And just I think the drainage through there, in so many ways, it feels so egregious. And so out of character with our town and what a lot of the people wanna see here. And a lot, like I said, lots of people have come up to me and are upset about it. And I wanna bring it up as, like, I don't think we're gonna figure it out right now, but as like, both in the future, when, like, being more aware of like the potential that somebody's gonna come in and do that, but also like, how to mitigate what they've done, cause it feels hurtful, for sure.
So I also was really shocked over this, and I mean, I understand that some trees would have to come out because you're putting not just roads in, you're putting water lines, you're putting sewer lines, you have to make areas for foundations for houses. I think we all assumed that there would be that plan, and so you would clear only where you needed to.
Yeah.
And so, I talked with Kirsten Schreiber and she was appalled. She was really upset about it. She didn't realize it was like the builders and the people putting the water in and all that, they were just like, well, we need to get the trees out of here so we can shape the land. What she said to me was about not just for the roads and the sewer and the water, but also for dealing with the drainage. It's on private property, so there's not much we can say about it, but I think in the future, we need to, as part of an overall plan, really take a look at this and be more involved with it. And I was shocked. However, I did talk to Kirsten Schreiber about this and said that I would consult with them about tree planting.
Right.
When they're done with the project, and so I wanna work with them on green trees. It bothers me about the 300-year-old trees, I mean, but at the same time, I'm looking at a housing project in a pinyon juniper forest, and that we're talking about mitigation. So thinning a lot of those trees would have been a good, safe thing to do. The extent of it, I'm freaked out about, but being able to come back and plant green trees, then where they're not gonna have the high fire danger. And I wanna talk with them more about when they're doing their landscape, to shape the land in ways that water from a roof will come and there'll be a swale to catch runoff water, but you can plant green trees. To help, the future plan. So I've already offered my time, and she said that as part of their granting, that there was money that was allocated for landscaping. So that they, would be able to buy or do landscaping. So I know that Living Wisdom, they're rather taken by surprise as well.
Okay.
And are going to wanna help mitigate this issue. But yeah, this is a real lesson for us for the future.
Yeah, I think Alcon's a bunch of contractors, like.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thought it was gonna be a clerk fed. And it is a learning experience that we can grow from in the future, but, yeah, we'll work on your
Yeah.
subject and we'll know in the future when we approve something. I didn't even think about it, to be honest with you. I thought they were just gonna put the project in and everything would be fine and dandy, they thin it. But, nobody was thinking of clear cut. Yeah, and it is private property, we don't have a whole big say about it, because we don't have an NAC committee. You know, that tells us what trees you can cut and what you can't, but hopefully we'll grow from the experience and we could possibly send like an apology, I don't know to who. Us?
You
We don't
know,
have to.
what has happened is what I expected to happen.
Uh,
When the community gets into these bigger developments, where it's more multi-family, on a lot that's in single ownership, I don't think you can expect anything less. The fact, when it gets into the plan commission, and I think this started in conceptual photos or whatever, and then went kind of the plans and went to the plan commission, that's really the time to nail down a landscape plan, an information plan on how much is gonna be taken out, so the public isn't shocked.
Yeah.
When it happens, they are going to have 3 detention facilities on that property. For those plantings that you're talking about, for trees that might need more water. Bushes.
They will need more water than pinions and junipers do.
Yeah,
And so that's where I think, landscaping plays a really big part. Because if you channel roof water or road water and you direct it and create swales, then you can have green trees that will survive where normally they wouldn't.
right.
But it's gonna take a lot of water just to establish those trees. Those first 5 years of their life is crucial.
Some of those
So-
trees were, yeah, I mean, I know that junipers and pinions are considered to be invasive on some level because of they were brought in by cows in the Spanish during here. But some of those trees were as old as that, those cows
Yeah.
that brought them in.
Yeah.
But it is a lesson learned and, hopefully remember when another project comes up.
But I mean, our whole block is gonna burn down, but that place might survive.
That's true. Yeah,
Absolutely.
with a different type of tree in there, absolutely. Yeah, that could live a lot.
I mean, I want to replace some of the pinions and junipers on my property with different tree species as well. It's not, I think that especially when people were coming to me and were like, oh, what the hell? And not having a really good response, that's like, oh, I know, it's really shocking, but we've already created this replanting strategy with them that's actually really good for the mitigation process, and if we didn't have, well, that would have been a great answer to be able to provide that type of
Yeah.
information, but I didn't have that information and,
But we haven't created a replanting,
right,
and the real answer is it's private property and
And-
you can do the same thing.
Yeah,
on your
talk to
property.
them, not us.
Landscape plan is done.
Oh, maybe. Sure, sure.
We could have questioned them, but even if we did.
I didn't even think to ask.
I didn't know that was gonna happen, but I thought it looked awesome,
right,
but I also don't have to look.
yeah, I do.
But I also know that we live in town and
Right.
my neighbor can do that too.
Yeah, I guess so.
I know you guys wanna go, there's still a few things that need to be done.
I gotta go.
What do you think?
Well, there's building permits from Crestone Charter School, we already recommended that from the planning commission that they be done, so if you guys wanna just make motions to
Are they
recommend.
gonna cut down a bunch of trees?
Yeah, they're not cutting any.
Are we sure?
So the build.
No,
Branches.
So our process would be, for what the charter school's doing to send it to our building inspector for.
so there's no setbacks on that particular piece of land, so the building inspector could go out there, but there's not gonna be any measuring or anything, because it's up to the planning commission to determine if it's okay, seems like it's within the boundaries. They wanna put a greenhouse that would be, it's in that center island,
And why does it come before the town board?
because it goes from planning commission to town board and then town board to,
If I want to build a house, does the town board get to decide if I get to build a house or not?
Want to build a greenhouse?
I don't think.
Well, we have a flow chart that we've been using, it's basically stating that. We've been using this for,
I don't think the town board has ever decided if somebody gets to build something or not, besides.
We've already issued
well,
several.
part of it, yeah, and part of it is because the clerk was supposed to be,
Pardon me? I think we've issued 3 or 4 permits.
There have been ones. that have been done. And
It used to be if it was in excess of $500, you had to get a building permit.
No, dude, you guys have never approved anything like that.
so,
No, this is just recently, these permits.
Yeah, my greenhouse, I did ask.
But why is it?
part of it is because the clerk wants more oversight. We have a flow chart that was,
Okay.
there's a flow chart that has been, for some reason, been brought in, and it goes from what, building permit to planning commission to
Board of Trustees.
Board of Trustees.
And under it is the clerk and the building inspector, so I'm just trying to.
Sure,
figure out
sure.
what's
I respect them. Who all has to leave? I have to leave.
I want to leave.
I want to leave.
So does it meet the setback requirements?
They're like a community, the zone, yeah, the zoning. Okay. Right.
Because the satellite dams are right on the property.
The
line.
zoning for the school
I know.
is such that they don't have any setback requirements. They gave us their plans and then the planning commission decided if they thought setbacks were adequate.
Yeah.
And it's because they fall under like community center or something like that.
The community services.
Community and services, yeah. And so when the planning commission looked at these 2 applications, we thought that they seemed adequate, that the setback seemed adequate. And one of them's a grow dome that they wanna put, it's in front of the school, and so it'll be a long line. But the entrance to the greenhouse is gonna face the school, and it's gonna be set more forward, and so the setback between the back of the greenhouse and the road was like 10'10" or something. And then,
and there's a greenhouse that's on the side.
well, it's like a prefab modular, they need more office space, and it's gonna be over by where they like park their vans and have their solar panels
Does
and
it kind
stuff.
of look like a trailer?
That'll probably look like a little bit like.
So when I looked through the application, my thought is, there again, if they're within a reasonable setback, so it doesn't impact the neighbors. My main concern was lighting, and on the application, I noticed that that box was not checked about lighting. And I have a concern about the grow dome, whether or not there's gonna be if it's gonna be lit up inside at night, because to me, that would be light pollution. If you live across the street, you don't want this glowing dome, and so that would be something that I would say that it not be lit up at night inside.
So maybe
So let's make a
make a motion to approve the grow dome with the addendum that it not be. With it, no interior lighting at night.
Well, to me, or not more than like say, I mean, we have rules about light pollution. And so if this is glowing at night, so I think you could, if you wanted to, you could look and say nothing after 7 o'clock. I mean, if somebody's in there working things like whatever, but you don't wanna have it like at 10 o'clock at night glowing into the neighborhood. So I would say that needs to be looked at and how it goes along with our light pollution, dark sky ordinances. So,
So do we wanna make the motion
To approve it, just,
to recommend, to approve the recommendation, or do we wanna do we wanna direct Ariel to contact the school and ask them about that before?
I think,
well, I think that if you're saying that, that they have to abide by the, dark sky regulations and, that there's, if I have my window at home, and I got the lights on in the house at night. Benjamin will see the light from my house and vice versa. But that's different than a hole below a dome that might be lit up that's facing upward. So I think they need to be able to address the issues of light pollution after, say, 7 o'clock at night.
Well, we can just put that in the approval.
Yeah.
It just say, follow dark sky, rules and regs and whatever now.
Yeah,
We can approve it with that little memo to remind them what our rules are.
So we make that motion?
Yes, I
We
would
can get through it.
and I think it could just go back in the form of that. Town board had a concern about the grow dome and how it would. You know, and then dark sky regulations, but just specifically, so they have it in their mind, oh, grow dome, dark sky regulations. We have to be in
I'll
compliance.
second the motion.
Okay, I have the motion, and as motion to approve building permit in accordance with dark sky regulations. Is that okay? Is that in everything?
For the agreements, yeah,
Yeah, and especially the greenhouse.
especially agreements. Okay, so we can do both at once, especially.
So who's my first, it was, Kim,
I made the
Trustee
motion.
Martinez, and then, our my second.
Dennis,
Thank you.
And the motion should be
Any
that,
more
the motion should be also to that we send it to the building inspector.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or what?
I believe he's next on our flow chart, so now that you've approved it, I'll send it to him, and then when he signs off, I will issue them.
so
Perfect. All in favor?
I make a motion also that we approve their prefab modular so that they can have office space. As long as that it is compliant with our.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we have water department. Was there anything?
Yes, just want to let the board know real quickly, I'm not trying to negotiate anything, but I have been in touch with Baca Water and Sewer, getting some detailed information on flows and
Thank you.
BODs and POCs, and they're very cooperative. Rumor flying around from Dan Green and many other people that our percentage of usage is anywhere from 50 and 30%. I got it confirmed from Gary Piper, it's fine. So still, I think high, but not on their end, it's might be something.
And there's a possibility that we have I&I happening,
Yeah,
which is infiltration and
Inflow.
inflow.
or the possibility of some illegal connections we're not aware.
And then as far as the meter going, do you know any news on that?
We're gonna be talking about that, tomorrow with Brett. And also with Brent, and also I've been talking with Gary about it and Diego. Getting together and calibrating them together, so then we can monitor each other and see what's up.
Okay, and then was there any other water department?
There was, we suspected, there was a spike in use on the Thursday before the 4th of July. And, we were a little nervous about potential for a leak, so Drew, myself, and Brent cruised to town for a couple hours looking, exhausted all possibilities. And Brent went back and saw that, there was a history of high usage each year for the last couple of years. Suspect that maybe it's snowbirds coming back and, occupying homes that weren't occupied maybe a month or two before. And so we're watching it, but it's up a little bit, usage is up a little bit, but it is summer. So that's about it.
Thank you. And then code enforcement report, anything?
I don't have a report from the staff.
Okay, then correspondences, there was a correspondence from Mary Lowers regarding Gretchen. What, how do you guys wanna respond to that?
I never saw it. I never saw it.
It's under the, I think it's, read it, it's long. I don't know where to go now. I'm starting to lose my way here.
And there was also the request for audio format signage under correspondence.
So that's happening, right, or no? What's happening?
No, that's just happening on our website, the ADA compliance,
Oh.
what she's asking for is signage around town.
I haven't seen Mary's letter.
It's about how she's offended by how Gretchen was terminated. She thinks that we were disrespectful to Gretchen and her long-term history of work, which has, in the letter, been historically exemplary, even if at the end it was not. So she thinks that we acted distastefully and hopes to see a quick and decisive action to rectify this mistake, honoring Gretchen Nelson with severance and a written acknowledgement of her years of service to the town of Creston.
No, I didn't know that one.
I don't know how it all went down with Gretchen, I know that we,
Granted, she's never been recommended on any of her evals or anything like that. I don't know what's going on with Gretchen, it's just this last couple of months, I don't know,
I would
I
be
can't make
concerned in writing anything that might violate Gretchen's privacy.
yeah. I think we should just respond to Mary saying, Mary, thank you for your evaluation of the Board of Trustees. We respect and honor your opinion and we'll look into this matter. I think would be a good way to just, to let Mary know that we've heard what she had to say
Are you getting this, Ariel?
and, if, you know.
and we don't have to justify sending a letter or. Anything else, just I think what you just said is a lot.
But that sounded like she should expect a response after that. We'll look into this matter.
I think if you just say you're taking it under consideration, then you're not
Yeah,
necessarily saying that you're gonna take
Or
action,
consider.
you're just going to like talk amongst yourself.
I like that.
yeah, but
If
if we, you know.
we wanna do something.
I mean, if we, you know, maybe we do need to send Gretchen a letter that's, I don't know, I don't think severance pay is maybe not in our budget right now, but.
Well, she.
Did she apply, is she
And
applying,
she's filing for an.
is she applying for unemployment?
She is applying for unemployment and she has also expressed interest in coming back to the town. To work in some capacity, so that could be considered as well.
What happens if you apply for unemployment, but everybody knows that you already have another job?
Well, the thing I know about her job with T Road is that she's working like 2 hours a week, maybe. So even if she has another job, you can still apply for unemployment, they can still consider it. You know, especially because it's not like she has a full-time, and I think that the same goes for Scott as well, even though he's working at the nursery,
Really?
yeah.
I mean, I don't know how it all ultimately ended with Gretchen. I know that, you know, we were really struggling to get in contact with her there towards the end. It was like pretty much impossible to have. I hear Mary asking for us to respect Gretchen, and I also know that there was no way to have a respectful conversation because she wasn't she wouldn't talk to us.
She didn't make herself
She
available.
didn't make herself
Specifically said we
available.
do it under executive session.
Yeah.
Specifically,
Like-
show up.
So, you know, and maybe. You know, I don't, who knows, but
We made all the options available for her to come forth.
I think what she's expressed to me is that she never was notified about that meeting. I believe that I did, but if I didn't, I would.
Well, you have email,
Well, I know,
do you have an email?
mayor,
Yeah.
texting did.
I was texting her, usually she replies, but she wasn't replying.
That's kind of why I want everything emailed to, because I don't remember if I texted her, and so if I Facebook messaged
Let's see if
her,
we can
or if
find,
it's, you know.
whatever you did, you can still screenshot it.
I just know looking out my window, I mean, there was nobody there for 3 weeks. Nobody.
Well, she claimed, that there was an issue because she was not willing to, or work without an assistant.
Right, 8 months she went,
But
there
there
was an assistant, we approved the assistant, but then she didn't.
Which,
I know.
in my opinion, was kind of an excuse, but because there's still stuff she could have done. She could say, I'm not doing that particular thing without an assistant, but that doesn't mean I'm just gonna stop working. I mean, there was plenty, and she didn't come to us and say, this is what I can do, this is what I can't do. I need help with this. I mean, there was no.
I don't, you know, I think we all know the problems we were having with Gretchen, but I think what Mary's bringing up is like, you know, one, Mary's upset about it, which is a thing. And also her point about like, you know, the point that she's making mostly in this letter is like how you treat your employees when you let them go reflects, you know, onto your current staff and how people think of, and so I'm not trying to blame Gretchen for anything or bring it back up, but like, maybe we should send her a letter. That's like, hey, thank you for all of your years of working with us, and, you know, just something to like, to have a little show of like gratitude and
What
that
about-
we're not, we don't have bad blood.
Yeah, and I mean, and I've been, this is not off the subject, but also I feel like even with Karina, we never honored her 18 years of service. Now, of course, we get, you know, the last couple of years were very hard, but she still put in 18 years of service.
Right.
And I'm not saying that, you know, they're comparable necessarily, but what we kind of, you know, moved on a little bit, we should probably
Benjamin,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you did write something to the effect that Dana's saying to.
Well, we wrote her a letter.
Yeah.
It wasn't like we just fired her. We
Yeah,
wrote
she
her
got a-
actually
yeah.
our termination letter that was actually quite nice.
Yeah,
Ariel fixed it up in a really nice way.
if you.
that was like, that said those things, they're like, thank you so much, you've done a great job.
Not necessarily, those
It
words,
said, like-
but it was,
But it did say like, thank you for your, I can send you a copy if you would like to see it.
Okay, and you know, maybe we just need to email Mary back and
I'd
say what we
be
said.
careful with that. The chance of violating Gretchen's privacy grows when you start going back and forth. I wouldn't do, I just wouldn't recommend doing this. I mean, if you wanna tell her that, show her the letter that Gretchen got, I'm not even sure that's a good idea.
I think all we need to do is acknowledge that Mary sent us correspondence.
Mary might
don't
be mad
go-
at us no matter what.
Just leave it at that.
She's gonna be mad at us. She always finds something to
Yeah.
be mad at us about. It's just kind of the way it is.
And we just thank her for her
I mean,
I didn't know that, yeah, I wasn't sure how we ended things with Gretchen, if
She got the
this,
letter.
if Mary's complaint, like, how accurate it was.
She also said in there something about severance. Did you do severance in the past to?
maybe with Leslie, we had to do severance because it was part of a code.
I think we followed the law, state of Colorado law to the T on this.
Okay. Can we move on?
Yes.
Is that okay with you guys?
To move on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
To the request for audio.
Yeah, what's that element?
She's a visually impaired citizen who's asking for help in that regard.
Is she a
With
resident
signage.
of the town?
Yeah, she says, I'm a visually impaired patron. I'm writing to ask you to accommodate the blind community by installing audio format signage. She even gives these systems that we could use for blind and low vision people to navigate venues independently with a mobile app.
Does it like,
I don't know much further about that. I haven't had time to look into the ones that she mentioned right here, or. She said it's like having Google Maps for indoors.
maybe we can look into it and then get it on,
But it would just be for town buildings, right? Like,
right?
Right here, blind assistant.
did she ask, I guess I can follow up with her, but I don't know if she's asking for like town hall to be, or the museum.
Right,
Because there's nothing we could necessarily do about like T Road or
yeah,
any of our
Or
businesses.
the print kit.
yeah, could we get clarification on what she's actually asking for?
And intersections.
Yeah, right.
I see, so here somebody says it doesn't really work, but it's, and then the developer said, we apologize that our app did not meet your expectations. Please note that the indoor mode feature only works at accessible right here locations, and it appears that the casino you visited has not yet set up right here. For future reference, you can find a list of all accessible right here locations within the app. We appreciate your feedback and hope you'll give your app another try in the future.
This wouldn't be someone trying, perchance trying to get a buddy who owns a company that does these things to get them installed.
Yeah. Well, she gave us a couple.
I don't know, it sounds like a personal problem.
I mean, I thought at first she was asking about the website and that I can make. I have to, within a year, make it compliant for visually impaired people.
We could also, create whatever it probably isn't that hard to just connect to them and say. Like maybe you walk around with the app or something like that and it just creates like a visual.
Well, she's visually impaired.
No, what I'm saying,
Isn't that?
no, what I'm saying is what it does is
Audio.
it's
So I
audio,
would tell her what's going
so
on.
probably fairly easy. You wanna just check to see what it becomes for be right there, right
I mean, it's, I
here.
can look into that, for sure. So maybe it's something we can have at town hall.
don't know,
Make
It's
that
like it's just walking in the door, walking to the office.
She just needs to know, she can't see what the hours are, I don't know.
She walks into the door and says, you're walking into town hall and keep going straight, turn right,
Yes,
and there is Sarah.
and there's Sarah.
we're all laughing at blind people right
No,
now,
I'm-
and the things that they're
I'm-
using to help, like, they're
Cataract surgery,
It's-
okay, I know what. it's
not
like.
actually that funny.
Okay, stop, because we'll be. Okay,
Okay, I will research the software and see if that's something that could be introduced in town hall and maybe the museum.
awesome, cool. Lastly, I think is. I
Journey,
think it might be a journey.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I second that motion.
Any more discussion on that? Dennis, you're the only one who can discuss adjourning or not.
I don't wanna, I'm getting used to staying here, let's order for pizza.
All right, all in favor?
I,
Good job, guys.
Walking out of here, happy gun,
Yeah.
got that ordinance passed.
you did get your
Oh.
ordinance passed.
You didn't know that with your car.
Okay, let's see here.
GPS.
Ariel, did I need to do something with my W4?
Yes. Oh, no, we can send that in.
I sent it. Yeah,
Stop the recording.
yeah, I got Sarah that